Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Naruto Uzumaki was mage god, and had harem with Hermione? Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko and most hated person in all of Konohagakure no Sato. Ever since the incident that took the lives of many innocent civilians, he had been declared too dangerous and was given a kill on sight order. The council had waited for the moment when their Hokage to leave the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen had left to create a political alliance with Kumo. Now in the past the civilian council had organized meetings and brought together mobs for the beating of the Kyuubi's reincarnation. However, what had happened would ensure that they would never mess with the whiskered blonde. The memory was still as clear as day. Flashback. Laying on the ground in a fetal position, one Uzumaki Naruto clutched his wounds as he glared hatefully at the armed mob. He kept hearing them go on and on about the ending demon's life and finishing what the Yondaime had started. He gritted his teeth as they laughed at his bleeding self. Within the boy's mindscape the Kyuubi growled in annoyance, "Not this shit again." The nine-tailed beast murmured, and with the third out of the village and the Anbu turning away, this might just be it for his host, that is until he felt all the bottled-up anger pulse throughout the body along with an unknown energy source. What is that? The Kyuubi asked himself, with no knowledge of what was going on. "Hate you," the blonde whispered. "What was that? Speak up, you demon," one said, kicking the Jinchuriki in the gut, making the 10-year-old cough out blood. Others laughed at the demon's misfortune. "I hate you," he spoke a little louder. "You're still talky," the civilian spoke, not knowing what would happen next. "I hate you," Naruto roared. To everyone's shock and horror, every house within 30 miles collapsed in on itself before exploding in a telekinetic blast. Wood, glass, and metal suspended within the air along with those caught in the multiple blasts. Seconds only passed before everything fell to the ground. Naruto slowly brought himself up to his elbows, looking around in shock. Civilians and shinobi alike were on the ground, either dead or dying. He turned his head to see a woman crying, clutching her wounds while caressing a corpse with a large pipe through its chest. He looked around to see several others in the same condition. Naruto began to panic. Forcing himself up, he ran as fast as he could away from the area. End of flashback. 2 weeks have passed since the incident. Many were hospitalized. Few of the lucky ones would recover in a few months. Those not so lucky either ended up dead or crippled to the point of ending their shinobi career. Naruto was currently lying down in a cave in a bed he made with several leaves. He had made sure to stay away from Konoha, or rather the villagers that may have wanted revenge for what had happened. Hiruzen had arrived shortly and was devastated by the damage done to his village, by what the villagers were saying. Apparently it was Naruto who done it. He had ordered his most loyal Anbu, Inu, Neko, Karasu, and Tenzo to find him. He knew he should have left them to watch the blonde during his departure. 2 weeks and they couldn't find him. He prayed that Naruto would be alright. Speaking of Naruto, he was tossing and turning in his uncomfortable leaf bed when he woke up at the sound of flapping wings. He wiped his eyes with his hands and blinked several times as a great horned owl landed in front of him with an envelope in its talons. The owl blinked and hooted as it brought up its talon, motioning the blonde to take it. Naruto slowly took the note and opened it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin. First Class, Grand Sork. CHF Warlock. Dear Mr. Uzumaki, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins September 1st. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster. Naruto turned his head slightly. Wizardry. Like magic, he thought, before turning to the second page. First-year students will require 3 sets of plain work robes black, 1 plain pointed hat black for day wear, 1 pair of protective gloves gone hide or similar, 1 winter cloak black with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. T.H.E. Standard Book of Spells Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch 1000 Magi. Cal Herbs and Fungi by Felita Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Naruto was slowly forgetting about the incident that had occurred the past 2 weeks. As the letter was spiking his interest to unimaginable levels, he turned the page slightly to see that it continued to the back side. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron pewter, standard size 2 set glass or crystal files. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an animal of their choosing. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Naruto placed down the note and looked at the great horned owl. It turned its head until it looked like it was upside down. The blonde sighed and turned to the note. A school for magic, he could go, but then he would have to give up wanting to become a shinobi. He frowned. What has that place ever done for me? All they do is beat me at every chance they get, he thought, before his eyes saddened. Hokage Jiji, Ayame ni, Chuki Oji, the images of said people went through his head. He had no parents, so there wasn't really anybody there to stop him. I'm sorry guys, but I'm going, he said, getting up and walking towards the mouth of the cave where the owl flapped his wings and flew out. Naruto was about to leave when he realized something. Wait, I don't even know where this school is, he said to himself in a deadpan. He sighed but caught the sight of a small yellow note in the envelope he still had in his hand. What's this? Naruto, I've had enough time to study your homeland. If you do choose to attend Hogwarts, I've arranged one of the school's gamekeeper to escort you. He will arrive in Wave Country's harbor within a week. I've sent him to retrieve a second child who, just like you, is a wizard. Also, keep in mind, do not tell Muggles non-magic folk about your abilities. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Naruto took the time to digest the information. He was a wizard, like in those old fairy tales, but it could have been just coincidence, he thought to himself. He read the note several times more and nodded. To Wave Country, he said with a fist pump, but then had once again slumped in realization. I don't know where Wave Country is either, he said with anime tears. Hoot, hoot. The blonde turned to see that the owl was still there. Do you know where it is? He asked. The owl turned its head before leaning forward and moving its upper torso up and down, trying to nod. Naruto grinned. Lead the way, he proclaimed. The owl took off with Naruto trailing behind it. Hokage's office. Any sign of him? The aged Hokage asked. In front of him was a squad of Anbu, Inu aka Kakashi Hatake, Neko aka Yugao Azuki, Karasu aka Itachi Uchiha, and Tenzo aka Yamato. All of them shook their heads. No. Our apologizes, Hokage-sama. We have searched everywhere, the academy, the hospital, the ruins. Every square inch of the village, and we couldn't find him, Karasu spoke. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose in grief. If we can't find Naruto by the end of he week, I can only assume the worse, he thought. Meanwhile, on an isolated island, a glasses-wearing, dark brown-haired boy laid down on the cold ground with a light blanket over him. He was drawing a birthday cake with his finger. He turned his head over to see his guardians watch hit 12 a.m. midnight. He turned back to his drawn cake. Well, make a wish, Harry, he said to himself as he blew on the dirt, blowing away the drawn cake. It was at that moment when the wooden door slammed itself. Everyone woke up and backed away. Harry hid behind the fireplace. His cousin Dudley shakingly backed away. His uncle Vernon walked downstairs with a double-barrel shotgun and with his wife Petunia right behind him. The door continued to hit against itself until the lock broke and fell to the floor. The cold air in as the storm continued outside. Within the doorway stood the silhouette of a large man. Said man walked in holding an umbrella and looked at the spooked family. Sorry about the he said, picking up the door off the floor and placing it back on the frame. I demand that you leave at once. You are breaking and entering, the Muggle stated as he pointed his shotgun. Vernon do. Rs lay you great prune, the large man stated as he grabbed the choke of the gun and literally bent it upwards. Vernon pulled the trigger and fired up. making the others jump. The man turned and walked to Dudley. "Ya know, I haven't seen you were a baby, Harry. You're a bit more along than I would have expected, particularly down the middle, he said, patting his stomach. Dudley, still shaken. I'm not Harry, he said. The dark brown-haired boy walked out from his hiding spot. I am, he said. Well, of course you are. Got something for ya. Afraid I might have sat on it at some point, but I would imagine it would taste fine just the same, he said, reaching into his large overcoat and bringing out a white box with a blue cross ribbon wrapped around it. Baked it myself, words and all, the man said proudly. Harry slowly took the box and opened it. Inside the box was a pink frosted cake that was slightly squished. The words said, "Happy birthday, Harry." "Thank you," the boy said. The man chuckled. "Not every day your young man turns 11 now, is it?" he said as he sat down on the couch. He brought up his umbrella, and to everyone's surprise small fireballs shot out and into the fireplace. Everyone stood in silence before Harry placed the cake on the bed and walked up to the large man. "Excuse me, but who are you?" the lightning-scared boy asked. "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys ND grounds at Hogwarts. Of course you know all about Hogwarts," he said. Harry shook his head. "Sorry, no," he said. "No." "Blimey, Harry, didn't you ever wonder where your mom and dad learned it all?" Hagrid asked. "Learned what?" Harry asked. Hagrid chuckled. "You're a wizard, Harry." The boy's eyes widened. I'm a what?" "A wizard, and a thumpin' good one, I wager." "Hats a train up a little," Hagrid said. The Dursleys only stood still in anger and annoyance. "I'm sorry, but why, you've made a mistake. I mean, I can't be BAWW wizard. I mean, I'm just Harry, he said. Hagrid shook his head. "Well, just Harry. Did you ever make anything happen, anything you couldn't explain when you were angry or scared?" he said, waiting for a response. He quickly noticed the look on the 11-year-old's face and nodded. He stood up, reached into his jacket, pulled out a letter, and gave it to Harry. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you've been accepted to Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry," he said out loud. Vernon walked over to the boy. "He will not be going, I tell you. We swore that when we took him in we'd put a stop to all this rubbish," he stated. At this Harry got angry. You knew all along, and you never told me." Petunia scoffed. "Of course we knew, my perfect sister being who she was. My mother and father were so proud the day she got in. We've got a witch in the family. Isn't it wonderful? I was the only one to see her for what she was, a freak," she sneered, Harry getting more upset while Hagrid glared at her. "And then she met that Potter, ND, then she had you, and I knew you would be the same. Strange, just as abnormal, and then she went and got herself blown up. Now we are stuck with you," she stated. Harry frowned. "Blown up? You told me my parents died in a car crash." He spoke. "A car crash? A car crash killed Lily and James Potter." Hagrid half yelled in disbelief at the lie they told. Dudley sneaked by the group and began to dig into the cake. "We had to say something," Petunia retorted. "It's an outrage. It's a scandal," Hagrid shouted. "He won't be going," Vernon stated. "Oh, and I suppose a great muggle like you is going to stop him now, are you?" he said. "Muggle?" Harry asked. "Non-magic folk. This boy has had his name down ever since he was born. He'll be going to the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world, and he'll be under the finest headmaster that Hogwarts has ever seen, Albus Dumbledore," he stated proudly. "I will not pay to have some crackpot old fool teach him magic tricks," Vernon shouted. Hagrid pointed his umbrella at the muggle. "Never insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me," he said, until he noticed Dudley pigging out on Harry's cake. He pointed his umbrella wand at the boy and shot a spell at him. Dudley then grew a pigtail out of his ass, causing the family except Harry, who was laughing at the scene, to panic. "Harry, I appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone at Hogwarts about that." "Strictly speaking, I'm not allowed to do magic around muggles," he said. Harry nodded. Hagrid pulled out a pocket watch. "Oh, we're a bit behind schedule," he said, walking to the door and letting it tumble on the floor. He turned to Harry. "Unless you're planning on staying," he said, walking out. Harry turned to the panicking family before grabbing his jacket and following Hagrid. The half-giant sat on a motorbike with a sidecar attached to it. He turned to see Harry running towards him. "Nice of you to join me," he said, giving him a helmet. The bolt-scared boy sat on the sidecar. We're going to be making a quick stop, Harry. We're picking up another wizard, Hagrid told the boy, who was surprised. Another wizard? Hagrid nodded. Assuming he shows up, that is, the groundskeeper stated, revving up the motorbike. Hang on, he stated as it took off into the sky, surprising the 11-year-old. With Naruto 5 days later, the blonde 10-year-old sat by a riverbed as he breathed in and out, attempting to catch his breath. He ran for 5 days straight, only rarely stopping for breaks. In a nearby tree, the horned owl perched itself on a branch. It pecked its wings, trying to clean them. The blonde's stomach growled loudly. He was hungry and there wasn't any berry bushes or fruit trees around. He got up and looked at the owl. It turned its head before flapping away, with the blonde following. An hour later, Naruto arrived at a village that one could say was on its way to poverty. He continued to follow the owl until they arrived at the harbor. Naruto sat down on the sand as he saw the owl take off out into the ocean. The blonde watched the bird's retreating self before falling on his back and into sleep. Half an hour later, the whiskered blonde was woken up by the sound of children, who were yelling by the way. He got up and shook the sand off his body. As he walked along the pier, he noticed a group of kids hanging around the harbor. To his shock, the kids threw a puppy into the waters and were about to throw in a kid about 5 years younger than him. Hey, leave him alone, Naruto yelled, getting their attention. And if we don't, one said. Then you'll have me to deal with, Naruto retorted. The group of kids then smirked and tossed the kid in anyway. Naruto ran towards the group. Get him, the leader ordered. Naruto maneuvered around them and punched the leader in the face, breaking his nose in the process. The blonde jumped in the water as kid cried over his damaged nose. Naruto dog paddled underwater as he grabbed the kid's shirt and the small puppy, and using all his strength to swim to the surface. In a large splash, Naruto gasped for air and held onto one of the support poles in the pier. He took a moment to catch his breath, also to notice the kids running away. The blonde swam to shore with the kid and puppy in his arms and collapsed on his back. Several minutes later, Naruto got back up and walked away, leaving the 5-year-old and his pet on the beach, as an older man approached. 2 days later, Naruto was waiting patiently by the docks. According to the letter, his escort should have been there by now. The past 2 days he had stolen fish from Harem and roasted them with the old rock click technique. He only took enough to stay alive. His thoughts broke as he heard a loud rattling sound. He looked up to see a strange machine coming towards him. As it came closer, Naruto took the chance to examine the people riding it. The driver was a large man with black hair and beard that covered most of his face. The other was a kid his age, wearing glasses. Both wore strange clothing. The motorbike landed on the beach and the large man got off. He waved at him. Naruto assumed this man was his escort. "Hello there, young man, you wouldn't happen to be Uzumaki Naruto now, would you?" he asked. "I am," the blonde responded. "My name is Rubius Hagrid, but you can call me Hagrid. I assume you know what you are?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "Hi, well, I think I do," Hagrid smiled. "Well, doesn't matter. You're here and that's all that counts. Now climb aboard. The sidecar should fit both of you," he said. Naruto walked over to the brown-haired boy. "Hi, name's Naruto Uzumaki, what's yours?" he asked, holding out his hand. "Harry Potter," the boy replied, shaking hands with the foreign wizard. Harry moved over, letting the blonde sit next to him. "Did you say your goodbyes to your family?" Hagrid asked. Naruto looked down. "I don't have a family, I'm an orphan," he replied. Hagrid turned to the blonde. "Sorry, it's all right, I'm used to it," he said. Hagrid nodded. "Hold on, you two. We are slightly behind schedule, so I'm going to have to speed up a little," the half-giant stated. The two wizards nodded as the motorbike sparked to life and took off at unimaginable speeds. London 3 hours later. Flying high above the clouds, Naruto peeked over his side of the car. Over 3 hours of nothing but ocean waters, they have reached land. "Sugoi. Naruto stated as he saw the city before him. "It's London," Harry said, also amazed. Hagrid chuckled. As they flew around, Naruto looked around at the scenery. He'd never seen buildings like the ones there, as well as the cars, the type clothes people wore, etc. "What's the matter, Naruto? You don't have things like these back home?" Harry asked. The blonde shook his head. "Naruto is from a place that's inhabited by ninja. Their technology isn't as advanced as ours yet," Hagrid replied, before they landed in an alleyway. The Leaky Cauldron. Naruto, Harry, and Hagrid walked into the pub, and both first years confusion. Just about everyone had greeted Harry like he was a celebrity. Naruto asked Hagrid what the fuss was about. He told them that it was because of an incident that occurred back when a dark wizard was alive. Hagrid promised he would explain everything, seeing as how both he and Harry have never heard of the wizarding world. "All right, you two in here," Hagrid stated. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "An empty room," he said in a deadpan tone. "Looks can be deceiving," Hagrid stated, as he tapped several bricks with his umbrella. The two wizards gasped as the bricks began to open up and reveal a doorway. "Sugoi amazing." The two proclaimed, "Well kids, welcome to Diagon Alley," Hagrid proclaimed, as the door revealed a large area. Many people or wizards filled the streets along with many shops. "Well you two, do you have your lists?" Hagrid asked, the two pulling out their letters. Hagrid," Harry spoke, "how exactly are we supposed to pay for all this?" "We don't have the money," he said. Hagrid chuckled. "Well, there's your money. At Gringotts, the wizard bank, ain't no safer place, not one, well, except for Hogwarts," he said, pointing at the bank. He turned to Naruto. "Don't worry kid. Dumbledore gave me access to his vault," he said, pulling out a key. "Don't worry about your payments," he reassured, getting a nod from the blonde. Naruto placed a hand on Harry's shoulders. "Well then, let's go," he said enthusiastically as he ran towards the bank. Harry smiled and ran after him. Hey wait you two, I'm not much of a runner," Hagrid stated, chasing after the two. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The three walked along the entrance hall, Hagrid still slightly winded, while Naruto and Harry looked at the strange creatures that were counting up the gold coins. Hagrid," Naruto asked, "what are they, exactly?" Harry wanting to know as well. "They're goblins. Clever as they come, they aren't exactly the most friendly of beasts. Best stay close you two," he warned, as they walked up to a goblin writing in a record book with a feather. "Ahem," Hagrid said, getting the goblin's attention. "Mr. Harry Potter will like to make a withdrawal, and Mr. Uzumaki here will be borrowing a bit from Dumbledore," he said. The goblin looked at the two. "Do they have their keys?" he asked, making the two wizards nervous. "Oh, wait a minute, I got it here," Hagrid explained as he searched his pockets, bringing out 2 keys and 2 letters. "This here little devil explains the withdraw, and this one," he motioned, in a red stamp said, "Top secret. It's about you know what in vault, you know which," he said, making the goblin wide-eyed. "Very well," he exclaimed. "Gringotts vaults." The three, along with an employee, rode the cart into the vaults and did a 3-way stop. The first one was at Harry's vault. Both wizards bug eyes at the amount Harry had stored. "Didn't think your mom and dad would leave you with nothing now, did ya?" Hagrid said. Naruto felt envious towards Harry, even though he never met his parents. At least he knew who they were and that they left him with something. Back in Konoha, the villagers would always say that his parents abandoned and never loved him. He really hoped that wasn't the case. The second stop was at Dumbledore's vault. It should be an understatement to say that the vault was literally overflowed with gold. Sadly, it wasn't Naruto's, so he only took enough for his required items and some extra 100 galleons in case there was something else he wanted. The blonde would make sure to open up an account and start saving when he could. The third and final room was a mystery to both wizards. Inside the vault was a single yet small wrapped up item. Hagrid and told the two never to mention the item to anyone. The two agreed but only wondered what it was. "Well, we got your currency. Now let's start shopping, shall we?" Hagrid announced. "Right," Harry said happily. "Hey, you guys mind if I shop by myself?" Naruto asked, surprising the two. "I just want to explore is all," he said. "No worries, meet us back at the Leaky Cauldron before dark," Hagrid said. Naruto nodded and ran off. "Well, let's go, Harry," he said. The boy nodded and walked alongside the half-giant to their first shop. With Naruto, the blonde wizard made his way around the area, looking through different store windows, examining what they sold. "Whoa, Luki. Here, it's the new Nimbus 2000, a kid his age said, as several more eyed the broomstick from the window. As he walked down the street, he noticed several girls eyeing him. As he turned to them, they giggled and turned away, leaving him confused. "Are those whiskers real?" one whispered. "He's adorable," another cooed. The 10-year-old continued walking around until he came to a shop known as Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions. He quickly entered and his jaw nearly dropped by the amount of students there for their clothings. "Excuse me, can I help you with something?" Naruto turned his head to see an elderly woman smiling at him. Hi, I'd like to buy 3 robes, he said. "Is it your first year?" she asked, receiving a nod. "Well then follow me to the dressing room," she said, leading him towards a small room with a curtain. "Stand straight, arms apart, let's take your measurements," she said before taking a long leather strand with numbers on them. "Okay, let's see here, 4'9" and arm length 11 inches, foot size 4. "Alrighty then, sit tight, I will be right back," she said, heading into the back room. Naruto waited patiently for the woman to return. Minutes later she arrived with 3 pairs of black robes and boots. "Okay then. Try one on," she said, handing over a robe in which the blonde took and walked into the dressing room. Seconds later, Naruto opened the curtain revealing his worn robe and boots. Him still wearing the black shirt he wore before he arrived in London. "It fits perfectly," he said, getting a smile and a small clap from the woman. "Alright then, tell me what's your name?" she asked. "Naruto," he said. The woman pulled out her wand and weaved it. To his surprise, a needle and thread levitated and began to sew his name into the robes. "Let me pack these up for you, will there be anything else?" she asked as she brought out a bag. "Do you sell winter cloaks as well?" the 10-year-old asked. The woman nodded. "Ah, yes, I will be right back," she said, heading back into the room. Naruto took the time to look around the store. Many students have already purchased their clothing, so there was no need to worry about waiting in line. He turned and went wide-eyed as he saw a floating mannequin head by the window. "I got your cloak, will that be all?" she said, placing a coat the same size as the robes in the bag. What is that?" he asked, pointing at the mannequin head. "Oh, that." She walked over to it and pulled out a cloak revealing the rest of the mannequin's body. "This is an invisibility cloak. We rarely get them in," she said, showing the boy the dark gray cloak. "Invisibility," she says. That was all he needed to know. "How much?" he asked, surprising the woman. "Are you sure? These cloaks are pretty pricey," she said. Naruto grinned as he took the bags and cloak to the cashier. The blonde wizard left the shop with a shit-eating grin. Most of the students groaned in disappointment at the chance to get the cloak, as the one the blonde carried just so happened to be the last one. Naruto now had the required items, along with an invisibility cloak, several dress robes, along with a trunk to put it all in. With Harry, the young wizard entered a shop called Potage's Cauldron Shop. "Hello there, what can I help you with?" the man asked. "Yes, I'm here to purchase a standard-size pewter cauldron," the boy said. The man nodded. "First year I." "Don't worry, I got ya covered," he said as he searched the back room before bringing out the cauldron. Harry and Hagrid left the shop with the item. "Next items will be the files, telescopes and scales," he said, looking through the list. I know the place," Hagrid said as he pulled a cart filled with the required books and trunk with his clothing. With Naruto walked down the street pulling a similar cart. He was thankful that a wizard had given him it, otherwise he'd have to carry a trunks full of clothing along with the other items he had to purchase. "Okay, let's see here, clothing, check, cauldron, check, books, nope," he said before reading the sign to a shop, Flourish and Blots, with the sign shaped like a red officer's badge with 2 quills side by side. "Never mind," he said, walking in with his stuff. Once again the store was filled with students wanting to get their supplies, and employees handling their purchases while helping customers. "What can I help you with, young man?" The whiskered blonde turned to the employee. "Yes, I'd like the following items," he said, showing him the list of books. First-year books, follow me," he said. Naruto followed the man to tea. He counter as he pulled out 2 large packages. "We kind of expect what most students are looking for, so we prepare them," he said, adding up the price. Naruto paid the amount and was about to leave when he crashed into someone. "Itai," he said, rubbing his head. He turned to see a downed girl with curly brown hair in casual clothing doing the same. He blushed slightly and helped her up. Sorry about that," he said, picking up her books. No, it's my fault, I should have been paying more attention," she said, taking the books from the blonde's hand. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Are you a first year too?" he asked. The girl nodded. It's also my first time here Diagon Alley, she said. Naruto saw the look in her face, she was lost. Well, I can help you if you'd like, he offered. She smiled. Thanks, I appreciate that, she said. The blonde held out his hand. I'm Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. The girl shook it. Hermione Granger, she said as the two left the shop. With Harry. No, defanatl, why not? An old man stated as he headed back into the room. Harry slowly and cautiously placed the wand in his hand on the counter. So far he had only tried 2 wands and it already caused a few damages to the shop. Well, not like the old man. Ollivander didn't mind much, seeing as how most wands vandalize his shop before the wizards find the right wand. I wonder, the wand maker said to himself as he held a box in his hand. He looked back and carried it towards Harry. 11 inches Holly Phoenix Feather Core, he said, handing over the wand. Harry grasped the wand and felt the magical energy coursing through him. Ollivander noticed the air in the room picked up slightly. Curious, very curious, he said. Sorry, but what's curious? Harry asked. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter, and it just so happens that the phoenix whose feather resides in your wand gave another feather just one. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar, he said as he pointed to the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead. The boy's eyes widened in shock. And who owned that wand? He asked. Ollivander grimaced. We do not speak his name. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. It's not always clear why, but I think it is clear that we can expect great things from you, he said as he got closer to the boy. And he who must not be named. Did great things, terrible but great, he said as he placed the wand in the box and handed it over to the boy. Harry purchased the wand and heard the window tap. He turned to see Hagrid. Hey, Harry. Got you a little something, he said, holding up a caged snowy owl. Harry smiled and left the shop. With Naruto. So are you here by yourself? The blonde asked. Hermione shook her head. I'm here with my mum. She went to get my clothes, she said. Naruto nodded and a certain shop caught his attention. Magical Menagerie. It was a pet shop. Naruto smiled and walked into the shop, Hermione following behind. Sugoi, he proclaimed as he saw the various animals around the shop. What are you getting? He asked Hermione. The girl looked around the shop. I don't know, let's look around. We'll find something, she said as she walked off. Naruto left his and Hermione's belongings by the cashier and began to look around. The blonde looked at several animals: cats, toads, rabbits, fire crabs, spiders, turtles, dogs, etc. The snakes really didn't like him as they all bared their fangs at him. He continued around the bird section, seeing toucans, hornbills, hawks, owls, and eagles. He soon came across a falcon perched on a fake branch. It eyed him carefully before it took off towards him. As it flew to him, a light glimmer shined on its wings, which did not go unnoticed by the blonde. The falcon landed on the Naruto's shoulder. It eyed him carefully before rubbing its head against him. Naruto laughed. So you want me as your owner, huh? Alright then, let's go, he said. Naruto picked out a cage and some bird seeds and dried meat chunks, seeing as it was a bird of prey. He met Hermione at the cashier, who was holding half-Kneasel cat. Goodness, never thought I'd sell that one, the cashier stated, surprising the two. Why's that? Naruto asked. That there is a silver-winged falcon, extremely rare to come by. Their feathers are made of pure silver and are worth several galleons if sold, he said. Now there was a number of students who wanted it as well. Thing is that whenever they got close it would act violently towards them. How you were able to do it is beyond me, he said, bringing up the prices. The two paid for their pets and left the shop. So what are you gonna name yours? Naruto asked. Hermione pondered for a bit. I'm going to name you Crookshanks, she said, petting the cat and getting a purr in return. What about you? Naruto stroked the falcon's wing. I'm going to name him Sora, he said. The falcon flapped its wings in agreement. Hermione tilts her head in confusion. It means sky, he responded, getting a nod from the brunette. So what's next? He asked. Hermione brought up her list. I need to get a wand first, then get the files and scales, she said. Alright then. Let's go, he said as he pulled his cart. Hermione carried her books and new pet as she followed the blonde. Ollivander's wand shop. Naruto and Hermione walked into the shop and instantly noticed the mess it was in. Wand shelves were knocked over and a flower pot is broken on the floor. What happened here? They asked themselves. Ollivander walked out from around the corner holding a broom and dustpan. Ah, sorry about the mess. Using a wand tends to leave the place a little messy, he said as he brought out his own wand. He weaved it in the broom and dustpan swept up the broken pot. Now what are your names? Ollivander asked. Hermione Granger, Naruto Uzumaki. Never heard of either of you or your parents' muggles. Perhaps, he asked. Hermione nodded her head. Yes, my parents are muggles but they're magically aware, she said while Naruto shrugged. I never knew my parents, don't know if they were wizards or muggles, he replied. Ah, I see. Well, don't worry, not every Zard is born with parents with the same magical ability. Now then, allow me to find your wand, Ms. Granger. Let's start with you, he said as he went through several wand boxes. Seconds later he walked back with an 8-inch box. Here we go. 8 inches, rosewood, Vila's hair core, he said handing over the wooden stick. She weaved it and caused a nearby lamp to fly up and crash into the ceiling. Apparently not, he said heading back for another. They waited for about 20 minutes before he came back with a light-colored box. Give this a try. 10 inches, vine wood, dragon heartstring core, H. Hermione grasped it and felt the wind pick up slightly as the magical energy engulfed her. Ollivander chuckled. It seems you've found your wand, Ms. Granger, he said. Hermione smiled and paid for her wand. Hermione said. Girl turned. Mum, are you ready to go? I've got you everything you need, she said. Hermione nodded. I'll see you tomorrow at the station, Naruto, she said waving goodbye. Naruto waved back before turning his attention to the old wand maker. Now for you, Mr. Uzumaki, he said bringing out a box. 2 hours later, both Naruto and Ollivander had their heads smashed against the counter, both crying anime tears. They had used nearly every wand in the store and couldn't find the right one. Sora, who was perched on top of Naruto's belonging and sweat dropped at the scene. How is his possible? Ollivander stated in disbelief. Not once has a wizard been rejected by so many wands. I'll look around the back, hopefully we'll find one, he said limping to the back room. Okay, Naruto muttered weakly. Ollivander searched the back room until his eyes laid upon a black wand box with a lock on it. He picked it up. Could it be? Is he the one destined for this wand? He asked himself. He gulped, only hoping that the blonde wizard was its destined one. Naruto looked up from the counter as Ollivander walked towards him. He pulled open a drawer and brought out a key in which he unlocked the box with. Here, try this one. Naruto could hear the nervousness in the man's voice. 13 inches ebony wood dementor bone core, he said, handing over the black, red leather-strapped wand. Naruto slowly took the wand and felt the magical energy course through him. Every item in the store levitated off the ground before dropping down. Curious, Ollivander said, just like Mr. Potter. Naruto looked at the man. Nani? The old wand maker turned to him. That wand, Mr. Uzumaki, is possibly the most dangerous wand I've ever made. The core used was made from the bones of a dementor, he said. What's a dementor? A dementor is one of the most foul creatures that inhabit our world. They feed off human happiness, eating away every last memory with the emotion. If stayed around them too long, the why will eventually suck out your soul and turning you into an empty husk, he said with worry. Naruto grew nervous. How were you able to get it? He asked. The black market. Listen, Mr. Uzumaki, the reason why this wand is so dangerous is because it only chooses one wielder and no other. If anyone that isn't its chosen one attempts to wield it, they suffer the same effect they would against a dementor, he said. Shocking the blonde wizard as he looked at his wand. Ollivander smiled. I always thought that wand was my biggest mistake, yet here it with its proper wielder, he said. A moment of silence. Keep the wand, he said. Surprising Naruto. Free of charge, just keep it, he said with a smile. Naruto brightened up. Arigato, he said with a bow before taking the box and leaving the store with his stuff. I know both you and Mr. Potter will do great things, Ollivander said to himself before turning to large mess that was once his shop. Like this, for example, he said in a deadpan tone. The Leaky Cauldron, 8:15 p.m. Naruto. Harry, and Hagrid sat on a table eating away some stew. Naruto was talking with Hagrid about all the neat things he saw while feeding Sora small chunks of meat. Hagrid noticed Harry making circles in his stew with his spoon. "You all right, Harry? You seem very quiet," Hagrid asked. Naruto turned to his glasses-wearing friend. "He killed my parents, didn't he? The one who gave me this," Harry spoke, touching his scar. Naruto gasped slightly. "You know, Hagrid, I know you do," he said, both wizards turning to the groundskeeper. Hagrid sighed and pushed his bowl away. "First, and understand this, you two. 'Cause it's very important. Not all wizards are good, some of them go bad. A few years ago there was this one wizard who went as bad as you can go, and his name was versus his name was versus." Hagrid shuddered at the mere mention of the wizard's name. "Why don't you write it down?" Naruto asked. Hagrid shook his head. "No, I can't spell it all right. His name was Voldemort," he whispered. "Voldemort." The two repeated a little loudly, but not enough to get people's attention. "Shish," Hagrid said. The two looked around to see if anyone had heard, thankfully not. "It was dark times, you two, dark times." Flashback. A black-cloaked man walked along a path towards a house and used his wand to enter. Voldemort started gather up some followers, brought him over to the dark side. Anyone stood up to him ended up dead. Your parents fought against him, but nobody lived once he decided to kill him. The cloaked man points his wand, Avada Kedavra. A green spell fire. D from his wand and hits a woman, making her scream in pain before dropping to the floor dead. "Nobody, not one, except you," Hagrid said. End of flashback. "Me? Voldemort tried to kill me?" Harry asked in disbelief. Naruto was shocked as well. "Yes, that ain't no ordinary cut on your forehead, Harry. A mark like that only comes from being touched by a curse, and an evil curse at that," Hagrid explained. "What happened to Vo you know who?" Harry asked. Hagrid just looked outside the window and out into the dead of night. "Some say he died, Codswallop, in my opinion. Nope, I reckon he's out there still, too tired to go on. But one thing's absolutely certain," he said, getting the boys' attention. "Something about you stumped him that night. That's why you're famous, Harry. That's why everybody knows your name. You're the boy who lived," Hagrid stated. Naruto no understood why. Harry survived as a child against one of the most powerful wizards in the world, but there was something about that mad him wonder why this Voldemort would want to kill Harry in the first place. Train station, 7:20 a.m. Naruto looked upon the locomotive with star eyes. "Sugoi!" he yelled. "Come now, Naruto, don't want to be late now, do you?" Hagrid said. The blonde then pushed his cart towards Harry and his cart. Minutes later, they arrived at a platform. Hagrid pulled out his pocket watch. "Blimey, is that the time?" "Sorry, you two, I'm gonna have to leave ya. Dumbledore'll be wanting his he'll be wanting to see me. Now, your train leaves in 10 minutes, he said, reaching into his pocket and bringing out 2 golden slips. "Here are your tickets, stick to 'em, it's very important you two, stick to your ticket," he said. Harry looked at the platform number, platform 9 3/4. "But Hagrid, there's some mistake. This is platform 9 3/4, there's no such thing," Harry said. Naruto looked at his to show the same number. The two were confused. "Is there?" Naruto asked, only to find that Hagrid was gone. The two wizards pushed their respected carts down the lane between the trains. Harry stopped to ask a man for directions. "Excuse me, sir. Can you tell us where we might find platform 9 3/4? He asked. The train master looked at the kid as if he'd grown a second head. 9 3/4? Think you're being funny, do ya?" he said before walking away. Both wizards sighed. "Hey Harry, look." Naruto pointed to a group with the same cart and items as them. "It's the same year after year, always packed with muggles, of course," said the woman of the group. "Muggles." The two looked at each other. "Come on, platform 9 3/4 this way." The two shared a look and followed the group. They walked around the corner to see a red-haired boy run towards a brick wall. To their surprise, he passed right through it. "Fred, you next," the woman said. "He's not Fred, I am," the one of the twins stated. "Honestly, woman, you call yourself our mother," said woman sighed. "Sorry, George." She motioned for him to go. The redhead got in position. "I'm only joking. I am Fred," he said before rushing through the wall with the twin following shortly after. Naruto and Harry looked at each other. Excuse me, could you tell us how to?" Naruto asked, pointing at the wall. "How to get to the platform?" "Yes, not to worry, dear, it's Ron's first time to Hogwarts as well," the woman said. The red-haired boy smiles at the duo. Harry notices the girl of the group and blushes. "Now all you have to do is walk straight into the wall between platform 9 and 10 inches, she said. Naruto got into position. "Best do it at a run if you're nervous." Naruto nodded and turned to Harry. "See you on the other side," he said as he ran towards the wall and passed through it. Harry got into position. "Good luck," he heard the girl said. Harry once again blushes before running towards the wall as well. "Oi, Harry, you can open your eyes now," he heard Naruto say. Opening his eyes, he saw a large black and red 460 steam engine train. The two heard the train whistle. "Better hurry up," Naruto said as the two hurried aboard the train, but not before leaving their luggage to the employers. The train let out a whistle before its wheels began to turn. The students waved goodbye to their parents as the train took off. 10 minutes later, Naruto and Harry sat in their compartment looking outside the window. "Never thought I'd be so far away from home," the blonde said. Harry looked at him. "What was your home like?" he asked. The blonde shook his head. "I was different than the rest. I'm not sure if they knew I was a wizard or if it was for another reason, but for as long as I can remember, my life was filled with nothing but pain. Nearly every day of my life I had to fight to survive," he said, Harry listening carefully. "When I was 5, they kicked me out of the orphanage. I don't know what I did. They just didn't like me." "Nobody did," he said. Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. He knew he could relate. His guardians didn't like him either. "Don't worry about it, Naruto. We'll be friends no matter what," he said. Naruto smiled and nodded. Several minutes passed and the red-headed boy they met at the station opened the door. "Excuse me, do you mind? Everywhere else is full," he asked. "No, not at all," Naruto said, moving over and letting him sit next to him. "Thanks," he said. The two nodded. "I'm Ron, by the way, Ron Weasley," he introduced himself. "Naruto Uzumaki." He shook hands with him. "Harry Potter," the glasses-wearing wizard introduced himself, making Ron go wide-eyed. So it's true. I mean, do you really have the," he stuttered. "The what?" "The scar," Ron whispered. "Oh, yeah," Harry responded by lifting the bangs of hair up and revealing the lightning bolt scar. "Wicked." Ron stared. Several minutes of talking. A small cart filled with sweets rolled up. "Anything off the trolley, dears?" the woman asked. "No thanks, I'm all set," Ron said, bringing up a half-mushed sandwich from his jacket. Naruto and Harry deadpanned a bit before taking out several galleons from their pockets. "We'll take the lot," Harry said. "Whoa," Ron sputtered at the amount they had. Time passed as the three continued talking about what they think they would expect at Hogwarts. Ron, being an expert in food, explained what kind of sweets they were eating. His rat Scabbers had a chocolate box over his head. Naruto opened up a small box with multicolored jelly beans inside. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He read. "They mean every flavor. There's chocolate and peppermint, and there's also spinach, liver, and tripe." George swore he got a bogey-flavored one once, Ron said. Naruto stopped eating after the explanation and spit out the bean in his mouth. Harry picked up a golden blue package. "These aren't real chocolate frogs, are they?" he asked. "It's only a spell. Besides, it's the cards you want. Each pack's got a famous witch or wizard. I got about 500 myself," he said. Harry opened the box, revealing a chocolate frog which, to their surprise, head onto the glass window before jumping out through the opening. "That, rotten luck. They've only got one good jump in them to begin with," Ron stated. Naruto picked out his own chocolate frog. He ate it before it could jump. Nuts and caramel," he said. "Hey, I've got Dumbledore," Harry pronounced while looking at the holographic image of the headmaster. Naruto looked at his card. It showed a dark-skinned man wearing a regal-like violet outfit. "Who's he?" the blonde asked. Ron looked over at his card. "Oh, that's Kingsley Shacklebot. He's a wizard that works for the Ministry of Magic," he explained. Harry took a look at Naruto's card before turning back to his. "Hey, he's gone," he said as Dumbledore's image disappeared. "Well, you can't expect him to hang around all day, can you?" Ron said. Harry and Naruto put their cards to the side and continued eating. Naruto moved his hand away when Ron's rat popped out of a bag. "This is Scabbers, by the way. Pitiful, isn't he?" Ron stated while looking at his pet. "A little," the other two wizards responded. "Fred gave me a spell to turn him yellow. Want to see?" "Yeah," Naruto and Harry shouted in excitement. Ron pulls out his wand and clears his throat. "Okay. Let's do this." As he was about to start the enchantment, the door opened. "Hey, has anyone see a toad?" A boy named Neville lost one, a familiar girl asked. "Hermione." Naruto stated, jumping up and hugging the girl. "Naruto, where were you? I couldn't find you at the platform," she asked. "We got there a little late. Sorry about that," he said. Hermione nodded, then noticed Ron with his wand out. "Oh, you're doing magic. Let's see then." She motioned him to start. Ron once again cleared his throat. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow," he said, zapping Scabbers, who let out a squeak. Nothing happened. Every just stared with a deadpan expression. Was that supposed to happen?" Naruto asked. "Are you sure that's a real spell? It's not very good, is it?" "Of course, I've only tried a few simple spells myself and they've all worked for me. For example," she says as she sat down right across from Harry and pointed her wand at him. "Oculus Reparo," she said. In a small flash, the battered noseband from Harry's glasses was repaired instantly. Harry takes them off and examines them. "That's better, isn't it?" "Holy cricket, you're Harry Potter. I'm Hermione Granger and you are?" she asks. "Ron Weasley," he replies with his mouth full, "and I'm Naruto." The blonde points to himself. "Naruto, we've already met," she states. "I know, I just didn't want to feel left out," he said, making them all sweat drop. "Well, you three better change into your robes. I expect we'll arrive soon," she said as she left the compartment. "Oh, and Naruto, you've got so me chocolate on your lip," she says, licking her thumb and wiping it off before leaving. Naruto blushed madly and noticed the looks the other two were giving him. "Don't say a word," he said. Hogwarts Station. 10 minutes later. The train lets out a whistle as it comes to a complete stop. Minutes later, the students begin to exit the locomotive. Naruto, Harry, and Ron exit the train, now wearing their school robes, and notice the half-giant walking alongside with a lantern. Right then. "First years. This way, please. Come on now, don't be shy. Hurry up," Hagrid pronounced. The trio walks up to him. "Hello, Harry, Naruto," he said. "Hey, Hagrid," they said casually. Ron stared in awe at the half-giant. "Hoa!" Ron stated. "Right then. This way to the boats. Come on now, follow me," he said. "What about our luggage?" Naruto asked. "Don't worry about that. They'll be in your rooms by the end of the day," he said, reassuring him. Naruto nodded and hurried up to the boats along with Harry and Ron. Moments later, several boats are found plugging across a vast lake. Harry and Ron in a boat, while Naruto paired up with Hermione. They looked up ahead to see a huge castle in the distance. Everyone stared in awe. "Sugoi wicked," both Ron and Naruto stated. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Hiruzen sat in his office staring coldly at the people in the streets. He had pronounced Naruto dead and everyone was celebrating. "The fools," he muttered angrily. Just then the door busted open. "Hokage-sama." A doctor rushed in. "What is it?" he asked. "She's awake," he stated. Hiruzen went wide-eyed and left the room with the doctor trailing behind him. Konoha Hospital. The nurses kept their distance as a fiery red-haired woman sat up from her bed. Hiruzen rushed in and gulped. "Hiruzen," she said. "Kakashina, how are you doing?" he asked. "Where is he?" she asked. Hiruzen closed his eyes in grimace. "Hiruzen, where is my baby?" she yelled. "People have been wanting me to for a while now. I think it was because of how well I wrote Konoha's Dovahkiin, not entirely sure. Anyway, I'm sorry it wasn't on the list of possible crossovers. I forgot about that, so yeah, my bad. Anyway, several things I want to point out. Unlike most Naruto x Harry Potter crossovers, I will try to mix it up a bit with both the film and a bit of my imagination for it, such as using the Dementor bone for the wand core and giving Naruto a silver-winged falcon as a pet. I've read a story once where he got a phoenix as a pet, and the reason I didn't give him one, well, it just seemed like something that most people would do. Third thing I want to talk about, my Naruto. Sequel, well, I won't be writing it, but I will instead rewrite the original. There will be less women in the harem, so sorry for wasting your votes. Naruto will remain godlike but will have less bloodlines and will be using more of the black light virus, so look forward to it. As for my Devil Among Shinobi story, I am currently revising it at the moment, just fixing grammar and such, and before I forget, the harem, I'm changing the harem in the story. It will now be composed of Merry Lady, Satsuki, Femme, Haku, Mei, and Samui, no changing it afterwards. Talking. Flashback. Flashback. Thoughts. Single quote. Action. Spell. Chapter 2. First month of school. Hiruzen Sarutobi was literally sweating bullets at the sheer amount of killing intent Kushina was giving off. The nurses and doctors were either passed out or on their knees. I won't ask again, Sarutobi, where is my baby? She sneered. Kushina, we don't know, he said. The redhead looked at the aging Hokage in shock. What do you mean you don't know? She demanded. Hiruzen gulped. 3 weeks ago I left the village on a political meeting to form an alliance between us and Kumo. When I returned, a portion of the village was leveled down. Most of our forces are now hospitalized, he said. Kushina, however, didn't give two shits about them. Does it look like I care about what happened to the village? Get to the point already. She growled. Kushina, reports say that it was Naruto that caused it. This got Kushina's attention. What? I don't know. We've interrogated most of the villagers, but no one would give us an actual answer, Kushina. We've searched everywhere, every square inch of this village and every area around the borders to Fire Country. We've searched other villages. No one has seen Naruto, he said, making Kushina wide-eye in shock. We couldn't find him, so I pronounced him dead, he said, closing his eyes, not wanting to meet Kushina. The redhead was livid. Moments of silence passed by, and Hiruzen gathered enough courage to open his eyes. He saw Kushina crying silently. My Sochi. She held herself, attempting to hold in her tears but failed to do so. I'm sorry, Hiruzen spoke sadly. Kushina sobs for several seconds more before wiping her tears away. Hiruzen, tell me, how does the village treat my Sochi? She asked. At this, Hiruzen gulped audibly. He ordered one of the nurses to retrieve Naruto's medical history. Kushina, I'm already certain that you already know the answer to that question, he said, Kushina gritting her teeth. Moments later, the nurse returned with a rather full folder. The red-haired woman flipped through the pages, her anger building to unimaginable levels. Hiruzen was on his knees by the pressure of the growing killing intent. The nurses were knocked unconscious. And every other civilian and shinobi that was celebrating were on the ground, finding it hard to breathe. Hiruzen, how long till I get out? She asked. No, demanded. Kushina, don't do anything you'll regret, he said. Still on his knees. I know I won't regret what I'm about to do to you for allowing those monsters to harm my Sochi. She snarled. Hiruzen gulped. Doctor? He asked. The now barely conscious physician. Oh, 1 month minimum, he stuttered. Hogwarts, 8 p.m. Naruto, along with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, ran upstairs with the rest of the students. They were all stopped by an elder teacher. Professor McGonagall. She looked upon them with a smile. Welcome to Hogwarts. Now in a few moments you will pass through these doors and join your classmates, but before you take your seats you must be sorted into your houses, she said. Naruto and his group looked amongst each other before turning their attention to the teacher. They are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Now while you are here, your house will be like your family. Your triumphs will earn you house points, any rule breaking and you will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, she explained. Naruto understood the concepts. It's almost like the academy, however unlike back in Konoha. If he screws up he brings down the whole team. Looks like he'll have to cut back on his pranking. A scared-looking boy just behind Ron and Harry spots his toad by the teacher's feet and rushes forward. Trevor, he said, picking up his pet, McGonagall. All stares down on him with a raised eyebrow. Sorry, he said as he backed away. McGonagall shook her head. The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily, she said before walking away. Naruto took this time to speak amongst the group. I hope we're all in the same house, he said. There's no telling where we'll end up, but I do hope so as well, Harry said, Ron and Hermione agreeing with him. As then when a boy with slick back blonde hair spoke up. It's true then, what they're saying on the train, Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts, he said. The students heard him and began to whisper amongst themselves. This is Crabbe and Goyle, he said, pointing to the two other boys by his side. And I'm Draco Malfoy, he said, then frowned when he heard Ron snicker. Think my name is funny to you? No need to ask yours. Red hair and a hand-me-down robe, you must be a Weasley. We'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others. Potter, don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you, he said as he held out his hand. Naruto, Ron, and Hermione glared at the slick-back blonde. I think I can tell who the wrong sort is for myself, thanks, Harry responded with a frown of his own. Draco glares back before McGonagall returns and smacks him on the shoulder with a rolled-up paper. Draco retreats back to his group with a one last glare. McGonagall turns to every student. We are ready for you now, she said as the doors open. The professor leads everyone through Great Hall. Naruto and his group looked around in awe. There were 4 long tables for each respected house with many students already seated, as well as floating candles, and the roof itself appeared to be the night sky. Check out the ceiling, Harry said. It's not real, it's just bewitched to look like the night sky. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history, Hermione explained. McGonagall motioned for the students to stop. All right, will you wait along here please? Now, before we begin, Professor Dumbledore would like to say a few words, she said before moving to the side. An elderly man with a long white-gray beard, with glasses and a maroon-colored robe stood up from his seat. I have a few start-of-term notices I wish to announce. The first years, please note that the Dark Forest is strictly forbidden to all students, also our caretaker, Mr. Filch, he motioned to a ragged old man holding a red-eyed cat, has asked me to remind you that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Thank you, he said before sitting down. Naruto and his group were slightly shaken. How could he say that so casually, the blonde thought. McGonagall walked back to the group with a stool, scroll, and an odd wizard's hat. When I call your name, you will come forth. I shall place the sorting hat over your head and you will be sorted into your houses, she said as she opened the rather long scroll. Hermione Granger, she called out, said, which was surprised. She didn't think she'd be the first on the list. Okay, relax, she told herself. Mental that one, I'm telling you, Ron said. Naruto punched him lightly on the shoulder. Ron rubs his shoulder. What? He asked, confused by the blonde's actions. Hermione sits on the stool as McGonagall places the hat on her head. To their surprise, it started speaking. Ah, right then, right, okay, Gryffindor. It shouted. Every house began to clap for the newest member of Gryffindor. Hermione jumps off the stool with a smile as she walked over to her respected house and sat down. Draco Malfoy, McGonagall called out. Draco saunters up to the stool proudly. The tattered hat looked down with an expression that said, "Do not want, Slytherin." It shouted before it could be placed on his head. The students applauded as the boy walked over and sat down with his housemates. Susan Bones, the elder teacher, called out. A small red-haired girl walks up nervously, while the sorting hat was making its choice. Harry noticed a black-haired pale teacher looking at him. As he did, his scar began to hurt. Ugh. He placed a hand on his scar. Harry, what is it? Naruto asked. The boy shook off the feeling. Nothing, it's nothing. I'm fine, he said. Naruto as well as Ron narrowed their eyes before turning their attention to the sorting. Let's see, I know Hufflepuff, the hat declared. Everyone cheered as the girl walked to her respected house. Ron Weasley, McGonagall called out. The redhead gulped and walks up to the stool. He turned to his friends. Naruto gave him a thumbs up and Harry a short nod. Ah, another Weasley. I know just where to put you, he said, making the redhead more nervous than he was. Gryffindor. It shouted. Ron sighs in relief, as everyone cheered as Ron took a seat next to Hermione. Naruto Uzumaki, the elder teacher, called out. Naruto took a deep breath. Well, this is it. Wish me luck, he told Harry, who gave him a nod. The blonde walked up to the stool and sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Oh, what is this? I feel something foul within you. I could easily place you in Slytherin, you know, the hat stated. Naruto went wide-eyed. What does he mean by that? He thought. However, That isn't really is it him? I see pain and sorrow bravery, a fine trait, a will that burns like flames him, he said. Nah. Naruto kept his cool as the had made its choice. Decisions, I think Gryffindor. It declared. Naruto sighed in relief that he wasn't placed with that slick blonde, but was still unnerved by what the hat had said about him. Naruto got up from the stool as the houses cheered and applauded. He took a seat between Ron and Hermione. Harry Potter, McGonagall called out. The room went silent as Harry walked up to the stool. The professor places the hat on his head. Difficult, very difficult, plenty of courage I see, not a bad mind either. That's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself, but where to put you? The hat asked itself. Harry closed his eyes. Not Slytherin, he whispered, not Slytherin Are you sure? You could be great, it's all in your head. And Slytherin will help you on your way to greatness, there's no doubt about that, no. It asked. Harry continued to whisper. Not Slytherin anything but, Slytherin, the hat grinned. Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. It declared. Harry smiled, he got to be with his friends. The 11-year-old got off the stool and walked toward the table as everyone cheered. He took a seat next to Ron. 45 minutes of sorting later, McGonagall dings her cup with a fork. Your attention please, she said as she stood from her seat. Dumbledore rose from his own seat. Let the feast begin, he stated. To the newcomers' surprise, foods of all kinds magically appeared on the tables. The halls filled with awe and chatter as the students began to chow down. I knew we'd be in the same house, Naruto said as he ate a chunk of turkey leg. Ron nodded in agreement as he stuffed his face in. Hey Naruto, what did the hat mean when he said you had something inside you? Hermione asked. Harry looked up from his meal as well as Ron. Naruto sat silently and shook his head. I don't know and I don't think I want to, he said. Harry pats his shoulder. He gave the blonde a sad smile in which the blonde returned. Harry then turned to the teacher he saw earlier. Say Percy, who's that teacher talking to Professor Quirrell? He asked. Percy turned to the teachers. Oh, that's Professor Snape, head of the Slytherin house, he responded. What's he teach? Potions, but everyone knows it's dark arts he fancies. He's been after Quirrell's job for years, Percy explains before he continued eating. Naruto and Ron reached for a chicken wing when a ghost head pops out, freaking the two out. Hello, how are you? Welcome to Gryffindor, the ghost said as he flew away. As he did, more ghost come pouring from walls, sailing through the air as they do. Naruto heard a girl shout, look, it's Bloody Baron. He turned to see the same ghost from earlier float near the table. Hello, Sir Nicholas, have a nice summer. Percy asked. Dismal. Once again, my request to join the headless hunt has been denied, the ghost slumped as it floated away. Ron then recognizes him. Hey, I know you. You're nearly headless Nick, the redhead pointed out. Nearly headless. Both Naruto and Harry thought. I prefer Sir Nicholas if you don't mind, the ghost retorted. Nearly headless. How can you be nearly headless? Hermione asked. The ghost turned to the newcomers. Like this, he said before grabbing his head and pulling it to the side. Naruto and his group resisted the urge to gag as the ghost's head hung onto the neck by just a thread. The feast continued for another half an hour before the houses headed to their respected dorms. Naruto, Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked over the staircase as they see the our students walking to their dorms and several staircases switching to another pathway. Keep up, please, and follow me, quickly now, come on, Percy said, as they continued walking up the stairs. Naruto was amazed by the multiple paintings hung against the wall, even more since the ones in the painting could move and talk. Seamus, that picture's moving, Neville stated as he pointed. Look at that one, Harry, Ron said. I think she fancies you, Harry told Ron, who backed away slightly from the painting. Welcome to Hogwarts, a man within a painting said. Naruto and Hermione waved hello before continuing their trek. As the house approached its dorm, they came up to a large painting of a large woman in a pink dress. Password, she asked. Percy nodded. Caput Draconis, he said. The woman nodded and the painting opened up to reveal a gate through the wall. Follow me, everyone, keep up, quickly, come on, Percy said as he entered the dorm with the rest following. Gather round here, Percy said as the students entered with the painting closing behind the last boy. "Welcome to the Gryffindor common room. Boys' dormitories are upstairs and down to your left, girls the same on your right. You'll find your belongings have already been brought up," he said as the students walked towards their gender-based dorms. Naruto found his belongings on his bed, which was in between George and Fred's bed. "Whoa, silver-winged falcon. Nice," George stated as Naruto stroked Sora's neck with his finger, his prank senses tingled as both twins walked past him. The blonde switched to his PJs. ND placed his trunk and belonging at the end of the bed. Before he could drift into sleep, he noticed a piece of paper on his bed. He looked around to see everyone with a similar slip. He opened the note. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Potions 7:45 a.m. 8:30 a.m. Transfiguration 8:50 a.m. 9:40 a.m. Defense against the dark arts 10 a.m. 11:45 a.m. Lunch 11:45 a.m. 12:30 p.m. History of Magic 12:45 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Flying 3:30 p.m. 4:15 p.m. Astronomy Wednesday only 12 a.m. 12:30 a.m. Tuesday Thursday. Potions 7:45 a.m. 8:30 a.m. Herbology 8:50 a.m. 9:40 a.m. Charms 10 a.m. 11:45 a.m. Lunch 11:45 a.m. 12:30 p.m. "Oh, this is my schedule," he said to himself. The blonde placed the note on top of his trunk and placed Sky's cage near the window. He then headed towards the bathroom to brush his teeth before he slumped in his bed and drifted into sleep. The next morning 6:30 a.m. Naruto woke up as Sky nuzzled its beak against his hair. He turned to see the rest of the students getting dressed and proceeded to do the same. Switching from his PJs to his school robes now with red highlights and a Gryffindor emblem on the upper left chest area of the robe. Naruto picked up his schedule along with the required books and headed upstairs with the rest of his classmates. "Ohio, Hermione," he said with a smile. The brunette turned and waved hi. "Where's Harry and Ron?" he asked. "I don't think they've woken up yet," she said as they looked at the stairs. "Well, I'm sure they'll wake up before class starts. Come, we've got plenty of time to study beforehand," the brunette said as she led Naruto to the Great Hall. Great Hall. As would Ost schools, the Great Hall served as both auditorium and cafeteria. Many students sat at their respected tables, eating simple meals like cereal, bacon, eggs, oatmeal, fruit, etc. Naruto and Hermione sat down side by side as they looked over their schedule. "We've got potions first with Professor Snape, so," Naruto said as he pulled out his book along with Hermione, Magical Drafts and Potions. And the two read the contents and took notes in a leather-strapped notebook. Naruto grabbed some eggs and bacon into his plate as he continued to read the contents. So far he was writing down the type of materials used to brew potions, along with what they do and where they're found. Hermione was doing the same as she gulped down a spoonful of cereal. "Hey Hermione, you've got any idea what standard ingredient is?" he asked. She looked down from her book. "Yes, it's a herb, or rather a mixture of herbs with many magical applications and properties that are used as an ingredient," she responded. "Arigato," he said, writing it down for later use. Lord knows they'd most likely ask him about it in class. Naruto continued to take notes. So far he's gotten info on Bazor, a stone-like mass that's taken from the stomach of goats, which act like an antidote for most poisons. Sadly, it doesn't work on everything. Unicorn horns, an ingredient with purification properties that are used to dissolve poisons. Mistletoe berries, which were used for antidotes, though the berries themselves non-toxic. The plant, however, is extremely poisonous and are known to cause intense stomach pains, diarrhea, low pulse, visual disturbances, and convulsion, if eaten. The most disturbing ingredient Naruto studied was a plant called mandrake. It was a plant with a root that took shape of a human baby which screams loudly when unearthed. What made Naruto nervous was the fact that he had to work with these plants the following year in herbology. From what the book says, a mature mandrake can kill any person who hears its scream, though a young one would only knock a person out for several hours. He took notes on its properties, like how the plant was part of the nightshade family, how it was used as a painkiller and sedative in medicine, and that it could be fatal if overdosed. Naruto and Hermione continued for several more minutes until it was time for their first class. Potions class. For the first 10 minutes of class, Professor Snape, the potions instructor, was giving a rundown of what the students would be learning in class. Naruto knew that by the tone of his voice, he was either bored, tired, or had little interest in the class. He also noticed that both Ron and Harry weren't there, either they're late or still asleep. He remembered what Percy said yesterday at the Great Hall, that he wanted to be the instructor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Maybe that was the reason. Everyone, take out your books and turns to page 15, we will begin our lesson, he said, taking up his own book, which was slightly thicker than a student's. Naruto jolted down notes down on several ingredients that were being explained as well. Recipes. Mr. Uzumaki, said Blonde, placed his quill down and turned to the instructor. Would you mind telling the class what shrivelfig is used for? He asked in his usual voice. Naruto nodded. It's a magical plant that was originated in Abyssinia. Skinned, the liquid inside is used as an ingredient for both shrinking solution and the elixir to induce, he replied. You replied rather quickly. Good work, he said. Naruto beamed at the praise he was given. Several minutes passed by and Snape thought it was time for the day's final lesson. Everyone, join with a partner and wait at a station until further instruction, he said. Naruto nudged Hermione, who smiled and nodded as they headed towards their station, as the other students did the same. For today's final lesson, you will be brewing and cure for Boyle's potion. You and your partner are to be finished with an approving cure by the end of the class. For a passing grade, you will find the ingredients in the cupboards and drawers by your stations. The recipe is in your book on page A. Best of luck to all of you, he said as the students began their work. Naruto filled the cauldron with water as Hermione lit the fire on the Bunsen burner. The two turned to page 18. Okay, so we'll be needing 6 snake fangs, 4 horned slugs, and 2 porcupine quills, Naruto said as he looked in the drawer and brought out the ingredients. Both witch and wizard grabbed a mortar and bega to crush 3 snake fangs into fine powder with a pestle. So Naruto, Hermione said, getting her fellow housemates' attention, tell me about yourself, she asked. The blonde wizard shrugged. Nothing much to tell actually. I found out I was a wizard just 3 weeks ago, he explained, surprising the brunette. She remembered him saying that he was an orphan at Ollivander's wand shop, so of course he didn't have parents to show him magic, but what surprised her was that, like Harry, had discovered his wizarding abilities a tad late. Back home, well, I guess I shouldn't really call it that, not everybody liked me, he said. Hermione was saddened by this. Most muggles considered wizards as freaks. I was treated like an animal more than a human being. I don't know what I did to offend them. Why just beat me whenever they get the chance to, he said. At this Hermione gasped. Do you know why? She asked. Naruto shook his head. They say I was a cursed child. Maybe they all knew I was a wizard. He sighs. I don't know. Hermione placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry Naruto, you've got me, Harry, and Ron. We're a family now, she says with a sad smile. Naruto stares at her before smiling. Arigato, Hermione Chan, he said. The brunette blushed slightly. What does that mean? She asked. This time it was Naruto's turn to blush. Well, it's like an honorific. In general, Chan is used for babies, cute animals, young children, and girls, whereas Kun is used for boys, he said sheepishly. Is that so? She said with a thoughtful expression, before going back to crushing the fangs, Naruto doing the same. After crushing them into fine powder, Hermione took out a measuring cup from one of the cupboards and added in 4 measures of crushed fangs into the now heated and slightly boiling water. Naruto read the instruction and raised the temperature to 250 for 10 seconds. Next step, wave your wand, he read. Looking at Hermione, she nodded and lowered the temperature. Naruto brought out his wand and in a swift motion, a light violet gleam waved through the now boiling water. Well, that should do for the next 45 minutes, he said, while flipping an hourglass. I think it's coming along nicely, Hermione stated as she looked into the boiling pink liquid. Naruto nodded in agreement. Boom! Everyone in the room jumped at the explosion and turned to see Neville. As his face and robes were covered in soot, his hair blown back, and smoke fleeing both his body and cauldron. Mr. Longbottom, I believe you were to remove the cauldron before adding the quills, SN. Ape stated as he handed the boy a rag in which he took Him and his partner looked away sadly. Sorry, they said. There is still time left, though I would prefer it not happen again, Snape responded as he walked away. Naruto and Hermione looked at each other before looking at their books, not wanting to get blown up as well. Oh, you were supposed to remove the cauldron, he said, better make a quick note on that. Hermione jotted down on her notebook. Naruto looked at the recipe. Hey Hermione-chan, do we just add in the horned slugs or do we have to do something with them? The blonde asked. They have to be stewed before they can be used as an ingredient, though there should be some with the rest of the ingredients, she replied. The blonde wizard searched the cupboard until he found a jar filled with the stewed slugs. 40 minutes later, they add in the slugs, turning the liquid from pink to turquoise. They turn off the Bunsen burner and carefully remove the cauldron from the heated stand. Porcupine quills, Hermione said as she backed away carefully as she let the sharp animal fur fall into the potion. Naruto and Hermione slowly moved back to the cauldron to see it turn into a more clear color. Okay, stir clockwise 5 times. And wave your wand, he spoke and moved a bit as Hermione brought out her wand and gave it a wave. A small smoke cloud arose from the cauldron before it cleared, leaving only the steaming hot potion. I think that's it, he said. The witch nodded. Professor Snape, Hermione called out. The instructor walked over to the two. Is there something you require, Ms. Granger? He asked. I believe we are finished with our potion, she responded. Snape nodded and examined the liquid. Minutes later, it is acceptable, he said, making the two smile. The first to complete 5 points for Gryffindor, he said lazily, as he walked away. Yosh. Naruto beamed with a fist pump. Hermione smiled at the blonde's enthusiasm. Minutes later, more students began to complete their potions. Even Neville and his partner, who were just cutting it close for tonight's assignment. You are to single-handedly brew 1 infusion of wormwood, he said before the students exited the classroom. Transfiguration class. Naruto once again sat next Hermione as he wrote down the class assignment, and quickly looked for the recipe within the book. He tore out the piece of paper and slid it between the pages for later. As the class settled down, the instructor, McGonagall, made her appearance. Good morning, class, and welcome to Transfiguration class. My name is Minerva McGonagall. I'll be your professor for your following years here at Hogwarts, she said as the students looked amongst each other. McGonagall soon gave her rundown of the class information before starting. Transfiguration was split into 4 courses: Transformation, Vanishment, Conjuration, and Untransfiguration. As first years they are to start at Course 1. As instructed, the class brought out their books, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, and began to read and take notes on the lecture. Naruto jolted down notes on everything. Transfiguration was pretty complex, even for a beginner. 20 minutes passed by and McGonagall began to explain transformation by showing them an animagus. Naruto watched in awe as his instructor morphed into a tabby cat. The blonde returned to his page and continued with his notes. That is until the doors opened. Naruto and Hermione turned to see Harry and Ron walking and looking around for the teacher. Ron let out a sigh in relief. Phew, amazing. Can you imagine the look on old McGonagall's face if we were late? He asked Harry. Just as the words left his lips, McGonagall jumped off her desk and morphed back into her human form, leaving the two wizards gobsmacked. That was bloody brilliant, Ron said. Thank you for that assessment, Mr. Weasley. Maybe if I were to transfigure Mr. Potter and yourself into a pocket watch, maybe one of you would be on time, she retorted. We got lost, Harry explained. The elder witch shook her head. Then perhaps a map. I trust you don't need one to find your seats, she said. The boys nodded and walked towards any open seat they could find. The class continued with its lecture. Harry and Ron found 2 seats behind Naruto and Hermione. What did we miss? Harry asked. A class, Hermione said, dumbfounded. If the boys had gotten up earlier they would have made it to class on time and know where to go. Relax, guys. I wrote the notes down. I'll let you borrow them and we're on page 10, Naruto whispered. The 2 boys nodded and turned to the page. McGonagall began to explain the concepts of the animagus spell. Naruto was very eager to learn it, seeing it as the best disguise when he wasn't wearing his invisibility cloak. Towards the end of the class, McGonagall gave the assignment to turn a match into a needle and perform it during class. Defense against the dark arts class. Naruto sighed as he sat in his desk. He was in a separate class, apart from his friends, but was slightly happy that the DADA was a core class, meaning he would be learning some spells. He watched as a timid man wearing a black robe and violet head wrap walk up to the class. "GG, good day class, I am Professor Quirrell," the man spoke. Naruto shook his head at the man gave his rundown. He instead opened up his The Dark Forces, a Guide to Self-Protection book for a head start. Minutes later Quirrell started the lecture. It began. First topic covered was an explanation over a creature known as a hags, savage humanoid creatures, though a more specific description would be that of a fairy tale witch, old, ugly, and a face full of warts. They diet in raw liver and small children. The hags are profound in archaic earth magic and have been granted the status of being by the Ministry of Magic. The lecture continued on the topic to the point of showing one how to defend themselves against the creature. Naruto took the information seriously and wrote it down in his notebook. 20 minutes of the creature's analogy. Alright students, I believe it's time we learn a few spells, Quirrell stated. Naruto grinned. Because why, you're all first years IWW will only be teaching you a few C charms. Charms survey as S supportive spells and are really useful outside of B battle, the timid teacher spoke. Most students nodded their heads as they understood. Few from Slytherin scoffed as they wanted to learn more lethal spells. Turn to page FF51. The first S spell you will RN is one of the simplest and useful spells of all, Lumos. He said as he raised his wand and a small but bright light shined at the tip of his wand. Not only can this spell illuminate the dark, but it can also repel spectral foes, such as G-Trashes and malevolent spirits. Go on give it a try, he said as the light died down from his wand. Naruto looked at the page as he pulled out his wand. In order for the spell to work, the pronunciation had to be correct as well as the hand movement. Alright, let's do this, he said as he watched his class mates weave their wands and repeat the incantation. Several students had their wands shine a bit before dying down. Weaving his wand in a loop-like movement, Lumos, he spoke, as small light shined at the tip of his wand for several seconds before dying down. The students continued practicing until most were able to hold it for at least a minute. Quirrell continued to explain several spells to the students, like Nox, a charm that was the opposite of Lumos. It extinguished the light. Periculum, a charm that worked as a flare, it shot red sparks into the air that appeared like fireworks. The third and final charm taught was an offense spell called Verdilius, which lit the tip of the wand like a green sprinkler. It was a close-range spell. Naruto had a hard time learning the spell, mainly because he was mispronouncing the charm. Come on, Vermilius, he said, and to his and everyone's surprise, the tip of his wand sparkled red. Quirrell looked at his pocket watch. Attention students, tonight I would like you all to study today's topic. There will be a quiz tomorrow, so study hard and keep practicing those spells, he said as the students began to leave the room. Excuse me, Mr. Uzumaki, could you stay for just a moment? He asked. Naruto was confused and walked back to the instructor. Did I do something wrong, Professor? He asked. Quirrell shook his head. Oh, on the contrary, Mr. Uzumaki, that spell you used just so happened to be a much more advanced version of Verdilius, he said. Really? He stuttered. Yes, USC, unlike Verdilius, the one you performed can be directed towards a target. Here, give it a try, he said as he grabbed an old book. Naruto pointed his wand and gulped nervously. The Vermilius, he spoke as red sparks shot out of his wand proceeded to leave scorch marks on the book. Quirrell chuckled lightly. Keep practicing, Mr. Uzumaki, he said. Naruto nodded and left the classroom with his books while practicing his Lumos charm. Lunch. Naruto sat next to Hermione. He attempted to use the Verdilius charm. Hermione had helped him pronounce it correctly, even perform the right hand wave, yet he still couldn't. Ron and Harry sat across from them as they copied the notes off Naruto's notebook. Hermione took out her wand and attempted to turn a match into a needle. Minutes later, the wizard stopped for a break as they grabbed some fruit and sandwiches from the table. Harry noticed brown-haired boy pointing his wand at a cup. Eye of rabbit, harp of string hum, turn this water into rum, the boy said as he looked at his drink before shaking his head. Eye of rabbit, harp string hum, he continued. What's Seamus trying to do to that glass of water? Harry asked. Turn it into rum. Actually managed a weak tea yesterday, before, Ron said until. Zapoof. They turned to Seamus as the cup exploded in his face, some of the students laughing at him as he coughed up smoke. The four shook their heads and continued to what they were doing. Not a minute later, a flock of owls start to glide into the hull through the rafters. Ah, mail's here, Ron said, as the owls began to drop parcels to the students. Harry notices the newspaper that Ron puts to the side. Can I borrow this? He asks. Ron nods. Thanks, he said as he starts reading the daily news. Naruto and Hermione watch as Neville unwraps a gift. It was a crystal-clear ball with gold ring around it. Hey, look, Neville's got a remembrall, Seamus points out. What did they do? Naruto asked. I've heard about those. When the smoke turns red, it means you've forgotten something, Hermione explains. And just as she did, the smoke went from white to red. Only problem is I can't remember what I've forgotten, Neville says before he attempted to remember what it was exactly that he forgot. Hey guys, somebody broke into Gringotts, Harry said. Naruto, Hermione, and Ron gathered around the lightning-scared wizard. Listen, believed to be the work of dark witches or wizards unknown. Gringotts goblins, while acknowledging the breach, insists that nothing was taken. The vault in question, number 713, had in fact been emptied earlier that same day. Harry spoke out loud. 713, isn't that the vault that you, me, and Hagrid went to? Naruto asked, getting a nod from Harry. The four looked amongst each other before they continued to read the article. History of Magic class. Naruto sat in the classroom taking notes of the lecture, thanks to Hermione, who had more knowledge of the subject, gave him a few pointers on important material. The instructor of the class was a ghost named Cuthbert Binns. What made Naruto hold in his laughter was that the ghost had failed to notice he was dead. According to Hogwarts folklore, he simply got up from his chair in his staffing room one morning and left his body behind. The lectures consisted of mostly renowned events that happened in the wizarding world. This intrigued Naruto as he learned about the magical history up prior to the 20th century. In other words, like any history class, it focuses on memorable dates, names, and events. Flying class. The students of Gryffindor and Slytherin lined up in 2 rows with brooms by their side. To be more specifically, on the ground. A woman with short spiky hair and hawk yellow eyes walks down the line. She was Madame Hooch. Good afternoon, class, she said. Good afternoon, Madame Hooch, the class responded. Welcome to your first flying lesson. Well, what are you waiting for? Everyone step up to the left side of your broomstick, she ordered. The students did as instructed. Stick your right hand over the broom and say, up, she instructed. Up. The class repeated. Harry's broom shoots up to his hand on his first try. Up. Naruto says as his broom shoots up on his second try. Hermione stares at the two before she continued. Several students were still trying as their brooms barely levitate off the ground. Up. Draco spoke, as his broom shot into his hand. He smugly grins at Harry and Naruto. Up. Ron shouts, before his broom shoots up and crashes against his nose. He holds his nose in pain while Naruto and Harry snicker. Shut up, you two. He says. A short time later, everyone had their brooms in hand. Now, I want you to mount your broom and grip it tight. You don't want to be sliding off the end, the flight instructor explained. The class does as it's told. When I blow my whistle, I want each of you to kick off from the ground, hard. Keep your broom steady, hover for a moment, and then lean forward slightly and touch back down. On my whistle, 3-2 tweet. She said before blowing her whistle. Just as they were about to kick off, Neville immediately lifts off the ground with a scared expression on his face. Naruto and several others Rom the class looked in shock as the boy levitated higher into sky. Uh-oh, Neville whimpered. Mr. Longbottom, Hooch said with concern. Neville, what are you doing? We're not supposed to take off. Why? The students continued to say similar things as Neville began to soar through the sky. Ah, the boy cries as he shot off like a bullet. Neville. The students shouted, down, down. Ah, he yelled as his broom smashes itself against a wall several times before flying off elsewhere. Hooch holds out her wand in attempt to stop the out-of-control broom. It was then when the broom began to charge forward at the students. Naruto grabs Harry and Hermione and scattered with the rest of the group of students. Neville screams in fright as he zooms through the open path that was once where the first years stood. The broom flew past a statue of a man holding a sharp spear. Neville's cloak gets caught on it and he's pulled off his broom and dangles high above the ground. "Oh help," he pleads before his cloak tears and falls. The students panicked. Neville got a hold of a torch before he hit the ground but slipped out and fell anyway. "Everyone out of the way," the flight instructor said as she rushes over to Neville's fallen self. "Come on, get up," she says as she helps Neville sit up. "Is he okay?" a girl asked with concern. As Neville sits up he yells in pain, oh dear, it's a broken wrist. TCH, 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 good boy, come now, up you get," she helps the boy up. Malfoy stares at the boy's injury and snickers before noticing a certain item on the ground. He reaches down and picks up Neville's remembrall. "Everyone's to keep their feet on the ground while I take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing, understand? If I see a single broom in the air, the one riding Chi will find themselves out of Hogwarts before they can say Quidditch," she threatened as she left with Neville to the hospital wing. Draco snickers. "Did you see his face? Maybe if the fat lump had given this a squeeze, he'd remember to fall on his fat ass," he said as few of the Slytherin students laughed with him. The Gryffindor group frowned at them. Harry glared and walked up to him. "Give it here, Malfoy," he demanded. Draco hums a bit while tossing the ball up and down. "No, I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find," he said before the slick-back blonde hopped on his broom and took to the skies. "How about up on the roof?" he says, flying higher into the sky. "What's the matter, Potter? Bit beyond your reach," he taunted. Harry growled and grabs his broom. "Harry, no, you heard what Madame Hooch said. Besides, you don't even know how to fly," she says. Harry reluctantly got on anyway and flew off. Idiot," she muttered. "Calm down, Hermione-chan, Harry knows what he's doing," Naruto said as he watched his friend fly off. "Give it here, Malfoy, or I'll knock you off your broom," the dark brunette threatened. "As that's so," Draco smirks. Harry dashes forward making an attempt to take the ball from him. Malfoy however pulls a 360 making dark brunette fly past him. "Have it your way then," he said before throwing the ball as hard as he could. Harry spins around and zooms in after it. "He's not gonna make it," Ron said as he watches his friend zoom in for the ball. "He'll make it," Naruto responded. As Harry was about to hit a window he catches the ball and spins around to avoid being hit. McGonagall, who was working at the time, sees him from the other side of the window. Harry flies back the group as they cheer and run to him. "Good job, Harry. Yubakuru Urber cool," Naruto said with a grin. "Harry, that was wicked," Ron spoke up. As Harry continued getting comments on his performance, McGonagall walks up to the group. "Harry Potter," getting the boys' attention. "Follow me," she said. Harry sullenly followed the teacher, while Draco and his posse laughed at him. Naruto glared and pointed his wand. "Vermilius," he said as red sparks hit the ground near the boys, making them jump back slightly. Minutes passed and still no sign of Madame Hooch. The students began to converse with each other. Naruto and Hermione practiced spells while Ron spoke with the rest of the group about what happened. Hermione taught Naruto several charms like Alohomora, Protega, and one of her favorites, a switching spell. Like several existing spells, a switching spell is one that doesn't require an incantation and only requires a hand movement and knowledge on how to use it. Naruto had taught Hermione both Periculum and Vermilius, though she would most likely learn them in her DADA class. She would get a head start and a stronger spell to begin with. Moments later, Madame Hooch returned and continued with the lesson. The students kept their mouths shut the incident, thinking she already knew or that they just didn't want to rat out on Harry. By the end of the lesson, most students were able to hover and fly at slow speeds, for starters at least. With Harry, "You wait here," McGonagall orders. Harry nodded sadly, thinking he would get expelled. McGonagall opens the door to Quirrell's DADA class, An iguana such as this is an essential ingredient, he said to his class. Before the elder witch interrupted him. Excuse me, Professor Quirrell, could I borrow wood for a moment? She asked. Oh, why yes of course. He motions for an older boy aka Oliver Wood. Who gets up and leaves with McGonagall. Potter, this is Oliver Wood. Wood, I have found you a seeker. She proclaims, making the older boy look at the teacher in surprise. What's a seeker? Harry asks. Later after class, Naruto, Harry, and Ron walk through the crowded halls as Sir Nicholas and a female ghost float past them. Have you heard? Harry Potter's the new Gryffindor seeker. I always knew he'd do well, Nick said as they floated around a corner. Seeker. But first years never make their house teams. You must be the youngest Quidditch player in, Ron stated, a century. According to McGonagall, Harry finished for him. Wait, what's Quidditch? Naruto asked. Ron stopped dead in his tracks. You don't know. He said in disbelief. Hey, I'm like Harry, I found OU. T.I. was a wizard later than most, the blonde defended himself. Okay. Quidditch is a wizarding sport that's played on broomsticks. It's the most popular game among wizards and witches, Ron explained. How do you play it? He asked. Before Ron could explain the game, his older brother Fred and George walk up to Harry. Hey, well done Harry, Woods just told us, Fred stated happily. Fred and George are on the team too. They're beaters, Ron said, Naruto listening in. Our job is to make sure that you don't get bloodied up too bad. Can't make any promises of course. Rough game, Quidditch, George said. Brutal, but no one's died in years. Someone will vanish occasionally, Fred said as him and George walk off across the courtyard. But they usually turn up in a month or two, George shouts back at Harry, making even more nervous about the game than he already is. Don't worry about it Harry, if those two have your back, then trust in them to protect you, Naruto reassured. Yeah. Go on Harry, Quidditch is great, best game there is. And you'll be great too, Ron persuaded. But I've never played Quidditch, what if I make a fool of myself? Harry said, losing confidence. Hermione, who was working on a bench, jumps up. You won't make a fool of yourself, it's in your blood, she said, leading the three boys to a trophy case. She points to a plaque of players. One lists Harry's father, James, as a seeker. Whoa Harry. You never told us your father was a seeker, too, Naruto said in awe. I didn't know, Harry stuttered as he looked at the moving photo of his father in his younger days. The foe. Continued walking until they made it to the grand staircase. They casually walk up a staircase before it shudders and begins to move. What's happening? Naruto asked as he held onto the railing along with the others. The staircases change, remember, Hermione states as the staircase connects to another level. Let's go this way, Harry suggests. Before the staircase moves again, Ron said. They all opened a door to a dark room. Does anyone feel like we shouldn't be here? Naruto said. That's because we're not supposed to be here. This is the third floor, it's forbidden, Hermione explains with worry. Before they could leave, a flame lights on a stone support. They looked at the door to see the caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris, walk in with a meow. It's Filch's cat. Ron nearly shouted. They would defiantly get expelled if they were found by the caretaker. Run, Harry said as all four wizards ran down the hall of the room. As they run, more flames are lit as they go. They get to the end of the corridor, in front of a door. Harry grabs the handle. It's locked. He said. That's it, we're done for. Ron states. No we're not, move over, Naruto said as he pulled out his wand and pointed it at the keyhole. Alohomora. He said as a small light shined through the hole and unlocking the door. Get in, he said as they rushed through. Closing the door behind them and leaning up against it, Ron turns to Naruto. Alohomora. He questioned. Standard Book of Spells, Chapter 7, Hermione explained, seriously. Naruto asked, making a note to read the book later. On the other side of the door, Filch walks into the room. Anyone here, my sweet? He asked his cat, who only meowed at him. Filch looked around and saw no one. Come on, he said, leaving the room with his cat. The four wizards who had their ears pressed up against the door. Filch is gone, Hermione reassured. Probably thinks this door's locked, Ron said, giving his opinion. It was locked, Harry said. And for good reason, Naruto states. Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned to stand with the blonde. There before them was a massive three-headed dog who was sleeping. They heard a harp playing within the room before it came to a stop. As it did, the dog begins to wake. It notices the four and growls. Ah! They yell as they bolted out of the room. They closed the door shut and ran from the third floor. Gryffindor common room. The four leaned against the wall on their knees as they tried to catch their breath. What do they think they're doing? Keeping a thing like that locked up in a school, Ron S. totted, slightly shaken from the experience. You didn't see it? Naruto asked. See what? Harry asked. What is was standing on? Hermione said. I wasn't looking at its feet. I was a bit more preoccupied with its head, or maybe you didn't notice, there were three. Ron nearly shouted. Guys, it was standing on a trap door, Naruto said. Meaning it wasn't an accident, it's guarding something, the brunette witch stated. Guarding something? Harry asked. That's right. Now if you don't mind, I'm going to bed before the three of you come up with another clever idea to get us killed or worse. Expelled, she says as she walks to her dorm and shuts the door. She really needs to sort out her priorities, Ron said as he walked upstairs with Harry following. Naruto walked over to the couch and sat down. Man. What a day, he said to himself. The 4 weeks later potions class. Students were once again by their stations, chattering by their steaming cauldrons. How's your animagus coming along? Hermione asked her now 11-year-old blonde friend. So far so good. I'm still not there ready for a full transformation. All I can do is grow ears and a tail, Naruto responded as he performed an animagus. His human ears disappeared behind his hair as he grew sun-colored fox ears and tail. Hermione smiled as she started to pet his hair and rub his ears. Naruto failed to resist a purr. Most of the girls in the room found it cute before the door slammed open with Snape walking in. The loud noise made Naruto's hair raise up in shock, letting out a small yip. Snape frowned at his class. There will be no foolish wand weaving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect you to enjoy the subtle science and exact art that is potion making, he said, taking a second glance at his students. However, for those select few, he says while looking at Naruto, Hermione, and Draco who smile at him, who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death, he says. The class looks amongst each other. Whispering could be heard here and there. Snape notices Harry writing down in his notebook, in his view, not paying attention. Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention, he said. Ron nudges Harry, who looks up. Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. Tell me, what I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to infusion of wormwood? He asks. Hermione's hand skyrockets. Naruto sheepishly raises his hand, while Harry shrugs. You don't know. Well, let's try again. Where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I asked you to find me a bazaar? He asked. It's taken from the stomach of goats. He replied. Snape raised an eyebrow. I suppose you do know something. Just to let you know, fame isn't everything, Mr. Potter, the instructor stated. With Harry after class, Olive, and Harry walk outside in an open field, Oliver carrying a small bat and a trunk that rattled continuously. Quidditch is easy enough to understand. Each team has 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper and a seeker. That's you, he pointed at Harry as he opened the trunk, showing 3, 2 tan in color, the other red. Oliver picks up the red one. This one's called a quaffle. No. The chasers handle the quaffle and try to put it through one of those 3 hoops, he said as he pointed to a Quidditch pitch. Harry saw 3 hoops on both sides. The keeper, that's me, defends hoops. He tosses the ball over to Harry. With me so far? He asks. Harry tosses the ball back. I think so. What are those? He asked, pointing to the 2 chained tan. Oliver looked down at the squirming. You better take this, he said, handing over the bat to Harry. He bent down and releases one of the. With an angry growl, the ball shoots up into the air. They watch it go up before Oliver gasps slightly. Careful now, it's coming back, he warned as the ball whizzed down. Harry readies the bat and hits it as hard as he could. The 2 watches the ball soared through a statue opening. Not bad, Potter. You'd make a fair beater he said quickly, shoving Harry to the side as the ball shot into Oliver's arm. He struggles for a bit before he manages to place it back to the trunk and lock it up. Bludger nasty little buggers, he said as he cracked his knuckles and opened a small compartment in the trunk. But, the only ball I want you to worry about is this, the golden snitch, he saw. Id pulling out a small walnut-sized golden ball and handing it over to Harry. I like this ball, he said. Ah, you like it now, just wait, it's wicked fast and damn near impossible to see, Oliver explained. What do I do with it? He asked. You catch it before the other team's seeker. You catch this, the game is over, you catch this, Potter, and we win, he said as the snitch flutters out two delicate wings and jumps into the air. Whoa, was all Harry could say. Charms class. The class listened into the half-goblin wizard's lecture. Naruto was particularly interested in the lesson as they were learning about levitation. One of the wizard's most rudimentary skills is levitation, the ability to make objects fly. Flitwick, the charms professor, stated. Do you all have your feathers? He asked. The class raised their hands to show their feathers. Good, now don't forget the nice wrist movement we've been practicing, The swish and flick, everyone, he said. The students repeated, swish and flick. Good, and enunciate. Wingardium Leviosa, off you go then, he motioned for them to start. Wingardium Leviosa, the students chanted as they tried the charm. Hey Harry, check it out, Naruto said. The dark brunette looked to see the blonde's feather levitating a few inches off his desk. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry repeated. He smiled as feather began to levitate. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron said as he attempted the charm. Nothing happened before he whacked the feather a few times with his wand. Hermione sees the redhead's dilemma. Stop, 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 you're going to take someone's eye out. Besides, you're saying wrong, it's Leviosa, not Leviosa, she explained. Ron got annoyed. You do it then, if you're so clever, go on, he says. Hermione straightens up and swishes her wand. Wingardium Leviosa, she said casually. The feather began to levitate high into the air. All right, Hermione-chan, Naruto said, getting everyone's attention while Ron puts his head on his book dejectedly. Oh, well done. See here, everyone, Ms. Granger's done it. Oh, splendid, Flitwick stated happily. Boom. Everyone turns to see Seamus with his face and robes covered in soot, his hair shot back, and his feather burnt to a crisp. I think we're going to need another feather over here, Professor, Seamus said as he coughed out smoke. After class, Naruto, Harry, Neville, Ron and Seamus are found walking through the courtyard with other students filling the area. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Honestly, she's a nightmare. No wonder she hasn't got no friends. As Ron rants, they see Hermione sniffle and walk away. Naruto turns to Ron with a glare. Really, Ron? Then what are we? He retorts, punching him in his shoulder as he goes after Hermione. Ah, bloody hell. He hits hard. Ron winces as he holds his arm. He's right though. Aren't we her friends, Ron? Harry asked. The redhead sighs and nods. Outside girls' bathroom. Come on, Hermione-chan. You know Ron didn't mean it. The blonde pleaded for his friend to come out. Why should I if I'm just a bother to all of you, she said between sobs. That's not true, Hermione-chan. You know it's not, he replied. Naruto listened to the girl as she continued weeping. Hermione-chan. Don't you remember what you said to me in potions class? We're family now. If they don't want it, then they're missing out on a great friend, and you, Hermione-chan, you're my best friend, he said softly. He heard Hermione's sobs get quieter. Naruto, can I just be alone for a while? She asked. Naruto sighed. Take all the time you need, he said as he walked away. Great Hall, 8:15 p.m. It was night. And now replacing the candles are lit jack-o'-lanterns. Everyone is happily eating candy and chattering amongst themselves. Where's Hermione? Harry asked. Neville spoke up as he gulped down a mouthful of candy corn. Parvati Patil said that she wouldn't come out of the girls' bathroom. She said she's been in there all afternoon crying, he explained. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. The redhead turned to see Naruto glaring at him. Hey, I said I was sorry. He retorted. Apologize to Hermione-chan, not me, you baka. He said as he bit down on a sweet tart. Just as he said that, Professor Quirrell rushed into the room. Troll in the dungeon. Troll in the dungeon. He yells. Out. Everyone stops, and utter silence fills the room. Thought you ought to know, he said before fainting. A moment of silence. They started to panic. Dumbledore got up from his seat. Silence. He yells out. Everyone stops. Everyone will please not panic, now. Prefects will lead their houses back to their dormitories. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons, he said. Hufflepuff this way. Stay together, they said as they led their houses away. Gryffindor keep up please and stay alert, Percy stated, leading his house back to the dorms. How'd a troll get in? Harry asked. Not by itself. Trolls are really stupid, probably people playing jokes. Ron replied before both him and Harry were pulled to the side by Naruto. What? He questioned. Guys, Hermione-chan's still out there, she doesn't know, he said. Harry and Ron exchanged looks before nodding and running off with the blonde. The trio ran through the dark corridors of Hogwarts. The stormy weather outside wasn't helping much either. Naruto stops running and holds his arms apart to stop Harry and Ron. They hide and peek through a doorway as they see a large and hideous troll walk into a room with its club being dragged along the floor. He's going into the girls' bathroom, Ron warned. Hermione-chan. Naruto's eyes widened. Girls' bathroom. Hermione walks out of a stall wiping her eyes as she washes her hands, and stops when she hears a grunting noise. She turns slowly to see a troll standing there. She gasps and backs up into a stall. The troll raises its club and smashes through the stalls. Someone help. She cries, as the trio rush into the bathroom. The troll smashes through the remaining stalls. Hey, P-Brain. Ron shouts as he throws a piece of wood at the troll's head, getting its attention. Hermione then rushes out of the broken stall and under a sink. The troll sees her and proceeds to break through them. Hermione-chan. Naruto calls out as he brings out his wand, Vermilius. He shouts out as he shoots red sparks at the troll. He beast holds its hands to its face as the sparks came in contact with it. Grunting in pain, it moved away from the sinks. Hermione runs out and into Naruto's arms. Guys, I think we should go. Rai said as the troll turned to them with an angry expression. Run! Naruto yells as they rush out of the bathroom. The troll breaks through the wall and with a roar, chases after the four wizards with its club hoisted high in the air. It's catching up, Ron shouted as he ran faster. The troll slammed its club down, tripping the four wizards. Harry rolled over to the side as the troll continued to slam its club onto the floor. Harry, come on you guys, Naruto shouted. He and Hermione readied their wands, Vermilius. They shouted as they fired sparks at the troll. This only made it angrier. Oh crap, Harry said as the troll grabbed his leg and held him upside down and tried to hit him with his club. Harry bended to the side to avoid being hit. The bolt-scared boy pulled out his wand, Periculum. Harry shouted as red sparks shot from his wand, blinding the troll. Grunting in pain, it released Harry. Ron, Hermione said, as the troll had a hand over its eyes and with the other swinging its club randomly. Swish and flick, she continued. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron said, as the club was taken from the troll's hand. It removed its hand from its face and looked up only for the hard piece of wood to slam on its face, rendering it unconscious as it crashed down hard. The four exchanged looks before they walked closer to it. Is it dead? Hermione asked. I don't think so, just knocked out, Harry said as he puts away his wand. They hear footsteps closing in. They turn to see McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell and gasp at the sight. Oh my goodness. Explain yourselves, the four of you, McGonagall demanded. Harry and Ron were started babbling. Well, you see, it went like, it's my fault, Professor McGonagall, Hermione stepped in. Naruto turns to his closest friend. I went looking for the troll. I read about them and thought I could handle it, but I was wrong. If Naruto, Harry, and Ron hadn't come and found me, I'd probably be dead, she half lied. McGonagall shook her head. Be that as it may, it was an extremely foolish thing to do, she says. Harry noticed a large gash of Snape's leg. The professor notices Harry's glance and covers it up while glaring at the boy. I would have expected a more rational behavior on your part, Ms. Granger. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment. She then turns to the three boys. As for You three gentlemen, I just hope you realize how fortunate you are. Not many students could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points will be added to each of you, for sheer dumb luck. She whispered the last part as she leaves the premises with Snape trailing behind her. Perhaps you ought to go. Em might wake up. Hey, Quirrell said. The troll gasps a bit, making the tea. Mid-teacher jumped back with a small shriek. Gryffindor Common House. The four entered the dorm. First thing was first. Hermione, look, I'm sorry, it's my fault, you were almost killed in the first place. Ron apologized. Hermione smiled and waved it off. Apology accepted, you idiot, she said. The group laughed a bit. You're going to be okay, Hermione? Harry asked with concern. I'll be fine, she reassured. Well, all right. We've had a rough night. I think it's best we've had some rest, he suggested. They all nodded. Ron and Harry walked upstairs. Well, good night, Hermione-chan, he said, but gasped slightly as the brunette hugged him. Thanks for coming for me, she whispered. Naruto blushed madly at the contact and slowly rubbed her back. It's okay, that's what friends are for, he smiled. Hermione smiled and nodded. She walked over to the girls' dorm, giving one last glance before entering. Naruto sighed happily and was about to walk downstairs when he noticed Harry and Ron peeking from around the corner. Don't say a word, he said, now blushing neon red. Konoha Hospital. Well, you're all set, Kushina, Hiruzen said as the red-haired woman stood on her 2 feet. Hiruzen, I want you to find everyone responsible for my Sochi's suffering and bring them to the TI department. She spoke with venom laced in her voice. What are you going to do? He asked nervously. I'm gonna kill them, she said. Hiruzen stood horrified. Kushina, go get them, she demanded. Now, she roared. Mr. 1980 Rivera, it's just something we writers do. If we get an idea for a story, it stays in our head until we can't take it anymore and end up writing it anyway. Talking. Flashback. Thoughts. Action. Spell. Chapter 3. Games, Holidays, and Secrets. Sarutobi, what's this all about? Homura asked as he, Kaharu, and Danzo followed Hiruzen through the TI department. The old Hokage shook his head in grief. There's someone who wishes to see you, he said. Danzo narrowed his eyes, wondering who exactly would want an audience with them. They arrived at an interrogation room and led them inside. Hiruzen, however, casually walked out and locked the door behind them. Sarutobi, what's the meaning of this? Homura shouted. Danzo on the other scanned the room. It was dark and the lights began to flicker on and off. He was about to unwrap his bandages until hooked chains made of pure chakra latched itself onto the 3 elders, hoisting them into air and piercing their skin. The 3 gasped in pain as blood dripped off their skin and onto the ground. Out of the shadows walked out a red-haired woman, Yuk Kushina. Danzo stuttered as the Uzumaki matriarch tightened her hold in the chains, making the 3 elders cringe and yelp louder. Homura, Kaharu, because of you, the entire village knows of my Sochi's status as a Jinchuriki, thus condemning him into a life of suffering, and Danzo, you wanted to turn him into a weapon, she said. They gasped as they looked into her red-slitted eyes. It shouldn't be possible, Kaharu stuttered in fear. Kushina glared hatefully at the 3. Danzo was about to speak when Kushina flickered her wrist. The chains dug into their muscle tissue and tore their skin off their bodies. They screamed in pain and fear as the chains continued to tear them apart, leaving nothing but bones, blood, and several shredded pieces of their internal organs. Kushina looked up into the observation room where Hiruzen looked down in shock. Bring the rest, she ordered. Hogwarts Great Hall. The gang sat at their respected house table as they ate breakfast and studied their subjects. Ron noticed Harry twirling some eggs with his fork. Take a toast, mate, he said, handing him over a piece of wheat toast. Come on, Harry, you're gonna need your strength, Tota. Why? Naruto said as he gulped down a cup of orange juice. I'm not hungry, Harry said as he places his fork down and pushes aside his plate. The dark brunette lazily looks around the hall, when his eyes landed on Snape, who was speaking with McGonagall. They were most likely talking about the events that occurred the other night. Moments later, Snape takes his leave, limping slightly. He sees Harry looking at him and glares back at the boy. That explains the blood, Harry muttered as he watched Snape walk out with a slightly limping leg. Blood? Hermione asked, looking up from her transfiguration book. Harry motioned them to lean in. Listen, last night, I'm guessing Snape let the troll in as a diversion so he could try and get past the three-headed dog. He must have been bitten, that's why he's limping, Harry explained as he whispered into the group. But, why would he want to go anywhere near it? Naruto asked. Harry stopped to think. His memory paused when he remembered about the article he read in the Daily Prophet. That day we were at Gringotts, Hagrid took something out of one of the vaults. He said it was Hogwarts business, very secret, he explained. So you're saying, Hermione saw it as she began to place the pieces together. That's what the dog's guarding. That's what Snape wants, Harry said, before they were brought out of their conversation by the sound of flapping wings. He turned to see Hedwig and Sora flying towards them with parcels. Mail's early, Ron said as the two birds of prey flew closer. Hedwig carried a much larger package than Sky as they dropped them beneath their masters. Thanks Sora, Naruto said as the falcon flew off with Hedwig. Hermione, Ron, Naruto, looked at Harry and his package. What do you think it is? Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. I don't know. I've never received mail before, he replied. Well, let's not beat around the bush, let's open it, Naruto suggested, which they all gladly obliged. They began to unwrap it until it was viewable. It's a broomstick. Harry exclaimed surprisingly. That's not just any broomstick, Harry, that's the Nimbus 2000. Ron said, equally surprised. But who could've? Harry said, wondering who was generous enough to get him it. He soon spotted Hedwig on McGonagall's arm as she stroked the bird's feathers. She looked at the lightning-scared boy with a smile, in which he gave back with a nod. What did you get, Naruto? Hermione asked. Let's see, he replied as he unwrapped his own parcel, revealing it to be a book. Book of Spells by Miranda Goshawk, Hermione read out loud. Naruto, that's an advanced spell book, she proclaimed, surprising Ron, Harry, and several others who were able to hear her. Well, I had several galleons left so I figured I'd put 'em to good use, he replied as he turned to see Oliver walking towards their group. Hey everyone, you don't mind if I borrow Harry for a while, do ya? He asked. They shook their heads. Harry got up and took his books along with his new broomstick. Is there something you need? The dark brunette asked. Yes, actually, you see now that you're part of the team, we're to get you some training for the upcoming game, he replied. But, what about my classes? Harry asked. It's taken care of, as long as you don't fall back on your subjects, there's nothing to worry about, Oliver reassured as he led Harry to the field. Back at the table, what do you think Oliver wants with Harry? Hermione asked. Naruto wondering the same thing. Well, he is captain for Gryffindor's Quidditch team, so he's probably going to show him the ropes, Ron replied. Before they went back to their breakfast study with Naruto now reading his new book. Okay, let's see here, the blonde wizard said as he brought out his was and did a crescent arc motion up. Avis, he said. As he spoke out the spell, a flock of doves were conjured from his wand, which was accompanied by the sound of a gunshot. Everyone in the hall jumped up at the large bang and turned over to the blonde, who still had his wand held high with smoke sizzling from the tip. Sorry, my fault. The blonde stuttered as all students and teachers slowly went back to what they were doing. Naruto placed his new book away. Later, he whispered before going back to studying. 2 weeks later, Quidditch pitch. Naruto, Hermione, Ron and Hagrid made their way upstairs along with the rest of the Gryffindor house. During the last 2 weeks, Naruto had learned several new charms from his new book, such as Expelliarmus, Apparicium, and Incendio. There was also a curse he learned called Apugno, which causes objects, conjured creatures, and individuals to attack a directed target, very useful for getting away from pursuers. He had also taught Hermione several spells from the book as well as Ron, who had some difficulty learning them. As for Harry, he had only managed to teach him Expelliarmus, since he was busy training for the Quidditch match, as well as catching up with his studies. Exiting the staircase, they walked over to the stands as both their and the other houses cheered from different corners. In the center was a tower seating the teachers and the commentator, Lee Jordan. Man, this is so exciting, Naruto said happily. Hagrid laughed as he watched the star-eyed 11-years-old stand against the railing with Ron and Hermione. How do you think Harry's doing right now? Ron asked, knowing that their friend would soon be on the field. With Harry inside Gryffindor Quidditch Tower, Harry stood nervously as he continued to hear the cheering outside. He and his team got dressed in their team outfit, namely crimson-red robe with gold outlining. Several minutes later they began to march towards the closed starting gate. Harry turned to look at his team. The beaters cracked the IR necks and hands before grabbing their brooms and bats, the chasers doing the same. Scared, Harry? Oliver asked. The dark brunette turned to his captain. A little bit, he replied nervously. That's all right. I felt the same way before my first game, he explained. What happened? Harry asked. Oliver pondered for a bit. I don't really remember. I took a bludger to the head 2 minutes into E-game woke up in the hospital wing a week later, he explained, making Harry gulp. On your brooms everyone, Oliver declared. His team acknowledged and got on their brooms. The gates opened and both teams flew out, circling the pitch several times as the houses cheered even louder. Hello and welcome to Hogwarts, first Quidditch game of the season. Today's game Slytherin vs Gryffindor, Lee declared over his microphone. The players took position in a circle, while Harry flies a bit higher than the rest. They look down as Madame Hooch steps onto the field with a trunk and sets it down in between the circle of players. Now, I want a nice clean game from all of you, she spoke while looking at the Slytherin team. She then kicks the trunk open, letting the bludgers zoom out. The bludgers re-up, Lee commentated as a familiar golden winged ball flies shortly afterwards, showing itself to both teams, followed by the golden snitch. Remember, the snitch is worth 150 points. The seeker who catches the snitch ends the game, Lee continued. The snitch then zooms out of sight. Madame Hooch then grabs the red ball and tosses it into the air. The quaffle is released and the game begins. Lee shouted. With every house cheering, Gryffindor takes possession of the ball and flies past Slytherin towards their goal, the girl holding the quaffle, Angelina Johnson. She flies due WN and around the tower, avoiding the Slytherin chasers before throwing the ball. The Slytherin keeper rushed at the ball but failed to catch it as it scored through the hoop. Ding! Angelina Johnson scores. 10 points for Gryffindor, Lee shouts as he presses a button and adding the points to the scoreboard. All right, Gryffindor, Naruto cheered, as his entire house does the same. Well done, Hagrid said as he claps happily. Though stopped when Slytherin gained possession of the quaffle. They watch as the opposing team passes the ball back and forth through team players. Bletchley passes to Captain Marcus Flint, Lee exclaimed. As Flint maneuvered around Gryffindor's chasers and throws the ball to the hoop, it however didn't score as Oliver flew up and whacked it away with his broom. Oliver smirks while Flint glares back. The positions change as Johnson and Katie Bell pass the quaffle back and forth, avoiding Slytherin as they fly in circles around the towers. This confused Slytherin's keeper as he looked in between the players for the ball. Johnson takes the ball as it's passed to him and throws it at a hoop, scoring. Ding! Yada! Naruto fist pumped into the air. Woot! Hermione and Ron cheered. Yes, Harry said as he watched his team score while flying around the pitch trying to locate the snitch. Another 10 points for Gryffindor, Lee proclaimed, adding the points to the scoreboard. The Slytherin team sneered and decided now it would be a time to play by their own rules. Flint turns to one of the beaters. Give me that, he said, taking the bat from the player and bashes a bludger directly to Oliver. The ball hits the keeper in the stomach, making him yell in pain before he falls off his broom and onto the ground. The Crow, not liking this, booed at Slytherin. Ha! RRY and Naruto frown at the opposing team's actions. The Slytherin players laugh at the downed boy as the medics take Oliver away. The team heads off with the quaffle. They maneuver over the Weasley twins and score into Gryffindor, which was wide open. The Slytherin house cheers for their team. Flint along with another chaser fly overhead. Take that side, he orders as they close in on Angelina. They box her, leaving her nowhere to go as they lead her into the capes covering a tower. The two Slytherin chasers retreat as Johnson crashes into the tower and falls to the ground, unconscious. Sly Theron take the quaffle and scores once again. Those bastards, Naruto growled. That's not playin' fair, Ron shouted, as the rest of the house as well as Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw disapprove. Harry growls from his position, until the snitch came into his view and takes off with Harry right on its trail. Where's Harry going? Hermione asked. He must have found the snitch. Go Harry. Naruto cheered. Everyone in Gryffindor noticing Harry began to cheer for the boy to catch the golden ball. As the dark brunette reached his arm out for the ball, his broom jerked back, making him nearly lose balance. The broom began bucking and turning, trying to get its rider off. Whoa, woo-ah, Harry cried as he tried desperately to stay on his broom. What's going on with Harry's broomstick? Hagrid asked, as he squinted his eyes trying to get a better view. Hermione brings out a pair of binoculars and looks at Harry, who was still holding onto his wand. She then looks around in the teacher's stands and spots Snape muttering something. It's Snape, Hermione states. What? Naruto and Ron ask. He's jinxing the broom. She replies, jinxing the broom. What do we do? Ron asks. Hermione hands over her binoculars to Ron. Leave it to me, she says, running as she heads over to the stands. I better go make sure she doesn't get found out, Naruto states as he follows Hermione. Ron shrugs and looks at his friend with the binoculars. Harry is then knocked off his broom but is able to hang on with his hand. The Gryffindor house gasps. Come on you guys, hurry up, Ron mutters. Teacher stands. Naruto and Hermione crouch underneath the seats quietly, making sure not to be heard. You got this, the blonde wizard asks. Hermione nodded and brings out her wand, Lacarnum Inflammary. She whispers as she touches Snape's robes with her wand, setting it on fire. Great, let's go, Naruto, he said, taking Hermione's hand and leading them away. As Snape continued to chant his spell, he failed to notice the smoke, much less the heat coming off his robe. It wasn't until the instructor seating next to him that noticed the heat. Fire. You're on fire, he said loud enough for Snape and the surrounding teachers to notice. What? Oh, Snape slight panicked as he got up, and accidentally knocking back the teacher that warned him and onto Professor Quirrell, who seconds later falls with him. Snape stomps on his robes, extinguishing the fire. Back on the field, Harry's broom stops its tantrum, allowing Harry momentum to climb back on and take off. Go, Ron shouted. Go, 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 Hagrid said as he leaned over the railing. Naruto and Hermione run back up to the stands a little winded. What did we miss? The blonde asked. Harry's on the move again, Ron said as he gave Hermione back her binoculars. The dark brunette sped through the air and spotted the Slytherin Seeker flying about, meaning he must have found the golden ball and sped after him. Harry soon catches up to the Seeker and rams his broom against his. The opposing Seeker sneers and rams his broom against Harry's. They continued as the snitch dived down. The two boys dive in after it, noticing that they were quickly approaching the ground. The Slytherin Seeker backs out, leaving Harry to go after the snitch. Pull up, Naruto called out. As if Harry heard him, he pulled up on his broom, being only a couple inches off the ground and with the snitch still in sight as it flew away. Harry sped up and tried to reach but failed to as the golden ball continued to fly. The lightning-scared wizard then decided to do the unthinkable. Harry slowly but steadily stood up on his broom and takes a few steps forward with his arm stretched out. He then, however, goes too far and topples off the broom. Wah! Harry yelped as he tumbled onto the ground. Everyone gasps. Is he okay? Hermione asks. Naruto and Ron lean in as Harry gets up while lurching as he places a hand over his mouth. Looks like he's gonna be sick, Hagrid said, turning away slightly, not wanting to see the boy puke in front of everybody. Harry lurches forward as the snitch pops out of his mouth and lands on his hands. He's got the snitch. Harry Potter receives one who NDRED and 50 points for catching the snitch. Lee shouted out. Hooch walks onto the field and blows on her whistle. Gryffindor wins, she declared. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw then cheer Ed as loud as they could, while Slytherin sulked in anger at their loss. Harry raises the snitch into the air as they all cheered for him. Flint sneered. His team had lost. He still had a bat and needed to blow some steam. He noticed a bludger still in the air and whacked it away as hard as he could. All right, Harry, Hermione cheered, while Ron, Neville and Seamus fist-pumped into the air. Naruto let out a woot while he clapped. It wasn't until he noticed an incoming bludger heading towards his female friend. Hermione, look out, he shouted, pushing her to the side as the ball crashed against his head. Everyone stopped cheering as the blonde fell to the floor, Several let out a gasp as they saw blood trail down his face. Hagrid grabbed hold of the bludger with an iron grip, before it could fly away again. Naruto! Hermione cried out, as she and Ron rushed to his side. The teachers noticed the commotion and stood up from their seats. The other houses stood as well, trying to get a view. What happened? I think someone got hit. This was a question and response that was asked and answered throughout the pitch. Harry noticed what was happening. He pocketed the snitch and took off with his team towards the stands. The Weasley twins got a hold of the bludger and took it back to the trunk, while Hagrid picked up Naruto. Make through. We've got to get him to the hospital wing, Hagrid said as the students moved out of the way. Harry turned and glared at the Slytherin team, who smirked at them and flew back to their tower. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto gasped for air as he woke up. He felt his body in water as he slowly stood up. Where am I? He asked himself. He looked around to see what looked like a sewer. If this is a joke, then it sure as hell isn't funny, he thought. Before he continued to walk through the knee-deep water. After what seemed like an eternity, how long does this place go on? Naruto asked as he came into an open hall. He gasped at the enormous-sized cage inside. Animalistic growl. Naruto backed away as two large red slitted eyes opened up from inside. So my jailer visits me for the first time, he heard. Naruto pulled out his wand, Lumos. Quote, he muttered shakingly as he approached the large gate. When he got close, he came face to face with a colossal red-furred fox. It grinned and stabbed its claws through the gates, making Naruto fall on his back. Why you're the, Naruto stuttered. The fox grinned, showing its fangs. Kyuubi no Yoko, it finished for him. How is it why you're here? Why you're supposed to be dead, Naruto said while pointing accusingly. Ninjin, I cannot die. My body is nothing more than a large mass of chakra, the tailed beast explained as it looked down at its host. Then how are you here? Naruto asked, still shaken. How else, Gaki? I'm sealed within you, it said as it pointed at the blonde wizard. Naruto stared at the fox in shock. It explained everything, why he was hated so much, why they to kill him every so often. It was because of the fox. So it was because of you that I suffered, Naruto said, shaken but angry. Me, you think it was because of me that you suffered? Why don't you blame your so-called Gigi, since he was the one that blurted out that you were a Jinchuriki? The fox argued. Naruto flinched. He remembered asking the old man why they hated him, and he would always change the subject and show up until after they'd beaten him. Do you get it now? The fox asked. The blonde only looked down. Well, if you hadn't attacked that day, then I might have had a chance. At what? Becoming a tool for the village. 'Cause that's all a shinobi is, to live and die for their village. The Kyuubi snarled. At a normal life, Naruto glared. The Kyuubi stared at his jailer before bursting out laughing. Naruto's glare intensified. A normal life. Now that's funny. If you did have a normal life, you'd just end up a shinobi like Kushina wanted you to be, the tailed beast declared. And let's not forget, if it weren't for your status as a Jinchuriki, you would never have found out about your magical abilities. You would never have met the friends you have now. In fact, you should be thanking me for it, he pointed out annoyingly. Naruto's glare lessened, as the Biju was most likely right. Looking back now, if he had chosen to be a shinobi rather than a wizard, he'd never have met Hermione, Harry, Ron, or any of his other friends. He would have never seen the outside world. I rest my case, Kyuubi exclaims as it lies down in front of the gate. Naruto stays silent as he looks at his reflection through the water. He frowns with determination. You said Kushina, who's she? He asked. Kyuubi raised an eyebrow. Didn't I just say that shish? Wanted you to be a shinobi. She's your mother, Gaki. Kyuubi responded lazily. Naruto stared at his tenant in shock. Is she alive? Is she? He asked. Kyuubi looked at his jailer with annoyance. He could just torment him and tell him she was dead, but then again he has suffered enough already. But even he didn't know the answer to that. Don't know, the colossal fox said. Naruto looked down sadly. Did she care for me? He asked. Kyuubi shook its head. Kit, having you was all she ever talked about. Do you know how annoying that was? It growled. Naruto stared back and smiled, unconsciously letting loose several tears. His mother cared for him. whatever Kit, I believe you stayed here long enough, now get out. It said. Naruto looked at his tenant before he felt himself being pulled away, until his vision blacked out. Hospital wing. How is he? He's waking up. Give the boy some room. Naruto's eyes flickered open and closed them as the light blinded him temporarily. He held his head in pain. Anyone got the number on the train that hit me? He asked, lightly touching his bandaged head. He heard all those around sigh in relief. You took quite a hit, honestly that should have put you down for several days, Hagrid said. I'm a quick healer. Naruto responded. Now don't crowd the young man. They all turned to see Madame Pomfrey, Hogwarts matron and nurse. Is he going to be all right? Hermione asked, receiving a nod from the nurse. Luckily, he's only received a minor concussion, which is amazing considering that a blow like that should have put you down for days, she said, surprising the group. I'm hard-headed, he said, getting off the bed. Naruto, are you sure you're okay? Maybe you should lie down a bit more, Harry suggested. The blonde sighed. All right, if it worries you guys so much I'll stay for an hour, Naruto said, lying back on the bed. Okay you three, visiting times are over, Hagrid said as he led them to the door. We'll see you at the common room. Naruto, Ron said as he and Harry left. You coming, Hermione? Harry asked, peeking from around the door. Yes, give me a second, she said. The two boys shrugged and left the room. The brunette walked up to the blonde and sat on his bed. She looked at Naruto with a smile, in which he returned. Thank you, Naruto, she said, giving him a tight hug before she got up and walked out, leaving a light, blushing blonde staring at her retreating self. With the gang, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid walked out of the hospital wing and onto a path leading toward Hagrid's hut. So you're saying it was Snape that put a curse on my broom? Harry asked, as Hermione explained what had happened during the Quidditch game. Nonsense, why would Snape put a curse on Harry's broom? Hagrid asked. Who knows, why? Was he trying to get past that three-headed dog on Halloween? Harry asked to the group. Who told you about Fluffy? Hagrid turned to the group, wanting answers. Fluffy, that thing has a name, Ron and Hermione said in disbelief. Well, of course he's got a name, he's mine. I bought him off an Irish feller I met down at the pub last year, then I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the, he was about to say but then kept his mouth shut. Yes, Harry wanting to know, shouldn't have said that. Don't ask any more questions, that's top secret, that is, Hagrid retorted. But Hagrid, whatever Fluffy's guarding, Snape's trying to steal it, Harry tried to reason with groundskeeper. Codswallop, Professor Snape is a Hogwarts teacher, he said. Hogwarts teacher or not, I know a curse when I see one, I've read all about them. You have to keep eye contact and Snape wasn't blinking, Hermione stated, with Harry and Ron agreeing with her. Hagrid sighs. Now, you listen to me, all three of you, re-meddlin' in things that ought not to be meddled in. It's dangerous. What that dog is guarding is strictly between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, Hagrid warned. Nicholas Flamel, Harry said, making Hagrid sweat drop. I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. I should not have said that, Hagrid said to himself as he walked away from the group. Nicholas Flamel, who's Nicholas Flamel? Harry asked, to the smartest of the group. Surprisingly enough she shook her head. I don't know, she replied. 1 month later, Naruto stood outside of the castle with Hermione by his side as the snow fell. Sugoi, he said, this is your first time seeing snow? She asked, receiving a nod from her friend. They turned to see Hagrid bringing in a large pine tree. What's Hagrid doing? Naruto asked. Bringing in a pine tree for Christmas, she replied. Christmas? Hermione slowly turns to Naruto in shock. Why, you're not serious, are you? She asks. Naruto shook his head. Oh okay, no problem, I can explain. You see, Christmas is a holiday where one spends time with their loved ones and exchange gifts to one another, she said. Naruto understood and nodded his head. Exchange gifts, huh? He thought to himself as he glanced over at Hermione. She noticed his look and blushed. What? She asked. And nothing. Just thinking, he said with a tint of red on his cheeks. Well, let's head. Botchki need to pack, she said, grabbing Naruto's wrist and pulling him along. For what? The blonde asked. I'm going home for Christmas. My parents are having a reunion and I have to be there, she said. Naruto looked down, seeing as his best friend wouldn't be around for the holiday. He then got an idea to get her a gift before she left. He mentally nodded, followed Hermione to the dorm. Headmaster's office. 1 hour later. Naruto stood in front of a griffin statue. Here goes sherbet. Lemon, he said, as stone stairs makes an appearance from behind the statue. Walking up, he find himself in Dumbledore's office. Said man sees the blonde walking up. Is there something I can help you with, young man? He asked generously. Hi, Professor Dumbledore sir, I need to get to Diagon Alley and back. So I'm asking permission if I could possibly take a broom and head over there, he asked. Dumbledore chuckled. I can't allow a first year to take a much less ride a broomstick off school grounds, he said, making the blonde look down in disappointment. But tell me, what is it you acquire at Diagon Alley? He asked. Naruto blushed. Well, you see, there's this girl, he said. Dumbledore smiled, already knowing what it was he was asking. Come with me, Naruto, he said. The blonde nodded and followed the headmaster upstairs. Wait here, he said as he searched into a chest. Naruto looked around the room, full of books, paintings, and paperwork. He then turned to see a majestic bright red-colored bird, Sugoi. He proclaimed, Here you go. Naruto turned to Dumbledore as he handed over a small pouch. Now over here, he motioned to the fireplace. You see, inside that pouch is what's known as flow powder. What you do is walk into the fireplace, take a handful, state the destination you wish to travel. Then drop the powder, the elder wizard explained. Naruto bowed down to the headmaster. Arigato, Professor Dumbledore, he said as he walked into the fireplace. He grabbed a handful of the powder and stated loud and clear, Diagon Alley, before dropping the powder and disappearing in green flames. Dumbledore smiled as the boy disappeared. Whoever the young maiden was, would surely be happy the upcoming holiday. With the gang, Hermione walked into the great hall with a cart. She sees the ghost singing carols, Christmas trees and decorations throughout the hall, and students they're leaving the hall or continuing with their school work. She walks over to Ron and Harry as they play chess. Knight to e5, Harry states, as his knight piece moves towards its destination. Ron cups his chin. Queen to e5, he says. His queen then moves into position and clinks the knight away with its chair. Hermione, who was watching, sighs. That's totally barbaric, she says. That's wizard's chess, Ron replies and notices her cart. I see you've packed, he said. See you haven't, Hermione said with a raised eyebrow. Change of plans. My parents decided to go to Romania to visit my brother Charlie. He's studying dragons there, Ron explained his situation. Good, you and Naruto can help Harry. He's going to the library for information on Nicholas Flamel, the brunette said. We've looked 100 times. Ron complained. Not in the restricted section. Happy Christmas, she said before turning back and walking out. Oh, and have either of you seen Naruto? He took off after he helped me pack, she said. The two boys shook their heads no. Hermione sighed and walked out. Hogwarts Station, 7:15 p.m. Hermione stood along with a majority of the other students. As they awaited the train, the brunette looked towards Hogwarts sadly. She at least wanted to say goodbye to her blonde friend before she left. Hermione-chan, said girl turned to see Naruto running towards her. Naruto, what are you doing here? She asked. Well, you said that people exchange gifts on Christmas, so, he said as he brought out a hand-sized, white and black striped present box. I got you this, he said. Hermione took the present and smiled. Aren't you gonna open it? He asked, making the brunette giggle. You don't open presents until Christmas Day, Naruto, she explained. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Well, think of it like an early Christmas present, he said happily. Hermione smiled and unwrapped her present. No way this is, she said while holding a golden necklace. The pendant had several rings surrounding an hourglass. A time turner. How on earth did you get it? She asked. Naruto chuckled. Well, I had to sell a few of Sky's feathers, seeing how much it was, he replied. Lo. Oud whistle blows and the two turn to see the Hogwarts Express arriving. Well, I best get going, Hermione said before giving the blonde a tight hug. I'll see you in January, Naruto, the brunette said as she boarded the train. Oi, Hermione-chan, he called out, The girl turned as she had one foot on the stairs. Yes, Merry Christmas, he said while waving goodbye. Merry Christmas. She waved back. CK as continued up the stairs and into her compartment. Christmas Day Gryffindor common room. Harry rubs his eyes as he wakes up from his slumber. Hedwig gives out a hoot as it looks at his master. Harry yawns and walks out of the room. From the balcony, he overlooked the decorated common room. Ron was standing next to the tree wearing a sweater with an R on it, while Naruto sat on the couch in his PJs as he fed Sora some seeds. Merry Christmas guys, Harry said happily. Merry Christmas Harry, the two replied. Ron, what are you wearing? Harry asked, as he had never seen the sweater before. Oh, Mum made it for me, looks like you got one too, he said. I've got presents. Harry asked surprised. So far the only present he's ever gotten was from Hagrid and Dudley ate it. Yeah, come on down, Ron said. Harry rushed downstairs and up to the tree. Ron sits next to Naruto while eating jelly beans. Want some? He asks. It isn't one of those all-flavor ones, right? Naruto responded. Ron shook his head. Then don't mind if I do, he said happily, taking a few beans, while Harry picks up a silver-wrapped present with a note attached. Who's it from? Naruto asked. Let's see your fath. Left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well, huh? Doesn't say, Harry replied, a bit confused before he unwrapped his present. What is it? Ron asked. Quote, some kind of cloak. Harry responds, holding a black cloak with several star and moon-like patterns. Naruto recognizes it. Oh hey, I got one of those, he said, surprising the two. You do? Yeah, hang on, the blonde responded as he ran to lower level of the boys' dorm. Harry and Ron wait patiently. Okay guys, how do I look? Ron and Harry look at each other. We can't really tell if we can't see you, Harry replied. Before the two wizards felt someone tap their shoulders, they turned to see Naruto's floating head. Wah, they jumped. The blonde laughed. Relax, you two, it's an invisibility cloak. He explains, removing his cloak and revealing the rest of his body. No way, those cloaks are rare. How'd you get one? Ron asked. I got mine at Madame Malkin's robe shop. There was a sale on them and I got the last one, he explains. Ron deadpanned at losing a chance to get one as well. Wait, this a good thing we can use them to get into the library's restricted section without being seen, Harry explains. Ron and Naruto nodded in agreement. Library 8 p.m. Walking through the dark sections of the library, Harry led Ron and Naruto only with a lantern out of the cloak. They made it to the forbidden section and removed their cloaks. Harry and Naruto hung it over their shoulders as they searched the bookcases. Famous fire eaters, Ron said, taking a book. 15th century friends, Naruto spoke. He said as he looked between books. Flammel Nicholas Flammel, where are you? Harry said as he took book and opened it. The moment he did, a face shot out of a page. Ari slammed the book shut as Naruto and Ron looked at him with wide eyes. Who's there? The three whipped around to see a lantern's light approaching. As Harry did, he accidentally knocked over his lantern. Kuso. Ron here. He tossed him his cloak. What about you? They asked. Just go, he said as he silently ran down the hall and morphed into a fox. Harry and Ron got the idea and wrapped their cloaks around themselves as they sneaked through the back. Who is it? Show yourself, Filch shouted as he came into the restricted section. He walked over and examined a shattered lamp. Grr. Filch turned to see a sun-colored fox. It tilted its head as it looked at the man before walking right past him. Filch scratched his head in confusion before he continued to examine the broken lantern. With Harry, the two wizards make it out to the hallway. That was close, Ron whispered. No kidding, Harry replied before he noticed Filch's cat following them. Meet back at the common room, Harry said. Ron nodded as they took off in different directions. Harry silently ran across the hall and turned a corner to see Snape push Quirrell against a wall. Harry gulped and decided to try and sneak past them. As he crept closer, he listened into their conversation. Severus the First, I thought, Quirrell stated quietly. You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell, Snape threatened. What do you mean? You know perfectly well what I mean, Snape said before stopping and turning around. Harry holds his breath as the professor had detected him. Snape slowly reached out towards Harry, who backs away slowly and quietly. Before he whips his finger back at Quirrell. "We'll meet again soon when you've had time to decide where your loyalties lie," he said before turning around to see Filch and a broken lantern. "Oh, professors, I found this in the restricted section. It's still hot, that means a student is out of bed," he explained. Snape let go of Quirrell and followed Filch with Quirrell trailing behind. Harry took this opportunity to enter the door, right next to him. Harry sighs as he finds the room empty. The only noticeable thing was the large mirror attached to a wall. The dark brunette removes his cloak and stares into the mirror. He gasps as a man and a woman appeared in the mirror's reflection. "Mum?" he asks. The woman smiles and nods. Harry turns to the man. "Dad." Receiving the same response, Harry reaches out to touch them only to feel the cold surface of the mirror. He sees his mother place a hand on the shoulder of Harry's reflection. The dark brunette then places a hand on his shoulder, trying to feel his mother touch. Gryffindor common room. Ron removes the cloak as he sees Naruto on the couch. "You're late, where's Harry?" The blonde asked. "Don't know, we split when we say Filch's cat," he responded. About to toss back the cloak when Harry appears. "Ron, Naruto, you've got to see this," he said. Ron turned to Naruto, who shrugged. "Animagus." Naruto whispered as he morphed into his fox form and followed the boys out. Mirror room. The three appear in the room as they remove their cloaks. Naruto reverts back to normal as he follows Harry to the mirror. "Come on, you two." "Lo. Okay, it's my parents," Harry said, pointing to the mirror. Ron and Naruto looked puzzled. "But I only see me," Ron said. "Same here," Naruto responded. "Look properly. Go on, stand here. Now look there, you see them, don't you?" "That's my dad," Harry stated. Ron then gasps, "That's me. Only, I'm head boy and holding a Quidditch cup. Bloody hell, I'm Quidditch captain too. I look good." "Harry, do you think this mirror shows the future?" Ron asked. Harry then smiles sadly. "How can it? Both my parents are dead," he responds. Ron sighs before turning to their blonde friend who was blushing up a storm. "Hey Naruto, what do you see?" he asked. "Huh," he said, turning to them. "Are you feeling all right? You're bright red," Ron states. "Why yeah, I'm fine, just a little tired is all, I'm going to bed," he said as he morphs into a fox and walks out. "Wonder what he saw?" Ron asks Harry, who shrugs. What in fact was seen by the blonde was an older version of himself and a certain brunette, in a group hug with 3 kids and an older red-haired woman. Great Hall. The next day, Naruto, Ron, and Harry sat in their house's table. Naruto was studying astronomy, while Ron attempted to brew a shrinking solution potion. Ari on the other hand brooded as he tried to understand why his 2 friends couldn't see his parents. He would just have to go to the room again tonight. "Don't forget to add the leech juice," Naruto said, not taking his eyes off his book. Right, Ron replies. Harry sighs and leaves the room. "Hey Harry, what's wrong?" Naruto called out, but no reply. He and Ron exchange a look. "Maybe he needs some time to himself," Ron said. Before both wizards heard a flapping sound. They turned to see Sora flying towards them with a small parcel. "Wonder what Sora brought you this time?" Ron asked himself, Naruto wondering the same thing. The silver-winged falcon dropped the package in his master's hands, before landing on his shoulder. Naruto fed his pet a small chunk of meat before looking at his package. "Who's it from?" Ron asked. The blonde wizard smiled. "From Hermione-chan," he said, opening the parcel, revealing it to be a black wand holder. He saw a note attached to it and read the contents. "Hey Naruto, this is Hermione. I'm not sure if this parcel got to you on time, but this is my Christmas present to you. I know you like to practice spells, so with this you'll be able to draw your wand faster. Merry Christmas, Hermione," he read with a smile. Ron gave the blonde a sly look. "She got you a present, ain't that sweet?" he said. Naruto blushed as Ron laughed, before he punched him lightly on the shoulder. Okay, I'm sorry," he said, still snickering as he went back to his potion. Naruto just looked at the holder before he wrapped the leather strips around his arm like a bracer. He brought out his wand and sheathed it into his new holder. "Arigato, Hermione-chan," he whispered. With Harry. Mirror room. 8 p.m. Harry sat in front of the mirror looking at his parents with a sad smile. He hears footsteps and turns around to see Dumbledore. Back again, Harry, he asks as the dark brunette stood up and dusted himself. I see you, like so many before you, have discovered the delights of the mirror of her eyes. I trust by now you realize what it does, he asked, before noticing Harry's confused look. He chuckled. Let me give you a clue. The happiest man on earth would look into the mirror and see only himself. Exactly as he is, he said. Harry gave a surprised look as he understood what the headmaster was saying. So, it shows us what we want. Whatever we want, Harry asked. Yes and no. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desires of our hearts. Now you, who have never known your family, you see them standing beside you, but remember this, Harry. This mirror gives us neither knowledge nor truth. Men have wasted away, even gone mad, he said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. It does not do to dwell on dreams, Harry, and forget to live, he finishes. As Harry looks back into the mirror. Library. 1 month later, Harry and Ron sit by a table while looking through various books. It wasn't until Hermione came up with Naruto carrying a rather large book. The blonde dropped it on the table with a large thump, making both redhead and dark brunette jump. Hey guys, guess what, we were looking in the wrong section, Naruto states, a bit winded from carrying the book. You're kidding, right? Harry asked, feeling like they had wasted a lot of time searching for a book that was never there. How could I have been so stupid? I checked this out a few weeks ago for a bit of light reading, Hermione responded as she opens the pages. This is light, Ron states in disbelief. Hermione glares at the redhead. Of course, and here it is. Nicholas Flamel, the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, she read. Harry and Ron share a glance. The what? They asked. Hermione sighed. Honestly, don't you two read? The Philosopher's Stone is a legendary substance with astonishing powers. It will turn any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal, she read. The two wizards look at the brunette in shock. Immortal, Ron repeated. It means you'll never die, Hermione explained. I know what it means. The redhead snapped. Shish. Harry shushed. Guys, listen to this, Naruto pointed out. The only stone in existence belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the noted alchemist who last year celebrated his 665th birthday. Don't you guys see? That's what's fluffy guarding on the 3rd floor, that's what's under the trapdoor, the Philosopher's Stone, Naruto explained. The 4 mages looked amongst each other. If they wanted to get information, Hagrid's was the place to go. That night, Hagrid's hut. The 4 wizards ran towards the hut as they avoided Filch. Harry knocks on the door several times before Hagrid opens, who by the way wore an apron and oven mitts. Hagrid looks at the 4. Oh, hello. Sorry, don't wish to be rude, but I'm in no fit state to entertain today, the half-giant said before closing the door on them. We know about the Philosopher's Stone, they all stated. Hagrid reopened the door. Oh, he said before letting them all in. We think Snape's trying to steal it, Harry began. Hagrid just looked at the dark brunette in disappointment. Snape. Blimey, Harry, you're not still on about that, are you? He asked. Hagrid, we know it's the stone, we just don't know why. Naruto stated. Hagrid shook his head. Snape is one of the teachers protecting the stone, he's not about to steal it, he explained. Receiving a surprised look from the 4. What? Harry nearly shouted. You heard right, come on, now I'm a bit preoccupied today, he said, as his bloodhound Fang began to sniff Ron and Naruto. Wait a minute, one of the teachers? Naruto asked, as Fang tried to lick his face. Hermione sat down in one of Hagrid's chairs. Of course. There are other things defending the stone, aren't there? Spells, enchantments? Hermione asked, receiving a nod from the half-giant. That's right, waste of bloody time if you ask me, he replied. Ain't no one gonna get past Fluffy, not a soul knows how. Except for me and Dumbledore. He pauses as the 4 look at him. Shouldn't have told you that, I shouldn't have told you that, he repeated as a cauldron that was being heated over the fireplace began to rattle. Hagrid gasped and rushed over, took the cauldron out, then a rather large egg from inside. Ooh. Ooh, 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 hot, he said. Seemed like the mitts didn't seem to help much. He places it on a table for all to see. Hagrid, what exactly is that? Harry asked as he and the rest edged closer to the table. It's Hagrid said, trying to make something up. When Ron recognizes it, I know what it is. But Hagrid, how did you get one? Ron asked. Hagrid sighed. No point in keeping it a secret, I won it. Off a stranger I met down at the pub. Seemed quite glad to get rid of it, as a matter of fact, he recalls. The egg begins to rattle once more before the shell cracked. The pieces start to fly off as it reveals itself to be a dragon hatchling. It squeaks as it slips on an egg piece. Is that a dragon? Hermione asked in surprise. Sugoi. A real-life Ryu, Naruto said with star eyes. Not just a dragon, that's a Norwegian ridgeback. My brother Charlie works with these in Romania, Ron explains. Hagrid wipes a tear from his eye. Isn't he beautiful? Oh, bless him. Look, he knows his mummy. Hee hee. Hello Norbert, the dragon squeaks as it stares at Hagrid. The four turn to Hagrid. Norbert. Yeah, well, he's got to have a name, doesn't he? Hagrid responds. The group laughs. Don't you, Norbert? Dededed. Hagrid says as he raises a finger back and forth across the dragon's chin. The hatchling backs away slightly before it hiccups a fireball into Hagrid's beard. The half-giant uses the oven mitt to put it out the flames. Well, he'll have to be trained up a bit, of course, he said as he manages to douse the flame, that is until he sees someone by the window. Who's that? He said, making the four whip their line of sight to the window. The person jumps and runs away. Malfoy. Harry growls. Oh, dear, Hagrid states. The four find themselves leaving the hut and heading back towards their dorm. Hagrid always wanted a dragon. He told me so the first we met him, Harry explained. Oh yeah, Naruto remembered. It's crazy, and worse, Malfoy knows, Ron said. I don't understand, is that bad? Harry asked, receiving a nod. They were about to enter the staircase when they were stopped by McGonagall, who was in her nightgown. Good evening, she said. The group sees Malfoy behind her giving them a smirk. Naruto whispered. McGonagall's office. The elder witch sat at her desk eyeing the four students, while Malfoy stands several feet away smirking. McGonagall shakes her head. Nothing, I repeat, nothing gives a stew. Dent the right to walk about the school at night, therefore as punishment for your actions, 50 points will be taken, she said, shocking the four. F50. Harry stutters. Each and to ensure it doesn't happen again. All 5 of you will receive detention, she states. Malfoy nods, but then loses his smirk. Excuse me, Professor, perhaps I heard you wrong. I thought you said, the 5 of us, he asked. McGonagall shook her head. No, you heard me correctly, Mr. Malfoy. You see, as honorable as your intentions were, you two were out of bed after hours. You will serve detention with your classmates, she states. Harry, Ron, Naruto, and Hermione smile while Draco sags. The next day 8:30 p.m. Naruto, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Malfoy find themselves being led towards Hagrid's hut by Filch. A pity they let the old punishments die. There was a time detention would find you hanging by your thumbs in the dungeon. God, I miss the screaming, Filch said. Draco gulps while Hermione backs away from the man and closer to her blonde friend. You'll be serving detention with Hagrid tonight, he said. The Gryffindor wizards eased up a little. He's got a little job to do inside the dark forest, Filch states as they all see Hagrid walking out of his hut carrying a crossbow while sniffling. A sorry lot this, Hagrid. Oh good God, man, you're not still about that bloody dragon, are you? He states. Hagrid wipes the incoming tears. Norbert's gone. Dumbledore sent him to Romania to live in a colony, he explained. Isn't that a good thing? Naruto says. Yes, he'll be with his own kind, Hermione supports. Yeah, but what if he don't like Romania? Hagrid states, while Filch rolls his eyes. What if the other dragons are mean to him? He's only a baby, after all, he sobs. Oh, for God's sake, pull yourself together, man. You're going into the forest after all. Got to have your wits about you, Filch pointed with an annoyed tone. The forest. I thought that was a joke. We can't go in there. Students aren't allowed. And they all heard a wolf's howl. Werewolves, Malfoy stated. Filch smirks. There's more than werewolves in those trees, lad. You can be sure of that, he said, getting Draco more scared than he already is. Nighty night, Filch said before walking away. Hagrid pulls himself together. Right, let's go, he said as he led them all into the forest. Naruto pulled out his wand. They all look at him. What, I don't want anything jumping on me, especially when Hagrid's the only one with a crossbow, he said. They all nodded and brought out their wands. 20 minutes into the forest. They came across a small silvery puddle. Hagrid kneels down and dips his thumb and index finger into the puddle. He pulls it out and rubs them together. Hagrid, what is it? Harry asked. What, we're here for, see that? He says, showing them his fingers. That's unicorn's blood, that is. I found a dead one a few weeks ago. Now this one's been injured bad by something, he said. The FIVE wizards crowd the half-giant as they look at the silver blood. Harry gets up and notices a large cloaked figure walking through the trees. So it's our job to find the poor beast. Hagrid gets up and turns to the young wizards. Ron. Hermione, you'll come with me, he ordered. Okay, Ron said weakly. And Harry, you'll go with Naruto and Malfoy, he says. The blonde and dark brunette give a nod, while Draco grimaces. Okay, then I get Fang, Malfoy states. Hagrid shrugs. Fine, just so you know he's a bloody coward, he said before walking off with the Ron and Hermione as Fang starts to whimper. Half an hour later, the three wizards continue their trek through the forest, Fang leading, and Draco holding the lamp. You wait till my father hears about this. This is servant stuff, Draco complained. Oh, what are you going to tell them, that you had to back out because you were too scared to go into the woods in the dark? Naruto mocked. Honestly, Malfoy, if I didn't know any better I'd say you were scared. Harry doing the same. Scared, Potter? Ha, yeah right, come on Fang. Draco scoffs as he walks faster. The group continue to walk until they reach a flat ground with several roots ingrained. Fang stops and growls. What is it, Fang? Harry asked, gripping his wand, along with Naruto. They walk closer for a better look, only to see a cloaked figure crouched over a dead unicorn as it drank its blood. What the hell is that? Naruto whispers as quietly as he could. The figure then stops drinking and turns to the three as the silvery blood dripped from its mouth. Harry gasped and held onto his scar as it began to burn. Harry, Naruto asked, wondering what was wrong with his friend. Draco, who was visibly shaking, he ran away with Fang. The figure slides over the unicorn and rises up. It begins to advance over to Harry. Stay back. Expelliarmus. Naruto calls out as he aimed his wand and shot out a violet stream of magic at the cloaked figure, knocking it back a few feet. Harry, come on. Naruto shook his friend, as he fell to his knees clutching his scar. Naruto looks at the figure as it got back up and advanced forward. The blonde aims his wand again only to hear hoofbeats. Nani, he said as a centaur leaps over the two. The horseman rears its hind legs, causing the figure to flee. The pain exceeds as Harry begins to breathe normally. He looks up at the centaur as it trotted towards them. Harry Potter, you must leave. You are known to many creatures here. The forest is not safe at this time, especially for you, the centaur stated. Naruto helps his friend up. What was that thing you saved us from? He asked. The centaur looks back at the dead unicorn. A monstrous creature. It is a terrible crime to slay a unicorn. Drinking the blood will keep you alive even if you are an inch away from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something so pure that the moment the blood touches your lips, you will have a half-life, a cursed life, it explained. But who would choose to live like that? Naruto asked. Can you think of no one? The centaur asked back. Do you mean to say that the thing that killed the unicorn that was drinking its blood, that was Voldemort? Harry asked worryingly. Naruto looked at his friend in shock. That explained why it came for him. Do you know what is hidden in the school at this very moment? It asked. Naruto and Harry went wide-eyed. The Philosopher's Stone, they said, as they heard Fang bark. The duo turned to see Hagrid, Hermione, Ron, and Draco walking up to them. Are you all right? Hermione asked as she ran up to the two. We're good, Naruto responded as he sheathed his wand. Underneath his arm, Hermione notices the holder and smiles at her friend. Hello there, Firenze. I see you've met young Harry Potter and Naruto Uzumaki. You all right there, Harry? Hagrid asked as the dark brunette was still slightly lightheaded. Receiving a nod. Harry Potter, this is where I leave you. You're safe now. Good luck, the centaur stated before trotting away. Gryffindor common room. Harry stand by the fireplace while the other three sit around him. The dark brunette explained the events that took place just minutes ago. You mean, you know who's out there, right now, in the forest? Hermione asks in shock. Yeah, but he's weak seeing as how he's living off unicorns, Naruto confirmed. It all makes sense now. They turned to Harry. We had it wrong. Snape doesn't want the stone for himself, he wants it for Voldemort. With the elixir of life, Voldemort will be strong again. He'll come back, Harry stated. Slightly shaken just thinking about it. But if he comes back, you don't think he'll try to kill you, do you? Ron asked. I think if he had a chance, he might have tried to kill me tonight, Harry explained. Ron gulps. And to think, I've been worried about my potions final, he said. Hang on a minute. We're forgetting one thing. Who's the wizard Voldemort has always feared? Hermione asked the group. Ron and Harry shrugged, while Naruto pondered. Dumbledore. As long as Dumbledore's around, you're safe, you can't be touched, she explains. Harry gave a small smile. 2 weeks later, the four walk down a path to the courtyard. I've always heard Hogwarts. End of the year exams were frightening, but I found that rather enjoyable, Hermione states happily. Oh, speak for yourself, you and Naruto have been studying non-stop for weeks, Ron pointed out. Hey, if you wanted a good grade, then you should have done the same, Naruto replies. Yeah, well, you all right there, Harry. Ron changes the subject as Harry holds onto his scar. My scar, it keeps burning, the dark brunette replies. It's happened before, Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. Not like this. Maybe you should see the nurse, Naruto suggested. Harry shook his head again. I think it's a warning, it means danger coming up. He rubs his scar as he sees Hagrid across the field, at his hut. Of course, Harry yelled before he broke out running towards the hut. Naruto, Hermione, and Ron exchange a look before running after the dark brunette. Harry, what is it? Ron asked. Don't you think it's a bit odd that Hagrid wants more than anything as a dragon, and a stranger shows up and just so happens to have one? He responds and slows down as they approach the hut. They see Hagrid outside playing a flute. I mean, how many people wander around with dragon eggs in their pockets? Why didn't I see it before? Harry said as they approached Hagrid. The three wizards then realized that as well, no one's dumb enough to walk around with a dragon. That'd just cause panic. Hagrid, who gave you the dragon egg? Harry asked. The half-giant stopped playing and turned to the group. What did he look like? Harry asked. Hagrid shrugged. I don't know. I never saw his face. He kept his hood up, he replied. Naruto narrowed his eyes. The stranger, though you and he must have talked, he interrogated. Well, he wanted to know what sort of creatures I looked after. I told him. I said, after Fluffy, a dragon's gonna be no problem, the half-giant replied. And did he seem interested in Fluffy? Harry asked. Hagrid nodded. Well, of course he did, was interested in Fluffy. How often do you come across a three-headed dog, even if you're in the trade? But I said, the trick with any beast is to know how to calm him. Take Fluffy for example. Just play him a bit of music and he falls straight to sleep, Hagrid explained before his jaw dropped. The four students were agape. I shouldn't have told you that, he said, before they took off. Where are you going? Wait, Hagrid called back. McGonagall's class. The four run through the hallway and into the Elder Witch's class, surprising her as they stopped at her desk. Naruto wasn't at all winded, spoke up. We need to see Professor Dumbledore immediately, he said. McGonagall shook her head. I'm afraid Professor Dumbledore is not here. He received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and left immediately for London, she explained. Harry walked up. He's gone now, but this is important. He looks around to see if anybody was listening. It's about the Philosopher's Stone, he whispered. The Elder Witch looked at the group in shock. How do you know? She asked. Someone's going to try and steal it, he responded. McGonagall shook her head. I don't care now how you four found out about the stone, but I can assure you it is perfectly well protected. Now would you go back to your dormitories? Quietly, she ordered. The group sighed and left the class. Ari shook his head as they walked down the hall. That was no stranger Hagrid met in the village. It was Snape, which means he knows how to get past Fluffy, he states. And with Dumbledore gone, Hermione says as Snape appears behind them. "Good afternoon," he said, making the four jump. "Now, what would 4 young Gryffindors such as yourselves be doing inside on a day like this?" he asks. "Oh, we were just," Hermione and Ron babble. "You want to be careful. People will think you're up to something," he said as Harry glares madly at him. Naruto was actually observing the man for anything odd. Snape shook his head and took his leave. "Now what do we do?" Hermione asks. "We go down the trapdoor tonight," Harry proclaims. Naruto, Hermione, and Ron exchange a look before agreeing. Meanwhile, Konoha. It was a quiet day in the village of Konohagakure no Sato. Why is that, you ask? It was because a certain red-haired woman had massacred over 80 of the population, that including the civilian council. The only ones left alive were the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, Akamichi, Inuzuka, Aburame clans, and several very lucky civilians. Kushina sat on top of her husband's stone head as she looked down into the near-empty village. Her clothes stained in blood. She looked down as tears began to escape her eyes. She was alone again. Or so she thought. Next chapter, The Philosopher's Stone. Also, I have stated this before. This story will be crossed between the book-film canon and my imagination, so do expect something to happen during summer vacation. Third, yes, Naruto has given up on his shinobi career and will now be a wizard. He, however, will learn a few jutsu later on but will rarely use them. Also, no, the Akatsuki will not be making an appearance in this story. Sorry to burst your bubble, but there are too many stories out there that have Naruto either go to Hogwarts to avoid them or he goes back, which then they find him. So no thanks, but I'm sticking to my story. Next, Kurama and Kushina's standing point. Kurama will be stubborn at first but will reluctantly train him later in using his chakra. As for when Kushina will make an appearance, this will happen during summer, so be sure to look forward to that. Now for one last thing, I've had a request to make Naruto and Harry cousins, like Kushina is a distant relative of Lily. Now this has been done before, so I'm a bit reluctant to try, so here's what I'm going to ask you guys. Should Naruto and Harry be cousins or should Kushina adopt? Talking. Flashback. Flashback. Thoughts. Action. Spell. Chapter 4. The Philosopher's Stone. Naruto stood in front of his bed as he quickly and quietly switched from his PJs to something casual, mainly his black-white t-shirt with a red spiral flame in the center, and black pants. He strapped his wand holder around his forearm and hefted his invisibility cloak over his shoulder. Sora looked at his master with confusion as it tilted his head. "Shish," Naruto said as he fed the bird a small chunk of meat. Sora chowed down as his master quietly left the bedroom. Common room. The 4 wizards quietly walked in. Harry, Ron, and Hermione now wore casual clothing. "Everyone ready?" Harry asked. They responded in a nod and were about to leave when they heard a croak. The group turned to see Neville's toad. "Trevor," Ron whispered. "Croak." Trevor, "Shish. Go. You shouldn't be he." Naruto whispered with a shoo motion. "Neither should you." They watched as Neville walked from around a chair. "You're sneaking out again, aren't you?" he asks. Harry tried to reason with him. "Now, Neville, listen. We were." He was cut off by the boy. "No. I won't let you. Why, you'll get Gryffindor in trouble again," he stated. They sighed knowing he was right, that is if they get caught or if he tells Neville. Naruto started but was cut off. "No, I'll fight you if I have to," he stated. Hermione rubbed her forehead. They were wasting time. "Neville, I'm really sorry about this," she said as she draws her wand. "Petrificus totalis," she said. With a zap, Neville's skin became pale as he straightened up and fell frozen on the floor. "You have got to teach me that," Naruto whispered. "Only if you let me borrow your spell book," she said. "Deal," he stated. Ron and Harry stare at Neville for a few seconds. "You're scary sometimes, you know that." "Brilliant, but scary, R.O.N. states as they all walk past the immobile boy, Hermione muttering sorry as they pass. "Okay, you guys, under the cloak," Harry said as he shared his cloak with Ron, while Naruto shared his with Hermione. "To the 3rd floor, the blonde wizard proclaimed. "3rd floor, Itai. Might want watch where you're stepping, Hermione-chan," Naruto said as his foot was stepped on by his best friend. "Sorry," she says as they stepped up to the locked door. "Stand back," Hermione states as she aims her wand at the keyhole. Alohomora, she said, unlocking the door and walking in as quietly as they can. Wait a minute, he's sleeping, Ron whispers. As they look upon the three-headed dog, they noticed a symphony being played through the room as they remove their cloaks. Harry notices a harp by the dog's side which was playing itself. Snape's already been here, he's put a spell on the harp, he whispers as they approach the dog. Fluffy coughs a little. Ron inhales the fumes known as dog breath and turns slightly green. It's got horrible breath, he states. Naruto, Harry, and Hermione stares at the trap door. Well, looks like we're gonna have to move its paw, otherwise we ain't getting through, the blonde explained. What? Ron shouted quietly, not wanting to wake the dog up. Come on, Harry said, as they all, including Ron who was reluctant, grabbed the paw. Okay, push, he said. They strained Slig. HTLY as they slowly moved the limb away until the doorway was accessible. They pull the door open. I'll go first. Don't follow until I give you the sign. If something bad happens, get yourselves out, Harry explained. Guys, doesn't it seem a bit quiet? Naruto asked. They all raised their heads noticing that the harp had stopped playing. Ron feels something wet and slimy hit his shoulder. Ew. Yuck. He said as he wipes what appears to be drool. The four wizards turn around to see Fluffy standing behind them, looking quiet angry. Jump, Harry shouted, as Fluffy starts barking and thrashing. The four fall into the door as Fluffy tries to follow. Sadly his oversized heads couldn't fit through, so like any other dog, it barked. Is everyone okay? Naruto asked as he shook his head. Yeah, think so, they responded. Lucky this plant thing was here, that would have been a nasty fall, Ron explained as he examined the rope-like vines. Alright then, where to know OOOW? Naruto outs as the vines tripped and wrapped him up. Whoa, they shouted as they met the same fate. What is this? Ron shouts, as he, Harry, and Naruto struggle to get loose. Hermione examines the plant. Everyone, stop moving. This is Devil's Snare, you have to relax, if you don't we'll only kill you faster, she explained. Kill us faster. Oh, now I can relax, Ron shouted. Hermione only smiles before the vines loosen their grip on the girl and suck her down. Hermione-chan, the boys yelled. Now what are we gonna do? Ron cried. Just relax, they heard the witch say. Hermione-chan, where are you? Naruto asked. Do what I say, trust me, she said from below. You guys heard the lady, Naruto said to the others. The blonde laid his head against the vines as if he were trying to lie down. Seconds later he's pulled under. Harry closes his eyes and takes deep breaths, before he too is sucked under. Nice of you to join us, Hermione said with a smile. Wait, where's Ron? Harry asked. They looked up to see the boy's legs still dangling from the vines. Help, Ron cried out as the vines tightened around him. He's not relaxing, is he? Hermione stated in a deadpan tone. Apparently not, Harry said as he hopelessly watches his friend as strangled. A vine soon covers Ron's mouth. We've got to do something, Hermione said. Like what? Hermione pounded her head as she tried to think of something. Naruto cups his chin. Hey Hermione-chan, we studied these things in herbology, right? Wasn't there something it hated? He asked. The witch's mind clicked. That's right. Devil's Snare hates sunlight, she stated, as she brings out her wand and aims it at the plant. Lumos Solum, she said, shooting a beam of light at the plant, which shrieked and recoiled as it dropped Ron face first on the floor. Harry and Naruto helped the redhead up. You okay? They asked. Ron nodded as he rubbed his nose. Yeah, phew. Lucky we didn't panic, he said, getting sweat drops from the group. Lucky those two pay attention in class, Harry responded before they continued onward. They walked through the corridors until they came to the entrance but stopped when they heard a flapping sound. What is that? Hermione asked. Don't know, but it sounds like wings, Harry responded as they entered the room. They stared at the ceiling for several seconds as it was filled with golden birds. Strange, never seen birds like these before, Naruto said as he squinted his eyes, trying to get a close-up. Harry did the same. Those aren't birds, they're keys, he said, before turning to a door next to a broomstick suspended in the air. And I'll bet one of them fit that door, he continued. What's this about? Hermione asked. Ron walks over to the door. He brings out his wand, Alohomora. He said nothing happened. Well, it was worth a try, he says with a shrug. Ugh, what are we going to do? There must be thousands of keys up there, Hermione stated as she squinted her eyes at the winged keys. Try looking for a bog old-fashioned one, probably rusty like the handle, Naruto explained as he looked at the various keys. Harry and Ron join in the search. Minutes later, there it is. I see it, Harry shouts as he points. That one, with the broken wing, he said, before his mind clicks and turns to the broom. What's up, Harry? Naruto asked, getting Group's attention. It's too simple, the dark brunette states. Ron gets the idea. Oh, go on, Harry. If Snape can catch it on that broomstick, you can. You're the youngest Seeker in a century, he encouraged. Harry nods and places a hand on the broom. They heard the keys give out a sound that was close to a large flap, and turned to see them flying straight at the dark brunette. This complicates things a bit, Ron said as he moved out of the way. Fly, Harry, fly, Naruto shouted, as the boy hopped on the broom and took off with the keys hot on his trail. Harry zooms through the air, trying to avoid the keys as well as find the broken winged one. Naruto, Hermione, and Ron watched their friend fly through the air, until he was able to catch the required key. Catch, he yells as he tossed the key over to Hermione. She catches it and rushed over to the door, opening it and letting Naruto and Ron in before Harry zoomed through the door. The witch shuts the door as the keys slam into it. Well, that was fun, Harry said as he hops off the broom and continues to the next room. Moments later, they stumble into another room. It seemed pretty normal, what with the long bridge with no railing stretching across the room over a large death spike pit. And a single window letting in the moonlight. Yup, just normal. As Harry was about to cross when Naruto stopped him. Wait, this could either be another puzzle or worse, a trap, he explained. What trap? It's just a bridge, I highly doubt there's anything to worry about, Ron said. Naruto shook his head. You never know, he said as he pulled out his wand and cautiously crossed the bridge. Hermione and Harry held their breath as the blonde reached center, exactly where the moonlight was hitting. Naruto stopped and looked around. Nothing so far. Looks okay, you guys can cross over now, he said, not noticing his own shadow rising up. Naruto, watch out, they called out. The blonde turned as a silhouette version of himself aimed its wand. Nani, he said before being blasted away by a black stream of magic. Ah, he yelled as he flew back. The blonde rolled on the ground twice before falling over the ledge. The three gasped as Naruto held onto the ledge. He grit his teeth as he pulled himself up. The shadow tilted its head as the blonde brought out his wand. Alright then, if we gotta get across then I'm gonna have to beat you, he said. The silhouette flicked its wrist, letting black magic swirl around its arm. It aimed and fired the stream again. Protega, he shouted as he blocked the spell with a bright transparent blue shield. The blonde waved his wand. Vermilius, shooting bright red sparks at the silhouette. It blocked them with the same charm. As it blocked the last spark, it flicked its wand, pushing the blonde back. Come on, Naruto, Harry shouted. You can do it, Hermione cheered. Don't give up, Ron called out. The blonde wizard gripped his wand as he got up. Let's see how you like this, Profusum Flamma, Naruto shouted as he fired a stream of violet flames at the silhouette. The shadow brought up its shield but was pushed back by the flames to the point of falling. It quickly got up and twirled its wand, shooting wave arcs of black flames. Protega, he said as he blocked out several arcs before getting hit. The group gasped as Naruto struggled to get up, his body and clothing covered in scorch marks. He turned to see the silhouette W Avenue and upside down. Before a fiery explosion pushed the blonde back even further. Naruto, they shouted as they ran up to his down form. The blonde turned weakly to the silhouette as the tip of its wand shined black. He noticed his friends were within range and were too busy attending to him to even notice. I have to protect them, he said, forcing himself up. Naruto, don't, it's too strong, Hermione pleaded, Harry and Ron doing the same, until they noticed the spell the shadow was charging. Naruto aimed his wand, Expelliarmus. He shouted, firing a stream of violet energy, while the silhouette fired black. Both spells collided and fought for dominance. the shadow pulled its wand back before pushing forward, giving its spell an extra boost. Naruto was now being pushed back as his spell receded. I won't give up, he thought to himself. He turned to see his friends' worried looks. They're depending on me, I have to win, I've gotta win, he thought. Within the boy's mindscape, Kyuubi merely raised an eyebrow at the scene. His host was already badly hurt, and with him fighting for dominance, it would take longer to heal him if he loses or worst, dies. Just you owe me for this kit, he mumbled as he sent his chakra through his jailer's body. Naruto's eyes snapped wide as he felt a malicious energy flow through his body. He let out a feral growl. As his eyes go from blue to slitted red, his hair becomes more wild. His nails sharpen enough to represent claws, and grows fangs. Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt an ominous chill go down their spine. They, however, were paying more attention to the duel rather than their friend's appearance. With a roar, Naruto infused the Kyuubi's chakra into his spell, giving it a tint of crimson red as it overpowered the shadow's spell. The blast recoiled and set it flying across the room, smashing against a wall. The silhouette weakly looked at the blonde before it slid off the wall and down into the pit. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked over the EDG to see it with a spike through its chest before it disappeared into nothingness. They sighed in relief and rushed to their blonde friend, whose appearance had reverted back and was now breathing heavily on the floor. That was bloody amazing, Ron said. I've got a long way to go if I want mine to be that like, Harry stated as he stared at his wand. How'd you do that? Hermione asked. As much as Naruto enjoyed being praised, there were more important matters to deal with. Guys, we're wasting time. You've got to go on without me, he said, surprising them. What are you saying? We aren't going to leave you, the brunette witch stated. I'll catch up. Just let me rest up a bit, he responded. Harry nodded. He's right, the longer we stay here, the closer Snape gets to the stone, he said. Ron and Hermione were hesitant but agreed. Don't worry you guys, just give me 5 minutes, Naruto said as he laid down. They nodded and crossed the bridge. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked into a dark room. They noticed several broken pieces of marble here and there. I don't like this at all, Hermione said, feeling a tad nervous without their blonde friend. Where are we? A graveyard, Harry asks. Ron takes a closer look at the floor, and notices a checker-like pattern. This is no graveyard, it's a chessboard, he spoke, before the torches lit themselves and illuminated the PLACE and revealing the giant chessboard and stone pieces. They look around the room and spot a door across the room. There's the door, Harry said as he led the group across. That's when the pawns bring up their swords, making the 3 step back. Now what? He asks. It's obvious, isn't it? We've got to play our way across the room, he said as he walked over to one side, with Harry and Hermione following. All right. Harry, you take the bishop's square. Hermione, you'll be the queenside castle. As for me, I'll be the knight, he said. The 3 soon take up their places. What happens now? Hermione asked. Ron, who was sitting on top of the horse statue. Well, white moves first, and then we play, the redhead responds as an opposing pawn moves forward. Hermione suddenly thought of something. Ron, you don't suppose this is going to be like real wizard's chess, do you? He asked. Ron shrugged, but it was a possibility. You there. The redhead points to a pawn, d5. He commanded. The black pawn moves forward to its space. Sadly, it was diagonal from the white pawn as it drew its blade and smashed it. The 3 stood gobsmacked. Ron turns to the brunette. Yes, Hermione, I think this is going to be exactly like wizard's chess, he said nervously. The game continues, Ron refusing to use Harry or Hermione as his pieces smashed along with the opposing statues. Castle to e4, smash. Pawn to c3, smash. Boom. The group winces as the white queen turns and smashes a piece. The queen turns once more before ending its phrase. Wait a minute, Harry said, getting Hermione's attention. You understand, right, Harry? Once I make my move, the queen will take me, then you'll be free to check the king, Ron stated. No, Ron, no, Harry shouted. What is it? Hermione asked in worry. He's going to sacrifice himself. The dark brunette responded. Hermione went wide-eyed. No, Ron, you can't. There must be another way, she shouts. Ron turns to his friends. Do you want to stop Snape or not? Harry, it's you that has to go on, I know it. Not me, not Naruto, not Hermione, you. He said. Harry wanted to object but nodded. Ron turned his attention back to the game. Knight to h3, he said. His piece shook and moved to its commanded place. Check, Ron said as his heart beat faster than ever as the queen advances to him. He held his breath as the queen stopped and swung an axe, destroying Ron's knight. Ron! The two yelled. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron levitated in midair before he was gently placed on the ground. Harry and Hermione turned to see their blonde-whiskered friend. Naruto! They shouted and were about to move from place. Stop! He yelled, making them freeze in their tracks. Don't move. Remember, you're still in the game, he said. They nodded in understandment. Ha! RRY then walks diagonally until he's in front of the king. Checkmate, he stated. The king's sword fall to the ground, ensuring their victory. They then all rush to Ron's side. He's okay, the force of the strike must have knocked him out, Naruto said. Harry and Hermione sighed in relief. How were you able to levitate Ron? Hermione asked. I didn't. I levitated his clothes, the blonde replied, making the two sweat drop. Harry shakes his head. Listen, take care of Ron, then go to the Ollery. Send Dumbledore a message. Ron's right, I have to go on, he said as he got up and walked towards the door. You'll be okay, Harry. You're a great wizard, you really are, Hermione stated. Not as good as you two, he said. The two smile. Harry, books, smarts, and skill have nothing to do with it, there are more important things. Friendship and bravery, Naruto stated, boosting the dark brunette's confidence. Harry, the boy turned to Hermione. Be careful, she said. The lightning-scarred wizard nodded and continued to the next and final room. Naruto pulls Ron's arm over his shoulder. Hermione-chan, lead the way, he said. The girl nodded and headed back the way they came from. With Harry, the lightning-scarred wizard continued his trek as he walked down a long staircase. He came into an empty room with pillars surrounding it. In the center stood a familiar mirror and a head-wrapped figure. As Harry stepped closer, he held his scar as it began to burn. Why you? He said in shock. The figure turned, revealing it to be Professor Quirrell. No, it can't be Snape, he was the one, Harry said with wide eyes. Quirrell smirked. Yes, he does seem like the type, doesn't he? Next to me, who would suspect? Poor stuttering Professor Quirrell. He mocked. But that day, during the Quidditch match, Snape tried to kill me, he said. Quirrell shook his head at the boy's stupidity. No, dear boy, I tried to kill you. And trust me, if Snape's cloak hadn't caught on fire and broken my eye contact, I would have succeeded. Even with Snape muttering his little counter curse, he snarled. Harry was even more shocked. Snape was trying to save me, he said. I knew you were a danger right from the off. Especially after Halloween, Quirrell stated. Then you let the troll in, Harry realized. Very good, Potter. Yes, Snape, unfortunately, wasn't fool. While everyone else was running to the dungeon, he went to the third floor to head me off. He of course never trusted me again. He rarely left me alone, he replies, before turning back to the mirror, causing Harry's scar to burn more. But he doesn't understand. I'm never alone. Never. Now what does this mirror do? I see what I desire. I see myself holding the stone, but how do I get it? He asks himself. Use the boy, both he and Harry heard in a raspy tone. Quirrell snapped his vision towards Harry. Come here, Potter, he commanded. The boy, slightly shaken, walks forward. Tell me, what do you see? Quirrell demands. Harry looks in to the mirror and resisted the urge to gasp. Within the mirror's reflection, Harry sticks his hand into his pocket and pulls out a red stone. He winks at his outer self and places the stone back into his pocket. Harry, outside the mirror, slowly reaches into his pocket and felt a lump. He gasps. What is it? What do you see? Quirrell demanded. Harry gulps and tries to think of a lie. I'm shaking hands with Dumbledore. I won the House Cup, he states. He lies, they heard the voice say. Tell the truth. What do you see? He shouted. Let me speak to him, the voice said, making Quirrell straighten up. But master, you are not strong enough, he says. I have strength enough for this. Quirrell nods and unwraps his turban. Harry gasps as he sees a snake-like face planted behind Quirrell's head. Voldemort, the boy whispers. Yes, you see what I've become. See what I must do to survive. Live off another a mere parasite. Unicorn's blood can sustain me, but it cannot give me a body for my own, but there is something that can, something that conveniently enough, lies in your pocket. Voldemort states. Harry immediately turns and runs. Stop him. The Dark Lord shouts. Quirrell snaps his fingers, causing flames to erupt around the room, including the root back up. Don't be a fool. Why suffer a horrific death when you can join me and live? Voldemort states. Harry shakes his head. Never. Voldemort laughs. Haha. Bravery. Your parents had it too. Tell me, Harry, would you like to see your mother and father again? Together we can bring them back, he says as an emoji of Lily and James appears in the mirror's reflection. All I ask in return, he said, before Harry reaches into his pocket and slowly brings out the Philosopher's Stone. That's it, Harry. There is no good and evil, there is only power. And those too weak to seek it, together, we'll do extraordinary things. Just give me the stone, Voldemort said, as the images fade away. You liar, Harry shouts. Kill him, Voldemort commands. Quirrell soars into the air with his arms stretched out, intent on strangling the boy, but not before Harry draws his wand. Expelliarmus, he shouts, firing a red stream of magic. Quirrell is hit and is sent flying back into the mirror, which shatters upon impact. The two-faced man slowly gets up and draws his wand. Harry continues to fire his spell but is blocked by a familiar blue ethereal shield. Harry begins to back up as Quirrell closes in. Expelliarmus. Quote. Protega. Quote. Harry's shield is countered and falls on his back. As he gets up, Quirrell grips the boy's neck and points his wand at him. With the Philosopher's Stone in hand, Harry smashes it against Quirrell's face, causing the man to fall back and lose grip of his wand. Harry coughs as grasps his neck, but is then grabbed by Quirrell and is strangled once again. The dark brunette lets go of the stone and attempt to pry off the man's hands. Ready to meet your parents, Potter? He asks with a bit of insanity laced in his voice. Harry gasps for air as it was leaving his body, that is until they all heard a voice. You will not harm my son. Harry went wide-eyed. Mum. He thought before Quirrell yelled in pain. He let go of the boy's throat as smoke emitted from his hands. The two stood in shock as Quirrell's hands began to crumple up into ash. Ah, what is this magic? He yelled. Fool, get the stone, Voldemort ordered. Quirrell crawled toward the stone, before Harry jumped him and grabbed his face. Ah! Quirrell yelled before his entire body is horrendously burned and reduced to ash. Harry breathes in and out, trying to calm himself. He looks at his hands, wondering how he was able to do that before he rushes over to the stone. The dark brunette. He picks up the stone and sighs in relief. As he was about to pocket it, he heard a strange sound. He turned around to see a black cloud with Voldemort's face on it. Ah! They both yelled, as the Dark Lord passed through Harry, rendering him unconscious. Hospital wing. Naruto, Hermione, and Ron watch their bandaged friend as he laid in bed. His head shakes slightly before waking up. Harry sits up and puts on his glasses and notices his friends looking at him with smiles on their faces. You did good, mate, Naruto said, holding his fist out. Harry reaches back and knuckle bumps him. Some night, huh? Ron asked, getting nods from everybody. Good afternoon. They heard and turned to see Dumbledore walking up to the group. Ah, tokens from your admirers? He asked. Admirers? Harry asked before turning to see a mountain of get-well cards, candy, and balloons. Yeah, Harry, what happened down there in the dungeon between you and Quirrell is a complete secret, so in other words the whole school knows, Naruto explained. Making the dark brunette sweat drop, but smiled nonetheless. And I also see that your friend Ronald has saved you the trouble of opening the chocolate frogs, the elder wizard stated. They turned to see Ron munching on a frog. Oh, come on, Harry, we're friends, right? Share, he said, making everyone laugh. Harry shook his head. Professor Dumbledore, sir, what happened to the stone? He asked. Naruto, Hermione, and Ron then turned to Dumbledore, who too wanted to know. Relax, dear boy, the stone has been destroyed. My friend Nicholas and I had a little chat and agreed it was best all around, he explained. But, Flammel, He'll die, won't he? Hermione asked. Dumbledore shook his head. He has enough elixir to set his affairs in order, but yes, he will die, he stated. Harry just had to ask. How did the stone get in my pocket, sir? 1 minute I was standing in front of the mirror and the next, he said. Ah, you see, only a person who wanted to find the stone, find it, but not use, would be able to get it. That is one of my more brilliant ideas. And between all of you and myself, that's saying something, Dumbledore explained with a smile. So even if Quirrell were to get it, he wouldn't be able to use it? Naruto asked, receiving a nod. Nice, he said with a few nods. Does that mean that with the stone gone, Voldemort can never come back? Harry asked. Sadly, Dumbledore shook his head. I'm afraid there are ways in which he can return. Harry, do you know why Professor Quirrell couldn't bear to have you touch him? He asked, receiving a no from the boy. It was because of your mother. She sacrificed herself for you, and that kind of act leaves a mark, he states. They watch as Harry touches his scar. Dumbledore chuckles. No, no, this kind of mark cannot be seen. It lives in your very skin, he said. What is it? Harry asks. Love, Harry, love, he said, patting the boy's head and walking out, but before he could, he came across a bag of all flavor beans. Ah, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I was most unfortunate in my youth to come across a vomit-flavored one, he said, making the four gag, and since then I have lost my liking to them. But I think I could be safe with a nice toffee, he said, taking one and chewing it down. The elder wizard shakes his head. Alas, earwax, he said before making his way out, leaving 4 snickering students. Great Hall, last day of school. All student currently present and seated in their respected table, the room decorated with black-green snake banners. McGonagall dings her glass cup, getting everyone's attention. She turns to Dumbledore with a nod. The elder wizard acknowledges and stand-ups. Another year gone, and now, as I understand it, the House Cup needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points, he states. Naruto, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sulked as it was their fault at losing 200 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 352 points, he said, receiving some claps. In 2nd place, Ravenclaw with 426 points, he said, receiving more claps. And in 1st place, with 472 points, Slytherin House, he states, receiving a full-blown cheer from the house. Woo, yeah, a student cheered. Nice one, mate, Draco said, as he smirked at Naruto and Harry, until Dumbledore got their attention. Yes, yes, well done Slytherin, well done. However, recent events must be taken into account and I have a few points to award, he stated, making the houses look between themselves in confusion. To Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool intellect when others were in great peril. 50 points, he said, getting an applause from the house. Nice going, Hermione-chan, Naruto states as he patted her back. Second, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess that Hogwarts has seen these many years. 50 points, he said, getting another applause. Me, Ron said, with a surprised smile. Yeah, you, Harry happily replied. Third, to Mr. Naruto Uzumaki, for brave acts and for placing his own life on the line to protect those precious to him. 50 points, Dumbledore stated, the applause getting louder and with Naruto grinning. And fourth, to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award 60 points. At this point everyone in Gryffindor was full out cheering. Did we just beat Slytherin? Hermione asked. And finally, it takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to your enemies, but a great deal more to stand up to your friends. I award 10 points to Neville Longbottom, he said, as the house continued cheering. I think we did, Hermione-chan, the blonde said as he cheered with the rest of his house. Neville sat still trying to comprehend what had happened, while Draco is downfallen. Assuming that my calculations are correct, I believe that a change of direction is in order, Dumbledore said before he clapped his hands, changing the banners from black-green snake to red-yellow lion. Gryffindor House wins, he stated, the entire room filled with cheer and applause. Gryffindor Station later that day. Students lined up as they board the train. Naruto, Hermione, Harry, and Ron stood away. Are you really going to stay here, Naruto? Harry asked, receiving a nod. Yeah, I've already talked to Dumbledore about it, seeing as how I'm an orphan and no place to go. Hagrid's offered me a place in his hut, he said. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are saddened by this. Relax, guys, you'll see me next year or in Diagon Alley, he said. Diagon Alley? Ron asked. Yeah, I'm gonna look for a job there. Earn something for the following years, he said. Receiving a nod from each. Hurry up now, the train's leavin', Hagrid said. The three nodded and gave the blonde a hug. Before boarding the train, we'll see you next year, Naruto. They shouted through the window. The whiskered blonde nodded and waved to them. Hey Harry, just one thing, Hagrid said as he handed over a red album. The dark brunette opens it too. See a picture of him as an infant with his parents. Harry smiles and thanks the half-giant as the train started its trek. The four wizards waved goodbye as the train soon left the station. Naruto sighed. Ed sadly before he felt a hand on his shoulder. Well, best be on our way. Dumbledore's got a little surprise for you, Hagrid said. Naruto smiled and nodded, wondering what it was the elder wizard had in store for him. Meanwhile in Konoha, well done, Kushina, here's your pay, Hiruzen stated as he paid the red-haired woman for her completion of an A-rank mission. As Kushina was about to take the Ryo, the two heard a whirlwind-like sound. Kushina turned around while Hiruzen stared in confusion at the elder man in strange clothing. Anbu dropped from the ceiling with their weapons drawn. Pardon my intrusions, but I am here to speak with one Mrs. Uzumaki Kushina, he said. Hiruzen made the call sign to lower their weapons. Who are you? Kushina asked. My name is Albus Dumbledore. As to why I'm here, I humbly wish an audience with you. It's a matter that involves your son, Uzumaki Naruto, he said, making everyone gasp. My Sochi? She asked. Yes, he said. Then Hiruzen's mind clicked. Naruto, he's not dead, is he? The aging Hokage asked. Kushina went wide-eyed. My Sochi, is he? She asked. Mrs. Uzumaki, I can assure you your son is very much alive, he said. Where is he? Is he okay? Please tell me, she pleaded. A mother could only worry for her child. Mrs. Uzumaki, I can take you to him if you wish, but I shall warn you, if you do, then I won't be taking you back, he said. Kushina held her breath. This was her one chance to finally meet her son, but that would mean to never return to the elemental nations. Go ahead, Kushina. She turned to Hiruzen. You two have been apart for too long. I think we can manage without you, he said. Kushina smiled tearfully and walked up to Dumbledore. Take my hand, he said. Kushina nodded and did so before they apparated away, leaving a gobsmacked Hokage and Anbu. Hogwarts headmaster's office. Kushina and Dumbledore reappeared. The redhead leaned up against a pillar as the room spinned around her. Sorry, first-time apparition always leaves one feeling sick, he said. Minutes passed and Kushina shook the feeling off. She got a chance to examine the room. Where are we? She asked. Hogwarts, a school for witchcraft and wizardry, Dumbledore explained. Witchcraft, wizardry, what is this, a fairy tale? She asked, deadpanned. One would think, though I can assure you magic is quite real. Your son in fact is one of the best students here, he states. Kushina shook her head, but had thought about it. There are giant talking animals and jutsu that could level mountains. Maybe magic really does exist. One of the best, she asks. Dumbledore smiled. He looked through several papers before handing over her son's report card. Student. Naruto Uzumaki House. Gryffindor year. First. Wand. 13 in. Ebony wood. Dementor bone core. Pass grades, fail grades, outstanding O poor P. Exceeds expectations E dreadful D. Acceptable a troll T astronomy, E charms O. Defense against the dark arts O flying, O. Herbology E history of magic E potions, O. As a mother Kushina swelled in pride at her child's performance and before she could comment, they heard the griffin stature rotate. The two turned to see a large man with black hair and beard, wearing a dark brown coat. Next to him was a young blonde-haired whiskered boy, wearing a student's robe. Who's she? Naruto asked. Hagrid. Sochi. Kushina whispered. Next chapter, new friends, new rivals. Anyway, about the Profusum Flamma spell. It's actually one from the Harry Potter card game, so that's to answer a question about it. Also I had a question about whether Naruto would be the only wizard from the elemental nations. The answer is no, there will be a few others that will make an appearance in later chapters, and something I want to say, the reason why Naruto's weak at the moment is simply because he's still in training and has no fighting experience, though that will soon change. Talking. Flashback. Thoughts. Action. Spell. Chapter 5. New friends, new rivals. Who's she? Naruto asked, as he and Hagrid entered the headmaster's office. Sochi, Kushina said, not believing her eyes as they landed on her child. Sochi. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He heard the Kyuubi sigh in annoyance. Great. She's still alive, he said with sarcasm. Huh, baka, that's your mother, the Kyuubi replied as he slapped himself in the forehead. Naruto silently went from confused eyebrow to teary wide-eyed. Ka-chan, he said. Kushina nodded once. Naruto slowly walked towards the woman. They stared at one another before the blonde flung himself at his mother. Kushina kneeled down and hugged her child as she cried with joy. My Sochi, my little Naruto, she said. Dumbledore walked towards Hagrid. I believe it's best we leave them to themselves, he said. Aye, sir, the half-giant said as he wiped several tears. What's wrong, Hagrid? The elder wizard asked. Oh, just Sniff, seeing them together reminds me of Sniff Norbert when he hatched Sabo. The memories, he burst out crying as he hugged Dumbledore. The elder wizard patted the half-giant. I am terribly sorry about that, Hagrid, but you know that we cannot keep a dragon on the school grounds, he said. Hagrid only cried harder. Great Hall. Naruto and Kushina conversed with each other. The blonde was happy to know that his mother didn't abandon him, but was a little angry at the fact that Hiruzen never told him his mother was alive and in a coma. He was however shocked when he discovered that his mother was the Kyuubi's previous Jinchuriki as well as the Yondaime's son. This left Naruto even more upset. And that helped bring him into the world was the one who condemned him into a life of hate. Kushina hugged her child, telling him that it was the worst mistake he'd ever done and pleaded her son to not hate him. Naruto was reluctant but stated that it would take time before the wounds healed. Now it was Kushina's turn to ask questions. She was slightly annoyed that her child hadn't become a shinobi and declared that she would teach him, whether Naruto wanted or not. Considering how Naruto had chosen to become a wizard instead, he really didn't want to and stood by his decision. After hours of trying, Kushina finally slumped in defeat. The blonde wizard then offered to show his mother around the school. She agreed and off they went. As they walked through the corridors, introducing her to the sentient portraits and ghosts as they pass, he explained in detail as to what each class teaches and how much he knows on the subject. Naruto then decided to show off a bit of magic by using lesser charms like Lumos and Periculum. Gryffindor Common Room. 1 hour later. Naruto sat on the couch reading his spell book while Kushina sat next to him while stroking Sora's feathers. Tell me, Naru-chan, do you have any friends? Hi, lots, he replied. His mother urged him to continue. There's Harry, he's sort of an orphan like me but lives with his aunt and uncle. He's also Gryffindor's Quidditch seeker. Then there's Ron. He's not too bright but he's a good friend. Next there's Hermione-chan, he said. Hermione-chan. Kushina spoke with a grin. Naruto blushed madly. It's not like that, the blonde wizard cried out. If you say so, she said, her grin not leaving her face. So have you kissed her yet? Ka-chan. Naruto yelled with an atomic blush. 3 weeks later. Now Naru-chan, remember, tidy up your room. Always brush your teeth after a meal, and don't forget to. Ka-chan, I get it, if you don't hurry you're gonna be late, Naruto stated. Within the past 2 weeks Dumbledore had helped Kushina settle in, even get her a job, or rather several of them, in Diagon Alley, and thanks to her cage bunchen having many jobs was hardly a problem. Amongst other things, she now wore an Avenue Rage Witch cloak to at least blend in with the crowd. I know, I don't want to be separated from Sochi-chan, she said while comically hugging her child. Dumbledore chuckled at the scene. I do believe he's right, Mrs. Uzumaki. I must be off to meet several acquaintances and you must be off towards Diagon Alley, he said. Kushina sighed and nodded. All right then, I'll see you later. Uru-chan, she said before giving her son a kiss on the forehead and walking in the fireplace. She reached into her pocket and brought out a small pouch containing flow powder. Diagon Alley, she said. before dropping the powder and bursting into green flames. Try not to get into too much trouble, Dumbledore said, making Naruto flinch slightly. The past week the blonde decided to try out an Engorgio charm on a few of Hagrid's pumpkins. Needless to say, the spell backfired and brought the vegetables to life. "All right," the blonde replied. Dumbledore nodded with a smile before apparating away. Naruto stood gobsmacked. "I've so gotta learn how to do that," he said out loud before heading off to Hagrid's hut. The whiskered blonde walks down the path towards the gamekeeper's hut when he saw Hagrid placing several trunks onto his motorcycle. "Off somewhere, Hagrid?" he asked. The half-giant turned to the blonde. "Oh, why there, Naruto, I was just he said while looking at his bike. The blonde tilted his head. Okay, Dumbledore decided it was best I take the month off. I mean, I haven't really had a vacation in years, but I'm not complaining," Hagrid stated. "Really? Where are you off to then?" Naruto asked. "I'm off to Romania." "Figures," the blonde stated. "You can come with me if you like," Hagrid offered, though Naruto declined. "There's actually something I've been wanting to do, and besides, you're on vacation. Don't need to have you worrying about me," he said. Hagrid rubbed his chin. "Well, if you say so, just don't go wandering into the dark forest," he said, placing his helmet over his head and jumping aboard. "Hey Hagrid, any idea where Madame Hooch stores the brooms? She always keeps them in separate cases in her office." "Why?" he asked, before he realizes what had come out of his mouth. "I shouldn't have told you that," he said as Naruto was already en route. Hey wait," he called out. "Enjoy your vacation, Hagrid," he heard the blonde call out. 30 minutes later, Naruto stood out in the field. He wore casual clothing along with his arm bracer with his wand in its sheath. He had easily gotten into the instructor's office and into the cases with the Alohomora charm. "All right, let's fly," he said as he mounted his broom and sped off. Naruto smiled as he flew high above the clouds. From the small shock he gained, he knew he had passed the barrier shielding Hogwarts. "How much of Europe can I see in a day?" he asked himself before increasing his speed. England, Wales 2 hours later. "Practicing your spells, Anya," said red-haired twin-ponytailed girl turned to see a boy about her age. His hair red in color and tied in a small ponytail. On his back was a bandage-wrapped staff. Like her, he wore a hooded cloak over casual clothing. "Hello Negi, and yes, as a matter of fact I am," Anya stated. Before looking back at her notebook, "I found this one in the 3rd year section," she continued. "Right, let's see then," the 8-year-old boy stated. "Omne flammans flamma purgatus, domini extinctionis et signum regenerationis, in mea manu ens inimicum edit. Flagrantia rubricans, ever-burning fire of purification, Lord of destruction and sign of rebirth, spring forth from my hand and throttle my enemy. Red blaze," she called out while raising her hand and shooting a fire blast into the air at high speeds. "Whoa Anya, you did it," Negi said in awe. Anya puffed out her chest in pride and was about to comment on her greatness when the flames exploded. The two looked up to see a figure falling from the sky, stopping every few seconds before continuing its fall. Up in the air. "No, no, 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 no. Don't do this to me," Naruto shouted as his broom was now on fire. The blonde attempted to stay airborne but failed as his broom came crashing down, on ground. Evil Negi and Anya watched as flaming figures splash into the lake. Eyes flickered open and closed due to the light. "Am I dead?" Naruto asked, as he rubbed his eyes. "No, thankfully you are not," the blonde turns to see a lighter blonde-haired woman. "That was quite a fall you took. If not for the lake then you would broken an arm, maybe a rib or two," she said while cupping her chin. Sorry but, who are you?" he asked. "Oh, pardon me, I get carried away sometimes. My name is Nakan Springfield, and you are?" she asked. "Hi, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you," he said while sitting up from his bed. "Pleasure. Now I believe apologies are in order. Anya, you may come in now," she calls out. Naruto watches as 2 red-haired kids walk in. The girl shuffled her feet nervously. Sorry, are shooting you with a fireball," she stuttered with an apology. The blonde chuckled. "It's all right, I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Still though, to hit me at my current speed, it then hit him like a ton of bricks. Oh no." The broom, Madam Hooch is gonna kill me, he shouted. Nakan held a hand over her mouth to stop herself from laughing. Her fellow blonde was freaking out, Anya was. NT faring well either, and Negi was trying to think of a way to help. Several minutes passed and Naruto calmed down with an idea. Wait, that's it, he said, surprising the three present. You three are wizards, right? He asked, getting nods in return. Does anyone have any flow powder? Anya and Negi grew confused. The what powder? Anya asked. Flow powder, it's a special kind of dust that lets one travel through the flow network, Nakan answered. We don't have any at the moment, but I'm sure the headmaster does, she continued. Really? Where can I find him? He usually spends most of his time at his office at Welsh Magic Academy. Negi, Anya, when our guest here recovers, could you please show him the way? She asked. Yes, of course, Negi replied. Actually, I feel fine, we can go right now, Naruto stated as he got out of bed and stretched his limbs. The three mages stood dumbstruck. The blonde may have survived the fall but should at least have muscle ache or some form of injury. 10 minutes later. So, Uzumaki-san? Negi asked but was cut off by said blonde. Please, just call me Naruto. Never was one for formalities, he said. Both Anya and Negi looked at each other and shrugged. Alright then, you look to be a few years older than us. Are you taking classes by any chance? Yup, starting my second year in September, he responded. Second year? What school do you go to? Anya asked, knowing that some if not most school have a different age requirement to enter. Me, I go to Hogwarts. You go to Hogwarts? That's one of the three most largest and advanced schools in all Europe, Negi proclaimed. Anya looked at the blonde in awe, while Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Hi, we're on vacation right now and I wanted to see the rest of the country, Naruto explained. That explains why you were riding a broom, but don't your parents know what you're doing? Anya questioned. Nope, my mom's at work and my dad, he's not around anymore, I'm sorry. Don't be, I haven't forgiven him yet, he said while whispering the last part. A moment of silence. Negi thought it was best to change the subject. So, what kind of magic do you use? He asked. You mean spells? Naruto replied. No, he means a type of magic, you know, like fire, wind, lightning, Anya explained. Element-based. Well, I know 2 fire charms and several others. I also know this one curse, he trailed off. However, the word charm made the 2 young mages that the blonde was accustomed to wand magic. So you use a wand, Anya stated, getting a nod from the blonde. Yeah, is there a problem with that? He asked. No, not really, it's just that most wizards prefer to use them over wand-less magic, Negi explained. Why's that? Naruto asked. Mostly because of the incantations. Wand-less spells are more effective but have a longer casting time, he responded. Now the term, more effective, caught the blonde's ears. Really? He said while looking at his sheathed wand. Think you guys can teach me? He asked. This got Negi excited and was about to accept. Hang on a second, Negi, Anya said, stopping her friend. What's in it for us? She said while elbowing the blonde. Anya, he's a fellow wizard asking for help. I think it's fair for us too. I can take you guys with me to Hogwarts, if not then to Diagon Alley, Naruto said, causing Negi to face vault. Deal, Anya nearly shouted. The redhead, like Naruto. She wanted to see more of the world, and when offered to go to both a famous castle and several wizarding shops, then how could she refuse? Great, let's hurry up then. The sooner we get the flow powder then the sooner I can take you guys to said places, he said. Anya nodded and took the lead, with Naruto and Negi trailing behind. Welsh Mage Academy Headmaster's office. Good morning, Headmaster. Both Anya and Negi bowed, Naruto doing the same. Negi, Anya, how are our 2 prodigies doing today? The Magus asked. Great, but we actually need your help, Negi stated, causing the elder man to raise an eyebrow. With what exactly? We wanted to know if there was any flow powder we can use. Anya asked. Now why would you need to use the flow system? He questioned. That would be me, Naruto said nervously. And who might you be, young man? My name is Naruto Uzumaki, second year at Hogwarts, he said, causing the man's eyebrows to shoot up in surprise, since we were on vacation. I decided to go sightseeing but then I, sort of crashed my broom, he said, a tad nervous. The Magus rubbed his chin. Can your broom still fly? He asked. Naruto shook his head. No, you see it was kind of on fire when I crashed, he said while eyeing Anya who was looking away sheepishly. I see, the elder mage said while following the blonde's line of sight. Well, I might have some. Wait here, he said before standing from his seat and heading over to the cabinets. About a minute later, he walked back with a small mortar in hand. Well, I've got enough for a one-way trip. You could use it now or later if you wish. You are on vacation, are you not? He asked. Naruto nodded and could tell that there was something Headmaster wanted. Okay, I'll bite. What do you need? He asked, confusing Negi and Anya. Thank you. A few days ago we were given a report of a wild Valkor sighting near the woods. 2 wizards from the Durmstrang Institute have volunteered to investigate but we have yet to hear from them. I would like you to find them and if possible, aid them in finding the beast, he requested. Naruto pondered for a bit. Well, he is giving me the flow powder. I guess I can do this for him, he thought. All right, I can do that, he responded. Excellent. Now do you have a way of contacting us? The Magus asked. I know the periculum charm. I'll shoot the flare if I find anything, Naruto responded, receiving a nod in approval from Headmaster. Naruto, are you sure about this? I mean, wild Valkors are extremely dangerous, Negi stated with worry. Don't worry about. I've been through worse, the blonde replied, remembering the troll that invaded Hogwarts, the encounter with Voldemort in the dark forest, and the fight with his shadow. I'll leave the powder here. Don't want to accidentally spill it anywhere, he said, handing back the mortar. Forest. 40 minutes later, Naruto hiked through the forest, his wand drawn and cautiously eyeing his surroundings. From what Negi had told him, Valkors are said to be at least 8 times taller than that of an average adult human, have enormous arm strength, and short tempers. He would have to be on LL alert if he didn't want to end up dead. The blonde continued his trek through the woods. After several minutes, he tripped forward. Huh, he said. Looking down, he saw a large footprint. He turned to see more heading east and followed. Naruto took the time to examine the area. A couple knocked down trees, destroyed boulders, and several scorch marks here and there. Naruto knew that the Valkor had come this way, and it wasn't alone. Half an hour later, the tracks came to a stop. Now where did it go? He asked himself. The blonde looked around the area and spotted a peculiar shadow over him. What the? Before he knew it, a large clawed hand shot through the trees and towards him. Roar! Naruto jumped to right as a giant humanoid figure shot out. It had a large head with several horns sticking out, thick legs, and thin arms. The blonde knew that he had found the Valkor. Quickly raising his wand up, periculum, he called out as red flare-like sparks shot into the sky. The sparks temporarily blinded the Valkor, causing it growl in anger. It then reached for a tree and uprooted it. Naruto aimed his wand as it prepared to swing, Wingardium Leviosa. He pronounced, taking the TREE from the creature's hand and promptly slamming it against the giant. Incendio! The blonde shouted while weaving his wand in an upside-down V. The Valkor roared in pain as it set on fire. It gritted its teeth, picked up a large boulder and flung it at the blonde. Defindo! Naruto shouted, separating the rock into several pieces which flew past him. The blonde shielded his eyes as the bow elders caused dust and debris to fly upon impact. As he opened them, he went wide-eyed and fell back as the Valkor was inches away from crushing him with a clenched fist. Immobile, he was about to call out but was saved as sand was wrapped around the creature's arm. The Valkor tried to pull its arm away but failed to do so. It then roared in pain as its limb was crushed under the sand's pressure. Naruto could only stare in shock as blood shot out like a fountain. You did well. The blonde turned to see 2 boys, one about his age and the other possibly a year or 2 older. The first had auburn red hair, black rings over his green eyes, and a kanji for love on the left side of his forehead. He wore a crimson short-sleeved shirt under a black unzipped vest. He also wore black pants and black low-top shoes. On his wrists he wore black-white checker bracelets and on his back was a large gourd. The second wore a tan long-sleeved turtleneck shirt with a red phoenix on it, along with black pants and casual shoes. We'll take it from here, the older boy said and brought out his wand as the Valkor roared and charged both of them. Immobilis, he said casually as a violet-blue spark shot from his wand and paralyzed the creature. Thanks for the assist, kid, he said, helping the blonde up. The names, Victor Crumb, the redhead over there is Gaara, he introduced. Naruto Uzumaki, and thanks for that, he said, shaking the boy's hand. No problem, if we hadn't seen your curriculum, then you would have been but a smear on the ground, Crumb said with a laugh, making the blonde sweat drop. So, are you guys from the Durmstrang Institute? The blonde asked. Yeah, that's us. Let me guess, the headmaster hadn't heard from us and sent you to find us, Crumb said, receiving a nod. Figures, he said then. Quickly noticed the look in his partner's eyes. Whoa, take it easy, Gaara, he's not a threat, Crumb tried to reason. Is he? For some reason, Mother wants his blood, he said before turning to the immobile Valkor and raises his hand. What's he doing? Naruto asked. He's going to kill it, Crumb stated, shocking the blonde. He can't do that, the Valkor has to be taken in and dealt with by the Magizoologists, he stated. Too bad. Once Gaara gets like this, there's little to no guarantee of him stopping, Crumb explained. Naruto looked at the creature frantically as sand began to engulf the Valkor's body. He then aimed his wand at the red head. Stop, he yelled, but sand continued to weave around the body. I wouldn't do it if I were you, Crumb warned. Naruto gritted his teeth as blood began to leak through the sand. Damn it. Expelliarmus, he shouted, firing a violet stream of magic at the red head. Sand quickly wrapped around Gaara and repelled the spell. Gaara turned to the blonde with a glare and clenched his fist. Naruto watched in horror as blood exploded from what looked like a sand prison and knew that the Valkor's life had ended. Gaara's sand then spun around him and fired 5 projectiles at the blonde, Protega. He called out, creating a transparent blue shield and deflecting the incoming objects. Looking closely, he went wide-eyed. Shuriken, he thought, before Gaara appeared behind him in a swirl of leaves with his wand pointing at him. This guy, Naruto thought as he quickly used Protega once more. Reducto, Gaara called out, blasting away the blonde's shield and knocking him back. Confrigo, the redhead stated, and firing a series of explosions towards the blonde, Naruto quickly dodged out of the way. Expelliarmus, he shouted and fired his violet stream of magic, which was stopped once more by Gaara's sand. Curriculum, Naruto declared, firing several flares at the redhead, which blinded him temporarily as he shielded his face with his arms. Incendio, he declared next. Gaara was set ablaze, but the flames were quickly doused by his sand. At this point the redhead was quickly getting annoyed and shot his sand forward. Sabaku Q. Saw. ND binding coffin, he said as the sand wrapped around the blonde. Naruto struggled to get free and managed to his wand arm from being engulfed. In the sidelines, Crumb turned away with his eyes closed while shaking his head. Knowing full well what would happen next, Naruto knew this as well and took a glance at his wand. His mind clicked and threw it at the redhead. Gaara caught the incoming object and raised an invisible eyebrow. His wand. Why would he? He thought before going wide-eyed and dropping to his knees, finding it hard to breathe. The sand wrapping around the blonde dropped to the ground, releasing him. Gaara didn't know what was happening. His sand was unmoving, and his armor was starting to crack. He felt his life being pulled away as he gripped the blonde's wand harder. Gaara we. Ackley looked up and came in contact with a fist. His armor shattered as he dropped to the ground and released his grip on the wand. Naruto panted as he reached down and picked up his wand. Crumb stared in disbelief. This was the first time he's ever seen Gaara be hit. The redhead gave the blonde a glare and was about to send out his sand once more, but stopped when several mages dropped down from the sky. All right, break it up you two, one stated, before they began to tend to the corpse and bring the boys back. Welsh Mage Academy Headmaster's office. The magus rubbed his forehead after hearing the report. While he was glad no one was killed, he was disappointed that Gaara killed the Valkor and attacked a fellow mage. I see, well then, dismissed, he said, and the 3 wizards nodded. Gaara and Crumb left the office while Naruto stayed behind for his flow powder. Sorry it ended up this way, the blonde apologized. Don't fret over it, things like this happen, he reassured. Naruto nodded and took the mortar. Do you know where I can find a? He asked. There's one in the main hall, the magus answered, knowing that the blonde was looking for a fireplace with access to the flow system. Arigat. Oh, Naruto said before exiting the office. As Naruto walked along the halls, he was approached by both Negi and Anya, who accompanied him to the main hall. On the way he filled them in on what had happened. Needless to say, they were shocked that a fellow wizard would act so violently. They entered the hall and walked towards the fireplace. So, when exactly will you have spare time? He asked. Well, I'll be taking our vacation by the end of the month, Anya replied. Alright, I'll see you guys then, he said while entering the fireplace. Hogwarts Castle, headmaster's office, he said before dropping tea. He powder and tossing the mortar to Negi. The two watch in awe as the blonde disappears in a burst of green flames. Unbeknownst to the three of them, Gaara leaned around the corner. Naruto, he thought while looking at his hand. Remembering the feeling of having his life drained. He's an interesting one, don't you think, mother? He thought, getting a dark chuckle in agreement. Hogwarts headmaster's office. Appearing in green flames, Naruto sighed and walked out and towards Gryffindor's common room. Not how I planned the day, he thought. As he walked, he began to ponder over the red head that nearly killed them. That guy, he was a shinobi, he thought. Gryffindor common room 8 hours later. Naruto laid on the couch while stroking Sora's feathers. The bird didn't mind being petted but was concerned about his master. Ever since he got back, the blonde seemed to be in deep thought over something. Didn't know what, but he's been quiet for several hours. The two heard the door opened and in came Kushina, Naru-chan. I'm back, she said. Naruto merely glanced at his mother. Hey Ka-chan, he said. The red-haired woman noticed her child's dilemma. Sochi, is something the matter? She asks. The blonde wizard took another glance at his mother. He had a long time to think about this and had come to a decision. Ka-chan, is it too late for you to train me? He asks. Kushina smiled and shook her head. No, but what changed your mind? She asked. Naruto laid quietly before answering. I met someone today, turns out he's a shinobi mage. We ended up disagreeing, and he almost took M. Why life? He said, shocking and angering the Red Death. Nani, where is he? I'll tear the flesh from his bones. She stated with a dark fiery aura. Ka-chan, he said, getting her attention. I know that someday we'll end up meeting again. And I know that when we do, it'll end up in another fight. I want to be able to hold my own against him, he explained. Kushina smiled once more. Very well then, we begin tomorrow, she states with a fist pump. Naruto gives a small smile and nods. In order to beat Gaara, he would have to become a shinobi. Hogwarts Field 1 week later. Try it once more, Negi stated as he, Anya, and Naruto stood out in the open field with several open books. As promised, they were teaching the blonde wand less magic. So far he had learned a few basic spells like Deflexio Shield, Illusion Breaker, and Sagitta Magica magic arrows. This surprised the two younger mages. The blonde was even more a faster learner than Negi. Right, Naruto said while aiming his hand in the air. Quindecim Spiritus Flamma, Cunts. Sagittant Animicum Meme, Sagitta Magica, Estuo Flamma. 15 spirits of fire. Come together and strike my enemy. Magic arrows, blazing fire, he called out as 15 flame elemental missiles were shot into the sky and promptly exploded. Anya whistled. That was even flashier than yours, Negi, she said, which caused the boy to smile sheepishly. Negi wasn't the one to show off but had to admit that the spell was very well executed and, like his friend had stated, very flashy indeed. Let's take a break, Naruto suggested. The sound of stomachs rumbling was heard from both children and got a laugh from all three. Minutes later they were all sitting by in the great hall eating from one of the greatest transfiguration spells ever known, endless sandwiches. The spell conjures a plate of sandwiches which automatically refills itself after being eaten. While they ate, Naruto traded his notes and textbooks with the ones Negi and Anya had brought over and began to study different subjects. Naruto allowed Negi to use his potions kit, mainly the cauldron, files, etc. He even went and contacted Dumbledore for permission to use school ingredients. Then, fully he had agreed on the condition to use only what was necessary. The blonde had let Anya read through his DADA, charms, and transfiguration notes. Out of all of them she was intrigued by the transfiguration spells and had asked the blonde to borrow his notes. he had agreed on the condition that she teaches him the spell she used to blast him out of the air. Finally, we have Naruto reading Rough the books brought by Negi and Anya. He read through some of the subjects he learned during his first year and stopped when his eyes landed on a peculiar page. He read the title, Pactio System. The more he read about it, the more intrigued he became, that is until he learned that the general way to form a contract was through kissing. The image of him and a certain brunette performing a contract passed through his mind and sputtered a mild blush. "Are you all right, Naruto? Your face is red," Anya stated while tilting her head. Why yeah, I'm fine. You guys, is there like any other way to form a Pactio?" he asked. The two young mages stopped what they were doing and looked at the blonde with a blush across their faces, knowing full well of the system. Well, there is the blood swap Pactio. It was made by Del Rey F for those who weren't comfortable with kissing, Negi replied. This made Naruto eased up with a sigh. He wouldn't have to worry about kissing anyone and promptly went back to reading. The following week, "Come on Naru-chan, you still have 300 to go," Kushina stated as she whiplashed a chakra whip, causing the blonde to perform the exercise faster. On the first day of training, Kushina had Naruto try and open up his chakra paths. Surprisingly enough, he had already opened them. The blonde's only theory was that they were forced open when he tapped into his Biju's chakra. As of now, Kushina was having her son build up muscle and increase chakra control, mainly by doing at least 500 push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, etc. For his chakra control, she had taught him basic chakra molding and had him practice the 3 basic techniques, Henge, Kawarimi, and Bushin Jutsu. When Naruto attempted the Bushin, it appeared to be a failure every time he tried it. Kushina deducted that it was because he had too much chakra and would be extremely difficult to perform the low-level technique. Slumping, he continued on with his training. From time to time, Kushina would teach him weapon throwing and sword katas, one of the things that the blonde seemed to show the most progress in. Apart from shinobi basics, Naruto had told his mother that he would also be learning wand-less magic from 2 of his friends and had set up a schedule with the 3 of them. For the following 2 months, the 4 met up with one another and continued each other's training. Naruto was surprised to know that both Negi and Anya have mastered the animagus and then proceeded to show their now brother figure. Negi had improved greatly in potions making and herbology, whereas Anya took up transfiguration and charms. Though most of what they learned was first-year subjects, they didn't mind and were always hoping to improve. Naruto had fully mastered several basic spells, those being the first 3 taught by Negi and Anya, along with Cura, Refectio, and Anya's Flagrantia Rubicans. He was also able to master Henge and Kawarimi, due to his chakra reserves being so high. Kushina taught him one of the most useful techniques, Kage Bunshin. Welsh Mage Academy main hall towards the end of August. "Well guys, it's been fun," Naruto said while Negi was comically shedding tears and Anya held her head down. "Oh, don't worry guys, we'll see each other again," the blonde said with a grin. "We'll miss you Aniki," the 8-year-old sobbed out. The blonde 11-year-old scratched his cheek, then thought of something. "Hey, let's form a Pactio," he suggested. Both young mages shouted. "Relax, we'll do the blood swap Pactio," he said, before walking over to one of the teachers and requested a piece of chalk. Minutes later, he drew a perfect circle on the ground. Both boys stood inside and initiated the ritual. Naruto reached into a holster tied to his leg and brought out a kunai knife that his mother had lent him. He then pressed the blade against his palm and slid it open, letting the precious red fluids to flow out. Naruto winced in pain and handed the blade over to Negi. The boy looked awfully nervous and gulped audibly. "Come on Negi, don't chicken out on us," Anya said. "Don't worry Negi, just do it quickly and get it over with. The pain will last longer if you take your time," Naruto stated. Negi gulped once more, closed his eyes, and slit his palm. "Ready Anya?" Naruto asked. "Ready," she said, as both boys shook each other's bloody hands. "Pactio," she called out, causing the circle to shine brightly. The 2 boys released each other's hands as 2 cards appeared in front of them. Naruto raises his hand over Negi's. "Cura. He said, healing their cuts before they huddled up and looked at their cards and were in awe at their artifacts. The blonde places a hand on Negi's shoulder. Negi, this here is not only proof of our contract. It's also proof of our friendship. You look upon our cards and remember of the times we spent together. Don't worry, we will see each other again, he reassured. The boy gave a teary smile and hugged his brother figure. He then motioned for Anya to join, which she gladly did. Naruto then reached into his pocket and brought out his flow powder pouch. Giving the two a goodbye, he dropped the powder with his destination to Hogwarts. Hope you guys enjoyed the Negima I tossed in there, cause there will be more later on. For those of you wondering what Naruto and Negi's Pactio cards are, they are written below. Pactio type. Permanent card color. Black name. Naruto Uzumaki Pactio sign. Libra. Title. Archmagus Jinchuriki. Image. Naruto holding his artifact in reverse grip by his chest along with his wand. On his upper torso he wears a red long-sleeve shirt under a black short-sleeve jacket and under a dark violet hooded yet tattered magi cloak. On his arm is a Hitai 8 with the kanji for 9. On his lower torso he wears dark gray pants with kunai and shuriken holsters strapped to his legs, along with black low-top shoes. Pactio type. Permanent card color. Tan. Name. Negi Springfield Pactio sign. Jupiter. Title. Magistralis Magi. Artifact. Mile Vincula Permanent Veer. Use artifact of any Pactio formed by the Magi. Resembles a black passport. And there you have it. Now I'm sure why. Oh, you all know that he will eventually create one with Hermione, and I will be writing down the information at the AN. Now just to throw this at you, unlike in the first year, Naruto will be playing a major role in the second. So be ready for that. Also, for those of you wondering, yes, I changed Naruto's animagus to a fox and have edited the previous chapters to match it, so sorry for that. Omake. Diagon Alley. Naruto, Negi, and Anya walked through the busy streets of Muggle-free shopping district. The two younger mages went from window to window with star eyes as they looked at the various items being sold. Aniki. Negi heard. Aniki, help me. He turned around to see a familiar white-furred ermine locked up in a cage over in a pet shop. Chamo. He shouted comically and rushed over to the window. Naruto and Anya heard the commotion and followed their friend. Naruto, Aniki, we've got to help him, Negi said frantically. Okay, let's see here. 50 galleons, what the hell? The blonde shouted. He turned to the red-haired boy who was giving him the puppy eye look and deadpanned. Minutes later, the trio walked out of the shop with the ermine perched on the young wizard's shoulders. While Negi and Anya were busy asking how the furry creature got into such a mess, Naruto headed into a broom shop. His goal, find a replacement broom for Madame Hooch's class. There were 2 months left before the start of the second year, so if he could buy one and replace it, then no one would ever know. With the remaining galleons he had left, he purchased a basic broomstick and was about to leave the store when he bumped into someone. Oh, excuse Madame Hooch. He shouted. Ah, Naruto, how are you this fine evening? Purchasing a new broom, I see, she examined. Well, why you see, he stuttered. Well, I'll be looking forward to seeing you fly it during class, she said as she passed him, making him cry anime tears. Pervert, he heard and quickly rushed outside to see Negi's ermine be crushed by Anya's foot. I think I know how they caught him now, both Naruto and Negi thought. End. Talking. Flashback. Flashback. Thoughts. Action. Spell. London 6:45 a.m. Z's. Naruto slept comfortably in his bed. Not a care in the world. The door creaked open. Naru-chan. A certain red-haired woman called out. Not getting a response from her son, Kushina walked over to the bed and shook the blonde's shoulder. Naru-chan, wake up, she said again. Naruto groaned slightly and turned to the side. Kushina sighed and walked over to the window and opened the curtains, letting the sunlight in. Ack. Naruto cried out, covering his face. Sora Sky, who was in the room as well, flapped his wings in annoyance at being woken up. Come on, Ka-chan, couldn't you give me 5 minutes, the blonde complained. Now Naru-chan, remember tomorrow's the start of your second year and you haven't bought any of your school materials, the redhead replied cheerfully. Ka-chan, didn't you already buy them for me? He asked with a yawn, whipping his tired eyes, and scratching his messy hair. Nope, she responded. Naruto sighed but mentally knew what she wanted, to meet his friends. Hi, I'll get up, he said. Diagon Alley 7:20 a.m. Appearing in green flames from within a fireplace, Naruto and Kushina made their entrance. Both wore casual clothing under their open robes and Sora perched on the blonde's shoulder. "Okay Naru-chan, what is it you need?" she asked. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded letter. Dumbledore was kind enough to send the letter attached to Sora before the start of the week. Let's see. Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizarding 2nd Year Supplies. The Standard Book of Spells Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk. Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gadding with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Year of the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Naruto's sweat dropped. What are these? Novel series? He thought to himself. Kushina overshadowing her son and looking at the list, she sweat dropped herself, having similar thoughts. Before the two headed off towards Gringotts. Not 5 minutes of walking down the busy streets. "Hey Naruto." The two turned to see a familiar red-haired boy and brunette. "Ron, Hermione-chan," he said, giving the two a hug. "How've you been?" he asked. "Great. Me and my family spent most of our summer in Sweden before visiting my brother in Romania. Saw Hagrid over there," Ron replied, causing the group to sweat drop. When Hagrid returned from his trip, he brought back several pictures of Norbert. The dragon had grown to near truck size, and from what Naruto and Kushina saw in the photos, Hagrid was still treating the dragon like a baby. "What about you Hermione-chan?" "Not much. Me and my family spent some time in Greenland before I went back to my studies," she said. Ron rolled his eyes. "Doesn't she know when to stop studying?" he thought, knowing that one is supposed to enjoy their 2-3 month vacation, not spend it at a desk reading literature. "What about you?" she asked. "Right. Guys, I'd like you to meet Kushina Uzumaki, my Ka-chan aka, my mother," he said. Said woman waved with a smile. Ron and Hermione nodded before going wide-eyed. "Wait, your mother, but weren't you an orphan?" Ron asked. "I was. Thanks to Dumbledore he discovered her location, and as it turns out, she was in a coma," he explained. Ron and Hermione eased up a little, glad to know that their friend wasn't abandoned. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Miss Uzumaki. Name's Ronald Weasley, but you can call me Ron," the boy introduced himself. "It's nice to meet you too," she replied with a smile, before turning to the brunette. "My name is Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you," Hermione introduced herself. "Ah, so you're Hermione. It's good to finally meet you in person. Naruto spoke a lot about you," she said, getting a minor blush from the girl. He did?" she asked. "Of course, he always talked about how you were his best friend. How you two always studied together, how he's got a big crew," before she could continue. Naruto covered her lips with both hands, his face sporting an atomic blush. "A big what?" Hermione asked. Ron raised an eyebrow before grinning like a madman. He knew what she was going to say. Well, what she was going to say. You see, gotta change the subject. Hey, it's Harry over here," he called out, causing the three to look in the direction the blonde had called out. The dark brunette along with Hogwarts gamekeeper turned to see three familiar faces. "Ron, Hermione, Naruto," he waved to them. "Oh, hey, it is Harry," the blonde thought as the lightning-scarred boy walked towards the group. "Harry, are you all right? Mum said you misspelled Diagon Alley," Ron asked. "Wait, what? Harry, do you know how dangerous that is? You could end up anywhere," Naruto stated. "Yes, I know. I ended up in Nocturne Alley. If it wasn't for Hagrid here, who knows what could have happened," he stated while motioning towards the half-giant. "Well, accidents happen, Harry's Alrig. So there's no need to fuss," Hagrid stated. They all nodded and proceeded towards Gringotts. "Nice to see you, Hagrid." You too, Kushina, doing a bit shopping, are ya?" he asked. Harry leaned in towards the blonde of the group. "Hey Naruto, who's she?" Harry asked while eyeing Kushina. "My mother," Naruto responded. Harry gaped at the blonde's response. Gringotts Wizarding Bank 5 minutes later. "So you're dentists. Fascinating. I understand other muggles quite fear you. Why is that?" one Molly Weasley asked. Both Wendell and Monica Granger, who were slightly nervous, not because of the wizards, but because of the creepy-looking goblins, sweat dropped at Molly's question. "Not exactly," Monica replied. before she caught the sight of her daughter along with Molly's son and several others. "Harry, thank goodness. We had hoped you've only gone one grade too far," Molly said with worry. Harry sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Yes, sorry," he apologized and went on to explain what happened. In the meantime, both Naruto and Kushina were introduced to Wendell, Monica, and Ginny. "Will there be any more withdrawals?" The group turns to the rather annoyed goblin, writing in his record book. "Hey there, Griphook," the pseudo-Jinchuriki greeted. "Kushina," the old goblin responded lazily. Diagon Alley Streets 30 minutes later. Naruto, Hermione, Ron, and Harry walked just ahead of T. Heir parents as they spoke amongst themselves. "Isn't it thrilling? Gilderoy Lockhart's going to be there. We can actually meet him. I mean, he's written almost the whole book list," Hermione stated. "Who?" Harry asked. "Have you checked your supply list? Look at the author for our books," Naruto replied. Harry did so and sweat dropped. When they arrived at Flourish and Blots, the group noticed a large crowd of women surrounding a particular spot, most holding books and others standing on their tiptoes, trying to get a better view of the celebrity. "Oh, it's him," Molly pointed out. "Mum fancies him," Ron said as he leaned towards his group. Unfortunately, his mother heard him and jabs him in the shoulder. Kushina shakes her head. Whether or not these girls were fangirls, it was still difficult to watch the female population act like this. The group continued watching until a rather short man bumped past Naruto and Harry, out of the way. "This is for the Daily Prophet," he said as he rushed towards Gilderoy with a camera. The author heard this, looked up, and flashed a shiny smile, or at least did when his sights landed on Harry. "It can't be Harry Potter," he said. The crowd turns to T. He group and began to whisper amongst themselves as Lockhart dives forward, seizes the dark brunette's hand and turns toward the camera. "Nice big smile, Harry. Together you and I rate the front page," he whispered. The boy stared at the older man before looking at the camera with a confused look. Flash. As Harry rubbed his eyes, "Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary moment this is, when Harry here stepped into Flourish and Blots this morning, to purchase my autobiography. Magical Me, which incidentally is celebrating its 27th week atop the Daily Prophet's bestseller list," he stated. Naruto noticed the dismay in his friend's face. The blonde knew that Harry didn't care about his fame, mainly because it reminded of the death of his parents and the mark that Voldemort had bestowed upon him. "Is he okay?" Kushina asked her son. The whiskered wizard shook his head. "Harry doesn't really like being a celebrity," he responded. "He had no idea that he would leaving with my entire collected works. Free of charge," Lockhart proclaimed and motioned his flunky servant to come forth. The man wore dark blue robes and hat, and held a large stack of books in which he handed over to the dark brunette. The crowd clapped and Harry muttered a sheepish, "Thank you," before walking back to his group. Naruto and the others watch as Harry places the books in Ginny's cauldron. He blushed. "You can have these. I'll buy my own," he said. Ginny smiles and thanked the 12-year-old. Kushina, Molly, and Monica giggled amongst themselves at the cute scene. Wendell and Hagrid chuckled. Hermione raised an eyebrow while Naruto and Ron smirked. "Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Famous Harry Potter. Can't even go to a bookshop without making the front page." The group turned to O.C. Draco, who was sneering at the dark brunette. "Leave him alone. He didn't want any of that," Ginny defended. "Oh look, Potter, you've got yourself a girlfriend," Malfoy mocked. "Piss off, Malfoy." Naruto stepped up. "You looking for a fight now, are you?" Draco challenged, his hand on his wand. Before he could draw, Naruto appeared behind him with his hand gripping the slick-back blonde's wrist, making the boy go wide-eyed. The wizards who witnessed the blonde's speed stood gobsmacked. Kushina swelled in pride at her son's display of shinobi arts. "If that's what you want, then I'm more than happy to honor that request," he said. "You," Draco sneered. "Draco, enough." They turned to see an elder man with light blonde hair reaching his shoulder blades, wearing noble attire beneath black robes. This man was none other than Lucius Malfoy. Lucius takes notice of Harry's presence. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I don't believe we've met," he said while extending his hand towards him. Everyone figured the man wanted to shake hands. Instead, he moves aside a bit of his hair enough to see the lightning scar. Harry backed away slightly. "Forgive me, Mr. Potter, but your scar is a legend, as of course the wizard who gave it to you, he said. Harry frowns. He was a murderer, he responds. Yes, a pity about your parents, curious that you yourself should escape with a mere flesh wound, he responds, causing O's present to frown and Harry to look down in guilt. Curious too, that you speak of him in the past, surely you don't think he who must not be named is gone forever, he said. His name is Voldemort. They turned to Naruto, who glared at the older blonde. Nearly everyone gasped when they heard Naruto utter his name. You must be very brave, dare to speak his name or foolish, Lucius replied. Fear of a name only increases the fear of the thing itself, the whiskered Jinchuriki retorted. Lucius formed a smirk on his face. I remember now, you must be Uzumaki Naruto, and Draco's told me all about you, an orphan, he said. They turned to Kushina. You don't know anything about my child, so I would prefer stop speaking to him in such a manner, she replied. Everyone backed away as they could see a visibly red, menacing aura surround her. Lucius was slightly shaken. What is she? He thought. Ron, Harry, it's a madhouse in here, let's head outside. The group snapped towards the man that spoke, Arthur Weasley. Kushina's aura dispersed as she too turned her attention to Ron's father. Well, Arthur Weasley, Lucius spoke. Lucius, Arthur replied stiffly. Busy time at the ministry, all those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime, he responds before walking over to Ginny and picking up a battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from her cauldron. Obviously not, dear me. What's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it, he stated, upsetting the group even further. We have a very different idea about what disgraces the name of wizard, Lucius, Arthur responds. Lucius takes a glance at the Weasleys. Clearly, the company you keep, Weasley, and I thought your family could sink no lower, he taunted. Arthur was about to rush forward with the intent of striking Lucius when Hagrid places a hand on his shoulder. Ignore. I am Arthur, the half-giant said. Lucius tosses the book back in Ginny's cauldron. Here, girl. Take your book back, it's the best your father can give you, he states before exiting the shop with Draco. The group sneered at the man's retreating self. Like father like son, Naruto stated. Getting a nod from Harry and Ron. No Malfoys worth listening to. They're rotten to the core, the whole family, Hagrid stated. The leaky cauldron later that night. Naruto, Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat in a rented bedroom talking amongst themselves. So Naruto, want to tell us how you got behind Draco? Ron asked. Harry and Hermione edged, wanting to know as well. It was Shundo instant movement, wasn't it? Hermione claimed. Ron was gobsmacked, thinking that his friend had already learned something so advanced. Actually no, it wasn't Shundo, it was just an increase in speed using chakra, he explained. Confusing the trio. Oh right, you guys don't know. Well, where me and my mum come from, most people have the ability to use a special energy called chakra. It's a mixture of both physical and spiritual energy. My mum trained me to use it over the summer, he stated. Before they could ask any more questions, the three mothers walked into the room. All right, it's time for bed, you four, Molly stated. Getting a groan from the boys and sigh from Hermione. Come now, if you go to bed any late you'll miss the train, Monica added. Hermione nodded and proceeded to leave the room. Ron, Harry, you too, the boys sighed and left the room as well. Naruto looked at his mother, who was giving him the look. Okay, I'm going, he said as he walked towards the bathroom and proceeded to brush his teeth. King's Cross Station, 10:58 a.m. Naruto and the rest of the group dash with their carts through the platforms and towards the barrier. Oh dear, the train will be leaving any moment. All together now, Molly announced. Fred and George quickly dashed through the wall, with Hermione and her parents trailing behind her. Go on, Ginny, you know what to do, Molly said, as she watches. Naruto and Kushina pass through the barrier. The young Weasley closed her eyes and rushes forward. As she opens them, she gazes at the Hogwarts Express. Molly and Arthur soon appear by her side. Come, Ginny. We'll get you a seat, Arthur said, and leads her towards the train compartments. Naruto handed over his trunk and equipment over to the workers, and quickly getting on board, he sat next to Hermione and Ginny. All right, Naru-chan, do your best and make Ka-chan proud, Kushina stated with a fist pump. Naruto nodded with a grin. Now Ginny, remember study hard, make lots of friends, Molly says, while Ginny nods at every detail. Arthur looked around, feeling as if something was missing. Now Hermione, do have everything, quills, books, files? Yes, Mum, I double-checked before we left, she replied. Are you sure? Wendell asked, raising his hand, holding a golden time turner. Hermione blushed in embarrassment as she took the golden hourglass necklace and placed it around her neck. She turned to Naruto, who smiled at her. The express gave a loud whistle and let loose steam from the engine before the wheels began to turn. It wasn't until Naruto noticed something odd, much like Arthur. Guys, quick question. Where's Ron and Harry? He asked, as the train departed from the station. Meanwhile, we better hurry, Ron states as he and Harry ran through the platforms. He took a glance at the clock. It read 10:59. Harry reaches barrier and proceeds to pass through. Instead he crashes into the wall and stumbles down with his cart. What in blazes do you two think you're doing? A pass-by guard asked. Sorry, lost control of the cart, Harry replies as he picks up his belongings and places them back on the cart. Why can't we get through? He whispers to Ron. I dunno, gates sealed itself for a reason, he replies, pressing his ear against the pillar. As he did, the clock chimed. The train leaves at exactly 11 o'clock. We missed it, Harry states. Ron removes himself from the pillar with a thought in mind. Harry, if we can't get through, then maybe Mum and Dad can't get back, he said. Maybe we should go wait by the car, Harry responds. The car, Ron exclaimed. With Naruto, you think Harry and Ron will be okay? Ginny asked. I wouldn't worry too much, I mean they'll find a way to Hogwarts, Naruto replied. Can't they use the flow system? Hermione asked. They could, but the only one I know of is in Dumbledore's office, and even then you'll have to use it from there to be able to travel back to it, he stated. Maybe Mum and Dad can take them by car, Ginny suggested. Which got a deadpan look from Naruto. Right, like they're gonna get there on time by car. I mean, how long would it take drive from London to Scotland? He asked. Ginny shakes her head. No, not like that. You see, Mum's car can. This is mad, we can't drive to Hogwarts, Harry states. Who says anything about driving? You don't mean Ron? No, the dark brunette said. Look, who knows when Mum and Dad will get back, and we've got to go to school, haven't we? And even underage wizards are allowed to use magic if it's an absolute emergency. Well, at least that's what Fred and George always say, Ron replies. Harry sighs. Something tells me we're going to regret this. So brooms and staffs aren't the only way to fly? Naruto asked, receiving a nod from Hermione. They sat in silence. You don't think they would? Hermione began. Knowing those two defiantly, Naruto said. Ron, I should tell you, most muggles aren't accustomed to seeing a flying car, Harry said. Looking out the window and spotting several pedestrians with disbelief glued to their face. Right, Ron replies and presses a small silver button. Down below, the baffled pedestrians blink as the car seemingly vanished into thin air. Half an hour later, Naruto, Hermione, and Ginny continued to speak amongst themselves while eating some snacks they bought off the cart. I think I understand how it works, Hermione said after listening to Naruto's explanation on chakra and ninjutsu. The key to activating them are hand signs that trademark the Chinese zodiac. They allow one to manipulate the amount of chakra necessary to perform the jutsu, he stated. Before Hermione or Ginny could ask anything else, Naruto spotted a flying car throughout the window. Well, I'll be damned, he said, getting both witches' attention. The two girls looked outside to see the flying vehicle zoom past them. I told you, Ginny stated with a grin. Yeah, he ruffles her hair, gaining a pout in return. You think they saw us? Naruto asked. Doubt it, at the speeds they're going. We are very easy to miss, Hermione states. Up in the sky, Ron and Harry look out through the window, attempting to find the train. Luckily, Harry managed to spot a single line of train tracks on a steep bridge. They're up ahead, look, Harry pointed out. Brilliant. Ron shifts the car and glides down towards the rails. They managed to stop the car only several inches off the ground. It must be around here, somewhere, Harry spoke as he and Ron look up in front for the train. They did so for several seconds until they heard a familiar sound. like that of an active train. The two share a glance before looking at their respected rear-view window. They saw their objective coming in fast. Harry and Ron looked at each other once more. "Ah!" they screamed. Ron quickly spins the wheel and hits the gas. The car whips out of the train's path. Sadly, doing so caused the vehicle to momentarily flip upside down as it jet underneath the bridge. Harry slides out of his seat as the car tilts and hits the door. The impact caused the door to open and the dark brunette to fall off. "Harry!" Ron shouted. "I'm still here," Harry shouts back as he dangled from the car's open door. From within the express, Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose while mumbling, "Idiots." Ginny stared in shock at what was happening, while Naruto opened the window slightly and aimed his wand. "I got this, Wingardium Leviosa," he proclaimed. Harry, who was reaching for Ron's hand, was suddenly picked up and tossed back into the car. The T.O. wizards looked down at the express to see Naruto, Hermione, and Ginny waving at them. The two waved back and continued to follow the train. Hogwarts train station, 7:40 p.m. The students exit the express, now wearing their wizarding robes. "All right, this way, come on now," they heard the half-giant say. "Hey Hagrid," Naruto and Hermione said. "Hello there you two, where's Ron and Harry?" he asked. Naruto, Hermione, and Ginny looked around. They're probably still on the train," Naruto responded. Hagrid shrugged and motioned them to continue towards the boats. "Where are those two?" Hermione asked. Naruto and Ginny shrugged. Great Hall, 8:45 p.m. Both Naruto and Hermione sat with the Gryffindor house. The two happily ate their meals along with their housemates when they spotted Ron and Harry walking up to them, both battered with slight dirt here and there. "Wow, you guys look like hell. What happened?" Naruto asked. "Well, you see," Harry started. Flashback. Making good time as the duo continued to fly the car. It suddenly groans and clicks several times. Ron, just out of interest, "Have you ever landed a car before?" Harry asked. "Well, no, but until a few hours ago, I'd never talk off in one either," he replied, a little shaken, and with that, the car lurches forward and drops out of the sky. They managed to evade several walls around the castle until they crashed into a rather large willow. The two groaned and adjusted themselves. "My wand. Look at my wand," Ron whines as he held a broken wand. "Be thankful it's not your neck," Harry replied. Just then, something hit the CAR, which sent a shudder throughout the vehicle. Harry looks out to see the branches curl up and lash themselves towards the car. The boys screamed as the tree continued its assault, leaving shattered windows and heavy dents all over the car. The willow then slams the car down. However, it does not release its hold on the vehicle and readied its finishing blow. "Reverse! Reverse!" Harry shouts. Ron shifts the gears and car shoots backwards as the willow slams a large branch fist on the ground and shattering it. The boys sighed in relief, but that feeling quickly washed away as the doors swung open. The seats tipped sideways and ejected Ron and Harry. When they hit the ground, their belongings shoot out of the trunk. The car's taillights blaze angrily before the car drove off into the dark forest. "Dad's gonna kill me," Ron spoke, slightly shaken before the two wizards dragged their battered selves to the gates, where they met themselves with a mountain of student trunks and caged pets. "Hey Sora," Ron said, getting several flaps in return. "First, a house elf shows up in my bedroom, then as it turns out couldn't get through the barrier and onto the platform, and now we almost get killed by a tree. Someone clearly doesn't want me here this year," Harry spoke. "Well, take a good look, lads." They turned to see Filch and his pet cat, Mrs. Norris. "This might well be the last you spend in this castle." Snape's office. The trio walk in to see Snape reading the Daily Prophet. The headline reads, "Flying Ford Angelia mystifies Muggles." "You were seen by 7 Muggles no less." Snape snapped. "Do you have any idea how serious this is? You have risked the exposure of our world, not to mention the damage you inflicted on a whomping willow that has been on these grounds for hundreds of years," he states angrily. "Honestly, Professor Snape, I think it did more damage to us," Ron responded. "Silence, I can assure you, were you in Slytherin and your fate rested with me, the both of you would be on the train home tonight. As it is, they are not." They turned to see Dumbledore standing in the doorway, along with Professor McGonagall. "Professors," Harry and Ron sighed in relief. "Headmaster," These boys have flouted the decree for the restriction of underage wizardry as such. I'm well aware of our bylaws, Severus, having written more than a few myself. However, as head of Gryffindor House, it is for Professor McGonagall to determine the appropriate action, Dumbledore stated. Ron slumps in depression. We'll go get our stuff, he said. What are you talking about, Mr. Weasley? She asks with a raised eyebrow. Well, you're going to expel us, aren't you? He asked. McGonagall sighs and shakes her head. Not today, Mr. Weasley, but I must impress upon the both of you the seriousness of what you have done. I will be sending owls to both of your families tonight and you will each get a detention, she states. Harry and Ron give a low sigh but flinch under Snape's cold gaze. Splendid. Now I suggest we return to the feast. There's a delicious-looking custard tart that I want to sample, he said before walking out with the rest of the group. Harry spots an envelope on the floor and reads it. Quickspell, a correspondence course in beginner's magic. He looked at who it was addressed to and resisted the urge to laugh. Mr. Filch, you dropped this, he said. E-Man turned and blushed in embarrassment as he snatched the letter from Harry and shoves it in his pocket. End of flashback. Wow, you guys are lucky, you know that, Naruto states. How is that lucky? We've got detention on our first day, Ron replies, getting several snickers from nearby housemates. Alright, let's see. 1, you guys are still alive, and 2, you're not expelled, the blonde pointed out. He's got a point there, Harry stated. So, are you guys gonna stand there all day or are you gonna join in? Naruto stated, scotching over and letting his friends sit. As they ate, Hermione decided to ask. Harry, what was that you said about the house elf? She asked. Harry nodded and proceeded to tell them about Dobby, the house elf that appeared in his room, and about the warning it gave him. And all the little trouble it got him into. Seems like he was trying to protect you, Naruto stated. He's got a funny way of showing it, he responded, still angry at the fact that Dobby hid all of the letters his friends had written him, then tried to run off with them. He sighs and shook his head. At least I'm here, he thought while glancing at his friends who smiled back at him. Power. Anyway, like I did with Naruto's animagus, I changed Sky's name to Sora, which is the same thing. Now most of you guys bitched about it being unoriginal. Well, you know what, I really don't give a crap. Instead of complaining to me, you could just suggest a thing or two to help me make the story better. Geez, people be hating on everything nowadays. Now for the few of you who PM'd me about the Pactio and didn't get it or questioned it. Well, yes, I did change it a bit. Unlike the Negima Pactio, I've done it so that the feature between wizard and servant be between a mage and a non-magic user. Any Pactio formed between wizards will gain an artifact and a copy of their partner's card. Telepathic contact. Summon. Non-usable artifact. However, if a wizard already has an artifact, he or she will not gain another if they form any more contracts. Hope that helps, cause that's my version of the Pactio. Still has some aspects of the original, like increase their partner's abilities and such. Unknown secrets. J.K. Rowling. Talking. Thoughts. Flashback. Flashback. Action. Spell. Hogwarts, 10:30 p.m. Naruto, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood alongside their classmates within the school's third greenhouse. The whiskered blonde watched as Ron sulked. Due to the fact of gaining detention on the first day, Naruto couldn't help but sigh in annoyance. He's only worried about spending time after class, when he should be more concerned about the car he and Harry trashed, he thought. Both he and Harry watched as Ron and Hermione bickered over the event, glaring at each other, Ron telling her to mind her own business and Hermione stating that he should be lucky to have only gotten a detention. It wasn't until a brown-robed elder woman came walking in, tapping her wand on several pots, gaining the attention of the students. Good morning, class. My name is Professor Sprout and welcome to Greenhouse 3, second years, she said. The students greeted her and proceeded to open their notebooks. Today, we will be repotting mandrakes, she said, causing Naruto to snap his head forward, which didn't go unnoticed by his friends. Now, who here can tell me the properties of the mandrake? She asked as she examined her class. Most students either looked away or turned to their fellow classmates, wanting to know if they knew the answer. How about you, Miss Granger? She asked. Hermione smiled and nodded. Mandrake, or mandragora, is used to return those who have been transfigured to their original states. it's also quite dangerous. The mandrake's cry is fatal to anyone who hears it, she explains. Don't remind me. She turns to Naruto, who gave a nervous smile. Hermione sheepishly scratches the back of her head, knowing that her best friend wasn't looking forward to working with these plants. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. As our mandrakes are only seedlings, their cries won't kill yet, however they will knock you unconscious for several hours, which is why I have provided each of you with a pair of earmuffs, she said, taking a small box from a nearby cabinet. Naruto sighs in relief, not wanting to hear the plant's death screech. If you would then, she asks one of the Ravenclaws. After the students take their muffs, they place them over their heads and await further instruction. Naruto, Harry, and Hermione snicker ever so quietly, while Ron's eye twitched in embarrassment. He had gotten a pair of bright pink, fluffy earmuffs. Now, you first grasp your mandrake firmly before you pull it out and into the pot. They watch as Professor Sprouts takes a hold of one of the rough branches of the growing plants and gave it a pull. The class watches in slight disgust as a small, muddy, and hideous baby was unearthed. They were able to hear a faint screech fro. The plant before Sprouts plunges the bawling plant deep into a pot, the students following suit. Naruto stared at the mandrake for several seconds before plunging it into his pot. The students removed their earmuffs. Thank God that's over. I swear it was peering into my soul, the blonde stated, slightly shaken. Oh, grow up, you big baby, Hermione playfully states. What happened to Neville? Harry asked, getting everyone's attention. The class looks at the boy as his eyes were rolled to the back of his skull and was lying unconscious on the floor. It would seem Mr. Longbottom neglected his muffs. Naruto tilted his head. Actually, I think he fainted, he said, causing the others sweat drop. Professor Sprout shook her head. Yes, well, just leave him there. There's plenty of mandrakes that need to be potted. So on we go. Everyone grasps your mandrakes, pull it up and into the pots, she said. Great Hall, 12:10 p.m. At the Gryffindor table, said house was enjoying their midday meal while performing their curricular activities. Naruto and Harry had their notebooks out along with their textbooks, magical drafts and potions. Professor Snape had given the class lots and lots of homework. The assignment was to create a hair-raising potion which would take at least 2 months to brew. Naruto personally didn't mind that, however, the fact that he still had to do the paperwork is what got him annoyed. Hermione sat next to him, her face buried in Gilderoy Lockhart's Travels with Trolls, while Ron ran gobs of spello tape over his broken wand. Say it, I'm doomed, he said in a deadpan tone as he stared at the nearly useless wand. You're doomed, Naruto said as he continued to write down his report, before a bright flash blinded the group. Harry blinks and finds a small boy standing before him with a camera. Hiya Harry, I'm Colin Creevey, I'm Gryffindor too, the light brunette introduced himself. The dark brunette waves at the boy sheepishly. Hello Colin, nice to meet. He was quickly cut off by said boy. They're for my dad. The pictures, he's a milkman, you know, a muggle, like all our families been until me. No one knew all the odd stuff I could do. As magic till we got my letter from Hogwarts. Everyone thought I was mental, Colin states. Imagine that, Ron said. Say Harry, do you think your friend could take a photo of me and you standing together, to prove I met you? He asked. Before Harry could ask Ron, owls streamed into the hall carrying packages, letters, etc. Post is here, one Dean Thomas states as he caught a letter. One by one, the birds swooped gracefully down and back up into the air before exiting via window, all except one who crashes beak first into Ron's soup. Said Weasley noticed the owl as his own, bloody bird. S.A. menace, he said before his eyes landed on the letter it was holding, damp red in color and shaking uncontrollably. Oh no, he muttered with fear. Heads up everyone, Weasley's got himself a howler. Seamus shouted, getting everyone's attention. Go on Ron, I ignored one from my gran once, and it was horrible, Neville said with a shudder. Ron paled as he slowly and shakily takes it. With an audible gulp he opens it, causing the letter to open up and yell in a thunderous voice resembling that of Molly Weasley. The shout was strong enough to rattle plates, spoons, etc. Ronald Weasley, how dare you steal that car? I am absolutely disgusted. Your father's now facing an inquiry at work and it's entirely your fault. If you put another toe out of line we'll bring you straight home." Quote. The letter shouted, making Ron cower in his seat under its paper-like face. The howler then softened its voice as it turned to Ron's little sister. "Oh, and Ginny dear, congratulations on making Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud." Ginny, who was sitting slightly apart from the group, looks up shyly before she returns to the small black book she was scribbling in. The group watches as the howler rips itself apart. Before Ron endures the howls of laughter from both Gryffindor and the other house tables. Colin snaps a few photos while Harry and Naruto look at Ron sympathetically. "Well, look at it this way. How much worse can things get?" Harry asks. Naruto shakes his head. "Harry, why'd you say that?" he thought. A defense against the dark arts class 1:15 p.m. Naruto's eye twitch. Head as one Gilderoy Lockhart paced before the class. What got him annoyed was that Hermione, as well as nearly every girl in the class, had their sights on the curly-haired wizard. Harry, Ron, and Sever. All boys, however, eyed the large covered cage on the desk, which rattled mysteriously. "Let me introduce you to your new defense against the dark arts teacher, me, Gilderoy Lockhart. Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League and 5 times winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't want to talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Bee." And she, by smiling at her, Lockhart introduced himself, awaiting laughter from his students, only to receive a few weak smiles from the class and a tisk from Naruto. "I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in," he said as he hands out papers. Naruto looks at the sheet and a tick mark appears on his head. "The bloody hell is this?" he whispered. Ron and Harry look at the blonde. "What's what?" Harry asked. "Look at these questions. They're all about him," he said, showing them his sheet. "What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color?" Harry read. "What is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date?" Ron spoke. "When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday and what would his ideal gift be?" Question mark single quote. Hermione, who had looked at the paper, sweat dropped before looking over at the new teacher in confusion. "You have 30 minutes, start now." 30 minutes later, Lockhart rifles through the completed exam. "Tut, tut, hardly any of you remembered my favorite color is lilac, but Miss Hermione Granger knew that my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and market my own range of hair care potions. Good girl," he praised. Hermione beams while Naruto's eye twitched for the second time that day. Lockhart's expression suddenly darkens. "Now be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You might find yourself facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here," giving a showman's flair. Lockhart turns the cage. "I must ask you not to scream, it might provoke them," he warned. Naruto raised an eyebrow and leans in along with Ron and Harry, while Neville pales and draws back. Lockhart lets the tension build before it whips the cover off the cage, uncovering several electrical blue creatures, 8 inches tall, with pointed faces and wings. Why rattle the bars and give bizarre looks to the class? Cornish pixies, Naruto stated in a deadpan tone. Freshly caught Cornish pixies, Lockhart pointed out. Seamus snorts and laughs quietly, which didn't go unnoticed by Gilderoy. "Laugh if you will, Mr. Finnegan, but pixies can be devilishly tricky little blighters. Let's see what you make of them now," he stated before he flung open the doors and letting the pixies swarm the room. Spraying students with ink bottles, breaking beakers, shredding books, etc. To grab Neville by the ears, lift him into the air, and begin to circle the ceiling, the students scampered around the room, avoiding the crazed lightning-fast pixies. "Come on now. Round them up. Round them up. They're just pixies," Lockhart said. At this, Naruto grew irritated with the man. "You're the teacher. Shouldn't you do something?" he yelled as he ducked down to avoid a flying textbook. Lockhart sighed smugly. "Very well." He brandishes his wand. "Pesky pisky pesternomi," he declared, only for his spell to have absolutely no effect on the creatures. The pixies turn their attention to the teacher, fly towards him, seize his wand, and tosses it out a window. Having lost his wand, Lockhart joins the stampeding class towards the exit, leaving Naruto, Hermione, Ron, and Harry in the room. "I'll ask you four to just nip the rest of them back to their cage," he said before slamming the door shut. The group stood there blinking at the door. Ron swats a pixie that was gnawing his ear. "What do we do now?" he asks, Harry slapping away a pixie as it tried to take his glasses. "Okay, I've had enough. Hermione-chan," Naruto called out. Both wizards brought their wands out, immobilis. They declared, shooting a blue flare which spread throughout the room and rendering the hyperactive pixies immobile. Neville falls and plops onto Lockhart's desk. "Why is it always me?" he asks, slightly shaken. The five exit the room and walk with what was left of their belongings. "Okay, I officially hate this guy," Naruto stated. "Can you believe him?" Ron added in. Hermione shook her head. "I'm sure Professor Lockhart just wanted to give us some hands-on experience," she responded. "You're joking, right?" her blonde friend retorted. Hermione, he didn't even have a clue as to what he was doing. "By the looks of it, he let the pixies out to get back at Seamus," Harry said. "Rubbish. Read his books. You'll see all the amazing things he did," she huffed and walked ahead of the group. Naruto, Harry, Ron, and Neville look at each other. "He says he's done," the redhead muttered as he shook his head. 2 months later, courtyard, with Harry. The Gryffindor Quidditch team, organized by the following people: Harry Potter, Fred George Weasley, Alicia Spinnet, Katie Bell, and Angelina Johnson, trail behind their captain, Oliver Woods. They continued to walk, passing by several students who were studying. "I spent the summer devising a whole new Quidditch program. We're going to train earlier, harder, and longer," Woods stated before he caught a glimpse of another team and squinted his eyes to get a better look. "I don't believe this," he said, as they all soon came in contact with the opposing team, branding green robes and broomsticks. At their lead was Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin team. Ron, who was at a table with Naruto and Hermione, looks up. "Uh-oh, I smell trouble," he said, making both blonde and brunette wizards to turn their attention to the two teams. "Clear out, Flint. I booked the pitch for Gryffindor today," Oliver stated. "Easy, Woods. I've got a note," Flint stated smugly. Holding up a parchment, Woods snatches the note and scans through it. "I, Professor Severus Snape, do hereby give the Slytherin team permission to practice today, owing the need to train their new seeker," the note stated. "You've got a new seeker? Who?" Woods asked with slight disbelief, as a pasty-faced boy pushed himself to the front. "It's Malfoy," he said. "Draco." Harry spoke with definite disbelief. "That's right, and that's not all that's new this year," he said as the 7 Slytherin Quidditch players held out their new broomsticks. "Those are Nimbus T. Woe-thousand ones," Ron stated as he walked up to his house team along with Naruto and Hermione. "A generous gift from Draco's father," Flint responded smugly. "That's right, Weasley. You see, unlike some, my father can afford to buy the best. At least no Gryffindor team had to buy their way in. They got in by pure talent," Hermione retorted. Malfoy turns to the brunette with a glare. "No one asked for your opinion. You filthy little mudblood," he said, causing everyone with the exception of Harry, who was confused by the term, to freeze in shock. Woods noticed Fred and George were about ready to tackle the blonde and possibly beat him to an inch of his life, and was about to stop them, only for a second blonde bullet to connect a fist with Malfoy's face. "Whoa!" both teams shouted as they grabbed their younger housemates. Malfoy clutched his jaw and part of his nose as blood trailed down from it, while Naruto was held down by Oliver, Fred, George, and Alicia. "Why you?" Malfoy stutters angrily. "Take that back, damn it. Take it back," Naruto threatened, as his features drastically changed, the ones holding him, now struggling to keep him down. The blonde's hair was in fact more wild, his whisker-like marks became more ragged, and his eyes went from sapphire blue to blood red. Those of the Slytherin team who noticed, had a feeling of dread crawl up their spine. "You'll pay for that one, Malfoy, eat slugs," Ron shouted, aiming his cracked wand at the boy. Sadly, the spell scissored out the wrong end, hitting Ron himself in the stomach. The Gryffindor team left their weights off Naruto and out for him to rush out and towards his downed friend, along with Harry and Hermione. "Ron, you all right?" he asks. Said boy sits up and feels the need to upchuck. He opens his mouth and bletch. The Re back off slightly as 3 slugs dribble out of Ron's mouth. The Slytherin team laughed at the boy's predicament. Ron angrily tries to stand up, only to fall to his knees and belch out slugs once more. Colin, who was nearby, was fascinated and ran up to them with his camera. Wow. Can you hold him still, Harry? He asks. Naruto and Harry heft Ron over their shoulder. Out of the way, Colin. Blonde states before turning to Hermione. Let's get him to Hagrid. He'll know what to do, he said. The brunette wiped her incoming tears and nodded. Hagrid's hut. The half-giant looked through shelves and cabinets looking for something to cure the puking boy's stomach. Ron, who was sitting down, held a bucket between his knees, constantly puking slugs into it. Harry watched his friend with pity and slight disgust as he watched the slugs squirm in the bucket. Hagrid continues looking and catches a glance of both Naruto and Hermione. Said blonde held his best friend as she silently cried on his shoulder. Better out than in, he said, referring to both Ron and Hermione. Who was he trying to curse anyway? The half-giant couldn't help but ask. Malfoy, Harry answered. He called Hermione. Well, I don't know exactly what it means. He trailed off. Hagrid glanced at the blonde and brunette. He called me Mudblood, she says quietly. He didn't. Hagrid gasped in disbelief. Harry looked confused as ever. It means dirty blood. Mudblood's a foul name for someone who's muggle-born, someone with non-magic parents, someone like us. It's not a term one usually hears in a civilized conversation, Naruto explained. See, Harry, there are some wizards like Malfoy's family who think they're better than everyone else cause they're what they're called pureblood, Hagrid added. That's terrible. Blech, it's disgusting, Ron states. And it's codswallop tear boot. Dirty blood. There's hardly a wizard today that's not half-blood or less. If we hadn't married muggles we'd have died out long ago. Besides, there isn't a single spell invented that our Hermione can't do, Hagrid stated. Naruto rubs her back. Don't think about it, Hermione-chan. Not for 1 minute, he said. The brunette looked her best friend with red, watery eyes and smiled with a blush on her face. Gilderoy Lockhart's office. That evening. Camera pans the walls of the teacher's office, lined with framed photos of, well, Lockhart. Naruto and Gilderoy work by candlelight at an ornate desk. Bleary-eyed, Naruto addresses envelopes while a cheery Lockhart puts signatures to the stack of glossy photos with his image on them. Naruto. Can you possibly imagine a better way to serve detention than by helping me answer my fan mail? He said. The blonde wizard forces a smile as he continues to address the mail. How was he forced to serve? Well, while Naruto did get back at Malfoy, it's still against the rules to physically assault another student. Fame's a fickle, my friend Naruto. Celebrity is as celebrity does. Remember that, he said. Naruto nods, not really caring, and stares gloomily at the towering stack of envelopes that remain. If only Kushina had taught him the Cage Bunshin, then this would have been done ages ago. He dipped his quill into the ink and starts to write, when an ominous voice fills the air. Come to me. Naruto snaps his head forward and looks around the room. What? He asks. I was saying, 6 solid months at the top of the bestseller list. Broke all records, Lockhart boasted. No, not you. That voice. That voice. Didn't you hear it? Naruto asked. What are you talking about, Naruto? I think we're getting a bit drowsy, he said, looking around the room, before his eyes landed on the clock. Great Scott, no wonder, look at the time. We've been here nearly 4 hours. Dinner's nearly done. If you hurry you might make pudding. Spooky how time flies when one's having fun, he stated. Fun? Naruto stared at him like he was crazy. 20 minutes later, Naruto walks through the empty corridors, his hands sore from so much writing, before he could turn the ominous voice from earlier returned. Blood. I smell blood. The blonde stops dead in his tracks. He brought out his wand from his arm holster and looked around for the source. Let me rip you. Let me kill you. Naruto steps towards the wall and plays his fingers along the stone before he continues to walk down the corridor. He starts slow, before quickening his pace, as if following something. He turns the corner and comes face to face with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Naruto. Did you hear it? He asked, almost frantically. Hear what? Hermione asked. That voice. Voice. What voice? Harry's turn to ask. I heard it first in Lockhart's office, then again on my way here. Kill. Time. To kill. Naruto stiffens and immediately darts his line of sight throughout the area. The trio study the blonde curiously. It's moving. I think it's going to kill, he said before running off. The remaining three look at each other before dashing after their friend. The blonde wizard runs madly through the staircase, past the archway, and into the second floor. He continues his track and nearly slips on the wet floors. Recovering, he looked down at the oozing waters, or rather his reflection. He saw words. Harry, Ron, and Hermione catch up, breathing heavily from sprinting. Naruto, what are you doing? Harry asked. The blonde turns to the wall to see the words on the water's reflection. The three wizards turn to look as well. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air. Beware. Chamber of Secrets. Naruto spoke. Enemies of the air, Hermione said, Harry wondering the same. What's that, hanging underneath? They heard Ron say. They turn and gasp. That's Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, Hermione said, as the cat hung by its tail from a torch basket, eyes open and blank, indicating that it was dead. Naruto turns to a window to see a small spider scuttle up a silver thread, trying to get through a crack within the glass. Look at that. Have you ever seen spiders act like that? He spoke, Harry and Hermione getting a closer look. He turns to Ron, who was backing up. What's wrong with you? I don't like spiders, he said, before they begun to hear voices. The stairwell sparked to life with the sounds of chattering students. Seconds later they enter the archway. They all stop when they spot the words on the wall along with the corpse of Mrs. Norris. Silence befalls the students, before Draco walks towards the wall and grins nastily. Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods, he said, eyeing Naruto and Hermione. Naruto growls and walks towards the boy, only to stop upon hearing Filch's voice. What's going on here? Go on now, make way. He stops dead in his tracks upon seeing his dead cat. Mrs. Norris, he said, before staring at the four before him. You've murdered my cat. I'll kill you. Argus. He stops and turns to see Dumbledore. The elder wizard marches forth along with the school staff and read the wall. Dumbledore's face darkens. Everyone will proceed to their dormitories immediately, he orders. The students then began to leave the area, Naruto and his group about to follow. Everyone except you four, he states. As the corridors finally empty, Dumbledore carefully removed the cat from the torch basket. It was definitely a curse that killed her. Probably transmigrifian torture. Encountered it myself once, in Ouagadougou. The full story's in my autobiography, Lockhart stated. She's not dead, Argus, she's been petrified, Dumbledore stated. Filch sighs in relief. Precisely. So unlucky that I wasn't there. I know the very counter curse that could have spared her, Lockhart stated. Trying not to look stupid in front of his fellow staff. But how she's been petrified, I cannot say. Filch then points to Naruto. Ask him. It's him that's done it. You saw what he wrote on the wall. That's not true. I swear I never touched Mrs. Norris. Rubbish. If I might, Headmaster. The two stop arguing and turn to Severus. Perhaps Mr. Uzumaki here, and his friends were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, he said. Said blonde, and his group blinked in surprise. Was Snape defending them? However, the circumstances are suspicious, or one don't recall seeing Uzumaki at dinner, he said. Gilderoy sheepishly rubs the back of his head. I'm afraid that's my doing, Severus. You see, Naruto was helping me answer my fan mail. Snape's lips curl in disgust. While Hermione then jumped in. That's why Harry, Ron, and I went looking for him, Professor. We just found him when Naruto said. She stopped, wondering if the voice Naruto was hearing would raise any suspicions. Snape raised an eyebrow. Yes, Miss Granger. When I said I wasn't hungry, we were heading back to the common room and found Mrs. Norris. Naruto continued. Severus eyed the blonde coldly. Knowing the boy was lying, Naruto turns to Dumbledore, who was studying him as well. Innocent, until proven guilty, he spoke. Filch looked at the elder wizard in disbelief. My cat's been petrified. I want to see some punishment. We will be able to cure her. Anyus, as I understand it, Madam Sprout has a very healthy growth of mandrake. When they've, a potion will be made to revive Mrs. Norris. In the meantime, I advise caution to all, he said before everyone left to their designated dorms, not before removing the writing on the wall. Gryffindor Common Room. Geez, why does Filch gotta act like such a douche? Naruto stated. Probably cause he's a squib, Ron said. Huh, Naruto and Harry asked. A squib's someone who's born into a wizarding family but hasn't got any powers of their own. It's why he hates students so much. Naruto. Hermione speaks. This voice, you said you heard it first in Lockhart's office. Yes, and did he hear it? He said he didn't. Maybe he was lying, Ron added. I hardly think that someone with Gilderoy Lockhart's credentials would lie to one of his students. Ronald. The three boys rolled their eyes. Besides, if you recall, we didn't hear anything either, she said. Naruto looks at his friends. You do believe me, don't you? Course we do. It's a bit weird, isn't it? You hear this voice and then Mrs. Norris turns up petrified. I can't explain it. It was scary, he said before frowning. You think I should have told Dumbledore and others? Are you mad? Ron states. No, Naruto. Even in the wizarding world, hearing voices isn't a good sign, Hermione adds. Transfiguration Class 11:20 a.m. McGonagall stood in front of her class. Resting on the desks of her students was a different animal. Today, we will be turning animals into water goblets, she said, before bringing up her wand and taps the bird in front of her 3 times, before it morphs into a beautiful crystal goblet. Now who would like to go first? She scans the room. Mr. Weasley. Ron nods and proceeds to turn his rat, Scabbers, the same way shown. Sadly, due to his malfunctioning wand, that spell worked halfway, leaving a beautiful, tailed goblet. McGonagall's sweat dropped. I believe it's best you replace that wand, Mr. Weasley, she said. It was then that Hermione raised her hand. Yes, Miss Granger. Professor, I.W., as wondering if you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets. A sudden hush falls over the class, even Naruto, who looked at her like she was crazy. My subject is transfiguration, Miss Granger. Yes, Professor, but there seems to be very little written about the chamber. For those of us with a personal interest on the subject, that is disturbing, she responded. Malfoy regards the brunette with chilly amusement while McGonagall considers Hermione's question after a brief period of silence. Very well. You all know, of course, that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 Grey at witches and wizards of age. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. 3 of the founders coexisted quite harmoniously, one did not. 3 glasses who? Ron asked in confusion. Salazar Slytherin wished to be more selective about the students admitted to Hogwarts. He believed that magical learning should be kept within all magic families, in other words, purebloods, she answered. Causing the Gryffindor 4 to furrow their eyes. Unable to sway the others, he left the school. According to legend, Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in this castle, known as the Chamber of Secrets. Shortly before departing, he sealed it until the time when his own true heir returned to the school. The heir alone would be able to open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the horrors within. And by doing so, purge the school of all those who, in Slytherin's view, were unworthy to study magic, she finished. Muggle-borns? Naruto asked. Yes, naturally, School has searched many times for such a chamber, it has never been found. Professor, what exactly does the legend tell us, lies within the chamber? Hermione asked. The chamber is said to be home to something which the heir of Slytherin alone can control. It is said to be home of a monster, she explains. Ron turns to see Malfoy smiling to himself. After class, do you think it's true? Do you really think there's a Chamber of Secrets? Ron asked. Yes, couldn't you tell? McGonagall was worried. All the teachers are, Hermione stated. But if there really is a Chamber of Secrets, and it's been opened, then that means, Harry started, that the heir of Slytherin has returned to Hogwarts. The only question is who. Naruto finished. Ron places a hand on his chin. Let's think, who do we know who thinks Muggle-born are scum, he said in mock puzzlement. The four look up ahead to see Malfoy walking with Crabbe and Goyle, if you're talking about him. Of course. You heard him. You'll be next, Mudbloods. I heard him. But Malfoy, the heir of Slytherin, she stated, clearly not believing. Dunno. Maybe Ron's right, Hermione. I mean, look at his family, the whole lot of them have been in Slytherin for centuries, Harry states. He does have a point. Naruto add in before eyeing Draco's goons. Crabbe and Goyle must know, maybe we could trick them into telling. He pondered. No, even they aren't that thick, but there might be another way. Mind you, it would be difficult. Not to mention we'd be breaking about 50 school rules and it would be dangerous, very dangerous, Hermione states. I see. Well, better get started, the blonde said. Library. That night, Naruto, Hermione, Ron, and Harry huddle around the book entitled, Most Potenti Potions. They spotted pages littered with disturbing illustrations. Here it is, the Polyjuice Potion. When properly brewed, the potion allows the drinker to transform himself temporarily into the physical form of another. Hey, I can do that, Naruto stated, causing the three to look at him. Dog, boar, ram, henge. Transformation. In a plume of smoke, Naruto's appearance was replaced with that of Harry. The three were gobsmacked. So what do you think? We're like twins, he said, imitating Harry's voice. That's bloody amazing, Ron stated. Well, then we don't need to worry about using the potion, the original Harry states. Yeah, about that. Remember when I told you guys about chakra? Well, ya kind of need it to be able to transform like I did, and there's only one of me, so either you or Ron will have to take the potion, Naruto explained. Releasing his transformation. Ah, Harry and Ron complained. Right, so Hermione-chan, what does the recipe say? It's tricky. I've never seen a more complicated potion. Lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed. And of course a bit of whoever we want to change into. Whoa, now hang on a second. I ain't drinking anything with Crabbe's toenails in it, Ron stated. How long to brew? The blonde asked. A month, she replied without a care in the world. A month. But if Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin, he could attack half the Muggle-borns in the school by then, Harry stuttered. You didn't have to tell me that, Hermione mutters, Naruto placing a hand on her shoulder. Also, I've recently gotten a job, so I won't be working on them 247 like I used to, but don't worry. Why, the Darkest Light and Konoha's Dovahkiin will be out soon, so be ready for that. Also, for Konoha's Dovahkiin, now there were some of you that wanted to quit reading due to not having played any of EDLC and wanting to see it for themselves. Well, I will be starting the Dawnguard questline pretty soon after Sasuke's retrieval mission, so give or take 1 or 2 chapters before going back to Skyrim. Second question people have asked me is, when are the Fate Stay Night factors going to be appearing in this story? The answer is, the 5th year. By the way, I've gotten an PM personal message from Lycanoda. Who's a fan of my One Piece crossover? Naru no am I. Now I quit writing the story on account of losing interest in making Naruto too powerful. I mean, it's a godlike FIC, but still I think I gave him too many Logia and Paramesha but no Zone. For me the story went down under after chapter 3. Now Lycanoda has already voted that I start another story, make it similar just with better properties. If you guys want me to start another One Piece crossover, just vote for it at the end of your review or send me a PM. Unraveling Truth. JK. Rolling. Talking. Thoughts. Flashback. Action. Spell. Quidditch pitch 5:26 p.m. The cheers of the 4 main houses were heard from the Quidditch pit as the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams zoomed to each side's gold rings. Unlike last year, however, the Slytherin team had higher numbers on the scoreboard, Galloping Gorgons. Slytherins flyin' like they got dragon fire in their brooms, Hagrid states, trying to keep track of the player holding the quaffle. Ron fumes. After humiliating himself with a backfired Slugulus Eructo and having himself and his friends referred to as Mudbloods by the Malfoy, it was needless to say that his dislike for the Slytherin house has heightened. No, intercept, yes. Wait, Naruto wailed as Slytherin scored once more. Come on Harry, the match ends in 3 minutes, ya gotta catch that snitch, he mutters. Ron agrees along with Hermione as they eyed their friend who was in current sports conflict with one Draco Malfoy. Naruto sighs and quickly notices someone in particular, arriving onto the faculty box. He asked Hagrid for his rather large binoculars and took a look. He thought in slight anger as his eyes landed on Lucius Malfoy. Harry flies high above the other layers in search for the winged golden orb, when Malfoy streaks overhead, all right there. Scarhead, he asked with a smirk. Harry only glares at the slick-back blonde and misses the bludger that was rushing towards his head. Harry, watch out! He hears George shouts and narrowly misses the whistling bludger. The Weasley twin bats the thick magical ball away from the duo. Harry watches the bludge soar off but suddenly blinks as it turns around and aims right back at him. He immediately takes off with the bludger hot on his trail. Uh-oh, Naruto states, still in possession of the binoculars. What is it? Ron asks. Bludger's after Harry. A rouge bludger. Hagrid mutters. Rouge bludger. Ron asked with Naruto and Hermione paying close attention. That ball's been tampered with. See fear air self. Hagrid points out as Harry executes a series of zigzags, loops, and rolls in attempt to shake the relentless bludger. Ron draws his wand and takes aim, only for Naruto to drop it down. Easy there, Ron. Already forgotten about your broken wand now, have you? He's right, even with a proper wand it's too risky. You can hit Harry, Hermione responds. Back on the airfield, Harry dips and dives whilst avoiding the incoming bludger. Draco on the other hand merely cruises overhead, training for the ballet Potter. He taunts. Harry turns with a sneer but resisted the extreme urge to look surprised. The golden snitch was buzzing several inches behind the heir of Slytherin. He quickly turns his broom and dashes towards Malfoy, who gulped and swayed clear as the brunette zoomed past him and down towards the ground. The slick-back blonde took notice of the golden orb that Harry was pursuing and growled, "Cheap trick there, Potter." He shouts before blitzing after him into the trench that circled around the pitch. What's happening? Ron asked, wanting to know what was going on within the non-visible trench. Naruto narrowed his eyes as time seemed to slow down. The cheers from the crowd had muted and all he could hear was a serpent's hiss. He glanced over to the faculty box and noticed a rather familiar black-cloaked figure, standing above the rest of the Magi teachers. Naruto, snapping from his stupor, he turned to Hermione, who motioned towards the field to Miss Malfoy shoot out from beneath the trench and off his broom. Of course he'd have wondered what had transpired through the trenches, but took a quick glance to see that the figure had disappeared. Harry, he heard Ron shout and turned back to the field to see Harry fly out and onto the field as well. The brunette tightly gripped his arm, indicating that he had received an injury. Everyone was at the edge of their seats as the boy's hand unclenched. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. That's 150. Gryffindor wins. The stadium with the exception to Slytherin roared in high cheers. Yes, that's how it's done, mate. Ron high-fives Naruto, but stops when the rouge bludger slams into the ground, nearly crushing Harry in the process. Harry himself grunted in pain as he was forced to roll on his now broken arm, the bludger continuously aiming for him as it blasted off into the sky and repeatedly slammed back down, violently tattooing the field with small craters. Someone get him out there. They heard Neville shout. Naruto tapped his fingers along the railing. It would take too long to take the stairs, especially with all the students in the way. Only one thing he could do. Bringing out his wand, he took aim and timed the precise moment that his spell would intercept the bludger, Immobilis. Barely managing to capture the bludger in a stasis form, Naruto gave the go. Hermione now. Right. Finite Incantatum. A multicolored flare shot from her wand and strikes the possessed ball, causing it to explode in its Syro state. Not wasting any more time, the Gryffindor house and half of the faculty got onto the field and rushed towards Harry, while the remaining teachers and Slytherin house attended Malfoy. You all right, Harry? No. I think my arm's broken. Just as those words left his lips, Gilderoy Lockhart pushed through the crowd and towards the scar-headed brunette. Not to worry, Harry. I'll fix that arm of yours straight away. This caused the boy to grimace. No. Not you. Poor boy doesn't know what he's saying. This won't hurt a bit, Har. Rai braces himself as Lockhart twirls his wand and zaps his damaged limb. At first nothing happened, which relieved the brunette, but once he looked up to the horror-stricken faces of his friends, Owly looked down to see that his arm was in a rubber-like state. Ah, yes, Well, that can happen sometimes, the point is the bones are no longer broken. Hagrid turned to the curly-haired professor, Brocken. He doesn't have any bones at all, he stated. Harry was greatly disturbed as his boneless limb flexed in ways that weren't humanly possible. The medics brought over the stretcher and carried both boys to the hospital wing. Naruto watched his friend get taken and noticed a small figure peeking out from behind a banner. By the rags it wore, he could only deduct that the figure was a house elf. Hey guys, you go on ahead. I'll catch up. Hermione and Ron looked at each other before shrugging. Behind the banner, the house elf cursed his luck. Sure, he had managed to injure Harry's arm, but he knew it wasn't enough to have him sent home. You know, if you're gonna try and sneak around, the least you can do is stay out of sight. This caused the elf to jump in fright before to meet the blonde wizard that Harry is almost always seen with. It shouldn't have been that hard. I mean, house elves have strong enough magic to disapparate, even tamper with everyday items, he mused, which frightened the elf, thinking he would be turned in and punished. Now, do mind telling me what you were doing here? The house elf fidgeted before answering. Dobby is very sorry, all he wanted was for Harry Potter to be safe. So you were the cause of the Rouge Bludger. Why? Did your master put you up to it? He asked, knowing full well of a house elf's life of servitude. Surprisingly enough, the elf shook his head. No. Dobby did this of his own accord. Harry Potter shouldn't have come back to Hogwarts. Terrible things are about to happen now that history is to repeat itself. Repeat itself, Naruto mused out loud, before he heard a serpent's hiss forcing him to snap his head up. He raised the banner up and stared onto the old castle that was Hogwarts. Kill. He replaying the message he heard, history. Attempting to solve the puzzle, he turned to House Elf, who gave a worrisome look. Dobby, you know what's about to transpire at Out School, you have to tell me. Dobby cannot. It's too risky to get you involved. After all, you are his descendant. His? What are you talking about? Naruto kneeled down in front of the elf. Oh no, Dobby has said too much. Stupid Dobby, stupid Dobby. He began to beat himself with his own fists, in which Naruto restrained. Hey, calm down, all right. Dobby slowed his breathing before looking up. There is more than one heir at Hogwarts, he stated before snapping his fingers and disapparating. Wait, what? Dobby, he shouted, but was useless as the elf had already disappeared. Hogwarts Hospital Wing. Naruto walked along the hallway and passed by a dazed Draco who had slumped out with Crabbe and Goyle. He entered to see Ron and Hermione stand by a bedridden Harry. Even several of the Gryffindor house members stood by. You feeling all right? Harry looked up and, with his free hand, wiggled his boneless limb. Do you really have to ask? He replies. He should have been brought straight to me. I can mend bones in a heartbeat. But growing them back, they heard Madame Pomfrey as she pours out a steaming beakerful cup of liquid from a spinal cord-like bottle, aka Skelegro. You will be able to, won't you? Hermione asks. I'll be able to, certainly, but it will be painful. She turns to Harry. You're in for a rough night, Potter. Regrowing bones is nasty business, the school nurse states as she hands over the steaming cup. One sip and Harry felt the sudden urge to puke in disgust. Gulp it down, otherwise your arm will remain as boneless as a rubber glove. Harry forced the liquid down his own throat. Urg. That's gross. He's spitting out tiny liquid pellets from the aftertaste. Well, what did you expect? Pumpkin juice. Flash. The four shielded their eyes from the camera shot and mentally sighed as they knew who it was. That was brilliant today, Harry. Brilliant. Colin spoke excitedly. Madame Pomfrey decides that it's best for the scar-headed brunette to get the most rest he can. For the hellish night he would have to endure. Out. All of you. This boy's got 33 bones to regrow. Bidding goodbye to Harry, Naruto, Ron, and Hermione left the hospital wing. So where did you head after the game? The redhead asked. I didn't go anywhere. Believe it or not, I found the house elf that Harry was talking about. Dobby. Naruto proceeded to explain the situation bedway. And the house elf and their scar-headed friend. What he still couldn't understand was the warning Dobby had accidentally left him. Did it have to do with the Chamber of Secrets? One could never know, however it wouldn't hurt to find out. Naruto and Hermione headed towards the library while Ron trailed back to the common room. He didn't want to get into a conversation he couldn't follow. Hallways 7:35 p.m. Well, that was a total bust. All we got was info we already knew. Naruto sighed, though it was true and could see the logic. It wouldn't be a chamber of secrets if everybody knew about it. Hermione could only agree. Thankfully they haven't searched the entire library, so they had another shot the following day. I did learn something rather interesting, like. Hermione brought out an old book. Branding the mark of Slytherin, you found the history archives. Receiving a nod from his best friend. It says here that Salazar Slytherin was in part of a pure-blood family whose descendants along with Cadmus Peverell made up the House of Gaunt, she explained. Pure-blood family, so they participated in incest. Of course, in order to preserve their status and pass along their ability to speak Parseltongue. Parseltongue. Quote, the language of the snakes, few in the Slytherin house should possess this ability, Naruto made an expression before. Continuing, so what else does it say? Not much. She flipped the pages and noticed several tears along down the center. Looks like these pages were torn off. Fancy that, it shows the Slytherin family tree. Naruto laid his hand on her shoulder to get a better view of the page, but never noticed the small blush from Hermione from the contact the two currently shared. Salazar Slytherin, Cadmus Peverell, Corvinus Gaunt, Marvolo Gaunt, Morphin Gaunt, Merope Gaunt. Just skimming up and down the page he noticed something peculiar, no photo and just a name. Agatha Slytherin. The two exchanged a look and then proceeded to search the book for anything else. Kill. Naruto snapped his head up. Naruto. He raised a hand to keep her quiet. Kill them all. That voice. He muttered. Hermione gave an unsure glance before jumping at the sound of a camera snap and a serpent-like hiss. Oh no. Naruto immediately dashed thought the hallway, Hermione right on his trail. The blonde gasped and skid to a stop. Hermione bumped into him and gasped as well. Colin Creevey stood as still as a statue, holding his camera up to his face and up in the air. Colin. Naruto tapped him. Nothing. The first year's skin was as cold as a late night, marble floor. You don't think? Hermione started. Kill. The voice sent a shiver up the blonde's spine. Yes, he's been petrified. Come on, we've gotta tell Dumbledore. Harry Potter G. Avenue a rather disapproving look to one Dobby. He had recently discovered that the house elf was responsible for not only the barrier closure onto platform 934 but had also tampered with bludger that had caused him the injury. Unfortunately for the house elf, Dobby had accidentally let out the same info he had given to Naruto and proceeded to bash himself with the bottle of Skelegro. Harry seizes the bottle in order to stop the elf's self-abuse. Tell me, Dobby, when has this happened before? Who's doing it now? Dobby fidgeted. Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby only wants Harry Potter to be safe, He stated as he backed away from the brunette. No, Dobby, tell me. Who is it? They heard the doors crack open and Dobby seized the opportunity to disapparate. Harry sighed and slumps down as a shadow. Flicker over the curtain that encircled Harry's bed. Peering through a slit in the curtains he was able to see Dumbledore and McGonagall bring in the statue-like form of Colin. Seconds later did Madame Pomfrey bustle in. What's happened? She asked. There's been another attack. Dumbledore answers. Pomfrey gasps upon seeing the petrified Colin. Perhaps he managed to get a picture of his attacker, McGonagall states. The headmaster takes the camera and opens, only for a jet of steam to hiss out. What does this mean, Albus? Dumbledore grimaces. It means our students are in danger, Minerva, Mr. Creevey was fortunate. If not for his camera, he would surely be dead. The three teachers stood in silent moments before McGonagall asked what the headmaster would have her tell the staff. Tell them the truth. Tell them Hogwarts is no longer safe. Tell them it's as we feared. The Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. Girls' bathroom. The following day. Within the many restrooms located within the school, there was one that was always left alone, reasons being the horrible condition it was in. A gloomy place with cracked mirrors and chipped sinks, it was also the resting place of a certain ghost. Harry, whose bones were now fully restored in a rather painful process, stood alongside Ron as the two huddle over a small bubbling cauldron while Naruto and Hermione add in freshly stewed ACEWING flies and 3 measures of knotgrass into the boiling cauldron. So that's what Dobby meant by repeating history. The Chamber of Secrets really has opened again, Naruto spoke. Yeah, it was probably Lucius Malfoy who opened it when he was at school here. Now he's told Draco how to do it, Ron replied. Maybe. Either all we'll have to wait for the Polyjuice potion to know for sure. The 3 boys nodded before Ron asked. Enlighten me though, why exactly are we brewing this potion in broad daylight, in the middle of a girl's lavatory? Don't you think we'll get caught? Never. No one comes in here, Hermione responds. This caught their attention as the 3 boys looked amongst each other. Why? Harry asked. Began to sob, rather loudly as she took off into the ceiling and dived headfirst into a toilet. Water splashed up upon impact. The 3 boys stared dumbfounded while Hermione only glances at the toilet with a small sweat drop. She's really sensitive, the Brun. Ed mused before motioning Naruto to help out with the potion. Great Hall 6:20 p.m. Gather round. Gather round. Gilderoy Lockhart motioned. Several students from each of the 4 houses were presented in the day's event. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Some of the students either replied with a yes, or gave a nod. Excellent. In lights of the dark events of recent weeks, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club. Naruto, who was in the crowd along with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, perked up after hearing dueling club, to train you all up. In case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details see my published works. Duel Club. Naruto cups his chin. You're not serious, are you? I mean you, in a club with him. Ron points to Lockhart. Naruto grimaces. Okay, but that's the only flaw with this club, he whispers. Back on the stage, their potions master, Snape, enters the fray. Let me introduce my assistant. Professor Snape. He has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration. Now I don't want any of you youngsters to worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear. Quote, Naruto, Harry, Ron, and surprisingly enough, Hermione as well, gave a deadpan sweat drop. What's the fun in that? Ron mused. The students watch as Lockhart and Snape bow towards one another before turning and taking 10 paces. They spin with their wands poised like swords. As you can see, we are holding our wands in the acceptable combative position. On the count of 3 we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill of course, Lockhart ensured. Harry, who had finished introductions with Justin Finch Fletchley, gazed at Snape. I wouldn't bet on that, he whispered. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. A dazzling flash of crimson light blasts Lockhart off his feet and into the wall across the hall. Do you think he's all right? Hermione asks with minimal concern. Tisk. Who cares, he got knocked the foo. Naruto looks up to see Snape gaze upon him, causing the blonde to clear his throat. Well, you know what I mean. Well, there you have it. That was a disarming charm. As you see, I've lost my wand. Lockhart spoke as he unsteadily picked himself up. Hermione sees the magical tool and hands it over to the Gilderoy. Ah, thank you, Miss Granger. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that Professor Snape, but if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. Perhaps it would be prudent to first teach the students to block unfriendly spells, Professor, Snape responded in a bored fashion. An excellent suggestion, Professor SN. Ape, let's have a volunteer. He searches the room. Several students either ducked to avoid being chosen, until his eyes landed on the 4 boys who were, still, snickered due to watching Gilderoy be shot through the air like a rag doll. Uzumaki. Longbottom, how about you? Huh, was Neville's reply. Naruto saw the instant mood change of his fellow housemate. Sir, maybe it's a better idea to pair me up with someone who won't blow us both up. No offense, whispering the last part to Neville, who waved him off, eager to not participate. Gilderoy turns to second year. Having trouble with certain charms? No worries then. Just come by after class and I'll guide you down the right path of spell casting. Now then, how about you, Mr. Weasley? Ron gave a nervous glance at his blonde friend, the Uri, well knowing of his more experienced combat spells. Weasley's wand causes devastation with the simplest spells, we'll be sending both students to the hospital wing in a matchbox. Might I suggest someone from my own house? Malfoy perhaps, Snape suggested. Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned to their whiskered friend as he and his fellow blonde glared malevolently at one another. The two walked onto the stage while both professors backed down. Draco glared at his opponent. I didn't get you back for that punch now, did I? Naruto frowned. And you still haven't taken it back. The two grudgingly bowed to each other and took 10 paces back. They turned with their wands poised. Wands at the ready. When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponent. Only to disarm. We don't want any accidents now, do we? Alright. 1, 2. Draco fires early and blasts Naruto off his feet with spark of white light. The whiskered blonde rebounds and lands on his feet while holding his chest. He saw Malfoy ready his wand again, Flipendo. Launching Malfoy into the air, Expelliarmus. While still in mid-air, Draco was suddenly blasted further down the stage. I said disarm only. Aqua Eructo. Draco sends a spout of high-pressure water jet towards the blonde, Glacius. Naruto countered as he fired a blue flare directly into the waters and freezing them in solid ice. Malfoy stopped his charm and leaving the frozen waters to shatter on the stage, Incendio. Switching from water to flames, Naruto times the incoming flames, Flamma Regentum. A teal-blue flash sparked through the flames and let them engulf him. Most of the students at this point were panicking. Naruto. He heard his best friends shout, only for the flames to die down, leaving him completely unharmed. Flamma Regentum. The flame-freezing charm causes fire to become harmless to those caught in it, they heard Snape mention, though the charm is available in the third-year history of magic. Seems Uzumaki has been doing some extra studying, the potion's master thought to himself. Prior Incantado. Now in reverse, Naruto fires Malfoy's Incendio. Relatio. Malfoy counters by shooting fiery sparks into the blonde's hands, forcing him to drop his wand and cancel the spell. Inches from hitting the ground, Naruto kicked his wand back up to his grasp, Profusum Flammas. Now firing his own variety of charm. As a violet stream of flames erupted towards Malfoy. Aqua Eructo. Draco counters with the charm from before and doused the flames before they could reach him. Let's see how you like this, Serpensordia. Naruto paled as he soon came face to face with fully matured Black Mamba. Snape smiles in amusement. For something that was originally supposed to be a friendly little duel was suddenly turned into actual full-on wizard's duel. He found it highly entertaining. Naruto backed up as the snake slithered closer, scared of snakes. Uzumaki. Was he really scared of snakes? Hardly. The Black Mamba was one he would prefer not to be bitten by. He could just kill it off with one of his charms, but this one was conjured and had no idea if it would be resistant to any at all. Don't move, Uzumaki. I'll get rid of it for you, Snape reassured as he made his way back up on stage. Allow me. Lockhart flicks his wand and sends the snake flying into the air. Sadly, it landed closer to Naruto. Now that the snake has been harmed, it hissed in rage as a sign of its high aggression and slithers towards its closest target, Justin Finch Fletchley. The students scream as they backed up away from the stage but couldn't due to them being all huddled up. Harry, however, remained completely mesmerized by its scaly features. The snake rises with its fangs exposed and poised to strike when. Leave him. The snake snaps towards Naruto. Harry, not noticing the change in language, moved Justin out of the way. The serpent hisses at Harry. Leave them. Harry found it strange that he could understand what the snake was saying. It, however, was momentarily confused by the blonde's words before slithering back down and slumping to the stage. Two boys snap out of their trance. Naruto looked around to see the shocked and feared looks from his fellow students. Snape waves his wand and the snake vanishes in a puff of black smoke. He regards Naruto with shrewd and calculating look. Ron takes Naruto's arm. Come on, move, now. He, Hermione, and a confused Harry lead him back to the dormitory. Gryffindor common room. Ron and Hermione usher Naruto onto the couch. Y glances up to see Ginny staring down at the group. Their eyes met and she turns back and towards the girls' dormitory. You're a parcelmouth. Why didn't you tell us? I didn't know. A parcel what? Harry asked. A parcelmouth. He can talk to snakes. So, I can too. Ron, Hermione, and Naruto stared in shock at the brunette. I mean I did set a python on my cousin Dudley at the zoo once, but so what? I bet loads of people here can do it. No they can't, Harry. Naruto replied, it's not a very common gift. Harry, this is bad, Hermione finished. What's bad? If Naruto hadn't told that snake not to attack Justin, oh. So that's what you said to it, Ron mused. You guys were there. You heard him say it. Harry, they heard me speaking in Parseltongue, snake language. Naruto shook his head and rested it on his palms. What's strange is that I didn't even realize I was speaking another language, he replied. I don't know, Naruto, but it sounded like you were egging the snake on or something. It was creepy, Hermione stated. Soon the Gryffindor house began to stream into the room. Most eyed the blonde warily. Even Seamus, Neville, and Dean Thomas walked by without a word. Naruto looked crestfallen. Their stares. Just like the villagers, he thought. Listen up you two, there's a reason the symbol of Slytherin house is a serpent. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth, he could talk to snakes too. Exactly. Now the whole school's gonna think Naruto's his great-great-great-grandson or something. No way. There's only ever been few wizards to appear from my homeland. I highly doubt even Salazar has been there. Yes, but he's lived 1,000 years ago. For all we know you could be, Hermione responds. Naruto shook his. He just couldn't believe it. There was just no possible way for him to be a descendant from a man who had not only housed his rival but whose grandson had previously attempted to murder his lightning-scarred friend, unless Agatha Slytherin, he. RMI1 gasped while Ron and Harry looked at each other in confusion, before Naruto dashed out of the common room, his destination, the library. Library 9 p.m. Naruto sat on the cold marble floors. Next to him were piles of books, each with specific information on the Slytherin house. Agatha. Where is she? It's like they wanted to erase her from. His mind clicked before taking every shredded page from the books and placing them together, like a puzzle. Several were missing. He just needed to find out where the pieces were hidden. After several minutes he had managed to find at least 9. It wasn't much. However, it did fill most of the information he required. Naruto placed the pieces on a nearby table and brought out his wand, Reparo. The pieces began to hover in the air as they slowly connected to one another. Soon formed 2.5 pages. Agatha Slytherin. He began to read, and what he had learned from both pages made him drop to his knees. Agatha was Salazar's firstborn. A pure blood, however, unlike her father who had a deep mistrust of Muggle-borns, she did not and refused to follow his ideals. This family feud went on for nearly a century before it ended violently in a clash between parent and child. She had lost against her more experienced father and was banished from the Slytherin lineage before the founding of the Gwant family. The map on the second page was what made Naruto tremble. The last known location of Agatha. The elemental nations. He had skimmed through the map many times, but found it legitimate. She had settled down in Uzu no Kuni. So it's true, he whispered out loud. I'm an heir to Slytherin. In the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry stayed up as he gently placed a hand over Hedwig's feathers. Who am I, Hedwig? What am I? He asked, only receiving a hoot as an answer. The dark brunette sighed and continued to watch the snow fall. Great Hall. 3 days later. Naruto wrote slowly into his notebook. He was currently having thoughts about the knowledge he had gained the night before. He wanted to tell someone, but, by the looks of it, hardly anyone wanted to be near him. Ron and Hermione seemed to have distanced themselves as well. Except for Harry, as he too was having thoughts about his origin. Ron and Hermione smiled at the two, which looked rather forced about it. Unable to bear it any longer, he sighed, took his belongings and left the hall. Many students who glanced up quickly looked away. Naruto caught a glance at Ginny, who looked rather tired and pale as she scribbles furiously into a small black book. RMI1 felt guilt boiling down inside her. Naruto was always there for her, and now that everyone thinks he's the one targeting Muggle-born wizards, he could really use her help. I'll see you guys later, she said, following Naruto by several feet. Naruto walks through the hallway and pauses when he hears voices. He listens in. So anyway, I told Justin to hide up in our dormitory. I mean to say, if Uzumaki marked him down as his next victim, it's best he keeps a low profile for a while. But why would he want to attack Justin? Justin let it slip that he was a Muggle born. And you definitely think that Uzumaki's the heir of Slytherin. Hannah, he's a parselmouth, everyone knows that's the mark of a dark wizard. Have you ever heard of a decent one who could talk to snakes? They called Slytherin himself Serpent Tongue. Don't you remember what was written on that wall? Enemies of the heir. Beware, Uzumaki had some sort of run-in with Filch and the next thing we know his cat's been attacked. Then there's that annoying first-year Creevy who was put in the hospital wing not a few days ago. He always seems so nice though. It's probably what he wants you to think. Naruto heard enough and moved away from the door. Hermione saw the pained look in his eye and followed. Hermione had followed Naruto out of Hogwarts and had apparently lost sight of him. She sought out Hagrid to see if he had seen him pass by. She found Hagrid in front of his hut with a dead rooster dangling from his hand. Hagrid. What are you doing? She asked. Hagrid held the rooster up. Second one killed this term. Reckon it's either foxes or a blood-sucking bugbear. Need Dumbledore's permission to put a charm round the hen coop. I see. Anyway, have you seen Naruto by any chance? Yeah, I've say. I am head up this path and up towards the lake. Is he all right? He looked all hot and bothered. Hermione sighed. I better go talk to him. Slush, 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 splash. Naruto tosses small rocks up and down within his palm, skipping them across the water every so often. Naruto. He jumps and drops the stones in his hands into the water. Hermione-chan. Hey. The two stood in awkward for a moment. Naruto or you? Hermione, I need to tell. The two blushed in embarrassment. You first, she insisted. Naruto sighed and motioned her to come sit by the lake. I found 2 missing pages of Agatha Slytherin. I'm an heir of Slytherin. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, remember that. Speech. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Thoughts. Fear of a name increases the fear of the thing itself. Flashback. Indifference and neglect often do more damage than outright dislike. Creature entity speech. Profusum flammas. Spell technique. Chapter 9. Polyjuice doppelgangers. Headmaster's office. Early night. Naruto fidgets nervously as he stood within the entrance of Dumbledore's office. Not too long ago, the blonde had left the main hall after a long depressing day of study and had stumbled upon the petrified bodies of Justin Finch Fletchley and near Headless Nick. Unfortunately, so had Filch and McGonagall. Dark magic, that's what you've got, Uzumaki. Even the air you breathe comes out poison. You're evil as they come. Naruto gave a dejected sigh at the caretaker's harsh words, as he and his friends were starting to develop an unfortunate habit of arriving at the wrong place at the wrong time. As he waited for the headmaster, he took the time to properly inspect the room. Portraits of the previous masters and mistresses circled the office, as well as a number of spindly tables which hosted variety of silver instruments, many that whirred and emitted puffs of smoke. He also spotted a shallow tone basin with carved runes and strange symbols, and amongst the impressive collection of books, sat the Sorting Hat. Taking a second glance, Naruto made his way towards the bookshelf, took the sentient hat and placed it on. Be in your bonnet, Uzumaki. Quote. Naruto shook his head before answering. When you sorted me into Gryffindor, you said there was something full within me that you could have easily placed me in Slytherin. How so? He asked. Who knows? Could it have been because of the fox? Or possibly from your descending lineage? It replied, causing the blonde to tense. How did you know? I have sorted thousands of students throughout the years, their personalities, their personal experiences, traits you may or may not know about yourself. It all aids me in sorting them into their respected house. Then if you knew why, didn't you? I stand by my decision when I sorted you into Gryffindor. You may be a Slytherin by blood, but not by heart, much like her. Her? You mean Agatha? Precisely, it responded, forcing a small smile onto the blonde wizard's face. Thanks, he replied before setting the hat back onto its shelf. Light footsteps were heard and Naruto figured he might as well get the incoming punishment over with. He stood patiently for the headmaster before his ears caught a sound of chokes and gags. The sounds drew his gaze towards a large blaze-feathered bird, currently sitting on a gold-crafted perch. Woe, a phoenix, he muttered, seconds before it burst into flames, plastering a horror-stricken expression on the second-year wizard as the bird was reduced to ash within seconds. Oh my! Naruto turns and flinches upon seeing Dumbledore. Professor, your phoenix, I swear I didn't do anything, it just combusted, he frantically tried to explain. It's about time too, Oro. He's been looking dreadful for days. Pity you had to see him on his burning day. He's really handsome most of the time. Phoenixes aren't ordinary birds, Naruto. They burst into flames when it is time for them to die and are then reborn from their ashes, he pointed out. Not too soon did the ashes begin to swirl, pushing away the powdered flesh. Did a phoenix chick poke its wrinkled head out? Fascinating creatures phoenixes are. They can carry immensely heavy loads, their tears have healing properties, and furthermore make highly faithful pets. Before the elder wizard could continue, Hagrid bursts in through the door. It wasn't Naruto, Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid, I met with. I am just before that kid was found. It couldn't have been. I am. Hagrid, I'll swear to it in front of the Ministry o' Magic. Hagrid, I don't believe that Naruto attacked anyone. The groundskeeper stood quietly before sheepishly responding, oh right, I'll just wait outside then. He spoke as he trails back the way he came. Naruto on the other hand gave the headmaster a curious and questioning look. You don't think it was me? He asked. No, I don't, but I must ask you, Naruto, is there anything you'd like to tell me? Anything at all? The young wizard pondered, conflicted whether or not to share his dilemma with the chief warlock. In the end, he shook his head and answered, no sir, nothing at all. 1 week later, snow fell across Scotland, painting its scenery in an angelic white layer. Students drifted throughout Hogwarts carrying their luggage as they prepared to return home for the holiday season. The four wizards trailed down towards the main hall, catching several weary glances towards their whiskered friend. Make way for the heir of Slytherin. Seriously evil wizard coming through, the Weasley twins declared, causing many students to open a path for them. Ron grinned in amusement before catching sight of Naruto's overhead storm cloud. Oh come on Naruto, they're just joking around, don't see anyone else laughing. Okay. So half the school thinks you're nipping off to the Chamber of Secrets every night, who cares? I do. Students are being petrified, and I'm the one getting blamed for it. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I just heard that Malfoy's staying over for the holiday too, replied Hermione, earning herself a deadpan stare from her housemates. Hermione, how would that help anyone feel better? Harry exclaimed. Because in a few days the polyjuice potions will be ready, we'll then know who's the second heir. Having broken the news to Harry and Ron, the two were just as shocked as their blonde friend when he first discovered his heritage. They stood by him knowing full well that their friend was not comparable to the others of the Slytherin house. Momentarily the four found themselves sitting at the Gryffindor house table as dinner was promptly served. Naruto had his quill and ink out as he scribbled onto a sheet of paper in which he promptly folded into an envelope. Mom's probably gonna send a howler after this. Hope she understands, he spoke as he slipped the letter into his robes. Why? Asked Harry, not wanting to be in the same room when the ear-piercing letter arrived. Before any of this, I was kinda planning to spend the holidays over in Wales with Mom and a few friends I met last summer. We all had something we were looking forward to. But plans change. After what happened with Dad's car, I think I'm safer here than I am back home, Ron quirked. Harry smiled at the trio, however, deep down he wished he had someone waiting back home for him, someone that actually cared for him, unlike his aunt and uncle. So everything's set. Yes, all we need is a bit of who we'll be changing into, Crabbe and Goyle. We also need to make sure that the real Crabbe and Goyle don't burst in on us while we're interrogating Malfoy. How? Asked Ron. His answer came at the sight of a dark violet potion. Sleeping draft. We mix these into a pair of cupcakes, a single bite and they'll be out in a matter of seconds, simple but powerful, the witch explained. The boys took a glance over at the Slytherin table, staring as both targets stuffed their faces full of any food currently present. This earned a sweat drop from the three. You know how greedy those two are, they won't leave until every last drop of trifle is gone. 4 days later, it was 0 hour, the polyjuice potion was complete and awaited its final ingredients. The four wizards trekked towards the girls' bathroom, all the while discussing their plan. Now, once they're asleep, hide them in a broom closet and pull out a few of their hairs, whispered the curly-haired brunette. And whose hair are you ripping out? I've already got Mine, bringing out a small vial containing a tiny hair. Millicent Bulstrode, she's in Slytherin, I got this off her robes, she said before pocketing the glass container and replacing it with a small bundle of twin chocolate cupcakes. I'll go check on the potion, just make sure Crabbe and Goyle find these, handing over the cakes. Naruto, you work on getting us the password. Got it, he replied before they took their separate ways. Harry, yeah, have you ever heard of a plan where so many things could go wrong? Standing quietly and using the darkness of the corridors to coat his appearance, Naruto watched as a few black and green-clad students entered and escaped through the dungeon entrance. Taking quick glances behind him, he rushed towards the door and trailed down the staircase, hoping that no one would take the stairs back up. The blonde gave a sigh in relief as no students were seen upon his entry, although now he seemed to have found himself lost. With several passageways heading deeper into the dungeon, it made it difficult to navigate through the dark corridors. He would have spent hours wandering the prison had he not heard the echoing footsteps and girlish chattering. Naruto weaved his hands in a tiger seal, allowing his spiritual and physical energy to intertwine and circulate throughout his body, giving him access to his secondary energy source. Channeling his chakra to both arms and legs, he flipped up and attached himself to the ceiling. Soon enough a pair of girls passed by and turned the corner. These girls were Tracy Davis and Pansy Parkinson, two of Slytherin's most popular students. Naruto gave a hollow grin, knowing these girls would unknowingly lead him to the entrance but also give him the password needed to enter. It didn't take long for the girls to come across a lonely stone wall. Tracy stepped forward and spoke, "Pure blood." The wall accepted her words and opened inward. The reverse blonde rolled his eyes, figuring the password had something to do with their status. He glanced back down to see Tracy patting her waist, attempting to find something that wasn't there. Damn it, I left my moleskin pouch back at the main hall, I'll be back. Don't start the game without me, she spoke before trailing back the way she came. We'll do the opposite if you don't hurry, Pansy said with a shrug as she entered the hidden common room. Naruto watched as the doors closed and returned to the appearance of a normal dungeon wall. He then gave a small grin and crawled after his target. Cremati sinus cinerum in terra, sit venature saturni. Deducit vos in gratia compunctionis, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Let the shrouds of Saturn guide you into graceful slumber, chanted the blonde wizard. Connecting his thumb and index finger, Naruto blew a dark violet shroud that engulfed Tracy in half of the corridor. A groan was heard which was followed by an audible thud. Naruto dropped down and dragged the now snoozing girl into one of the many barred cells. Weaving through a total of 3 hand seals, a small cloud of smoke erupted and replaced the young wizard's overall appearance into a carbon copy of the sleeping witch. Girls' bathroom momentarily. Hermione hovered over a smoking cauldron. She now wore a black and green robe branding the Snake House emblem. The brunette examined the potion to see it resembling a thick, dark, bubbling mud-like product. Hermione called out Harry. Did you get it? Got it. Both Ron and Harry rose their hands to show a pinch of snipped hair. Good, I snuck these out of the laundry, she motioned to a pair of robes. The boys gave a nod in approval and proceeded to swap them with their house robes. I'm sure I've done everything right, it looks just like the book said it should, once we've drunk it. We'll have exactly 1 hour before we change back into ourselves. Okay. What now? We separate it into 3 glasses and add the hairs, the boys grimaced. Is everyone ready? Naru, too. Yeah, it's me, and don't say nothing about my choice in appearance. Whatever you say, Tracy, Ron replied with a snicker, causing a twitch in Naruto's left eye. All right, you two, take a glass and drop the hairs. The 4 gathered around the cauldron. Harry and Ron add the hairs they gathered to a separate cup. They watched as the potion's color went from muddy brown to yellow, dark tan, and khaki. Essence of crab. Ron groaned as he, Harry, and Hermione gulped down their respected glass. The redhead doubled over as he felt his stomach turn. Think I'm gonna be sick, he spoke. Before rushing into a stall. Harry wasn't faring well either. With an ill look on his face, he staggered over to a broken mirror. You guys okay? Naruto asked. Hermione pauses with a worried look. Something's wrong, she muttered. Within the stall, Ron bends over the toilet bowl and watches reflection melt like wax and before it reassembled to match that of Crabbe. Harry witnessed a similar reaction as he stares into the mirror as his facial features thicken to that of Goyle. Hermione took a slow glance at her arm to see several patches of fur grow across her wrist and hand. Oh no! She panics and quickly scurried into a stall. Hermione-chan, Naruto asked in concern before Ron or rather Crabbe staggers through the door. The three morphed boys glanced at one another. Harry, Ron, quote, bloody hell. He breathed out with a hand to his stomach. The potion hadn't quite agreed with him. You guys still sound like yourselves. You need to adjust your voice, Tracy spoke. The two lowered their tone and proceeded to practice their speaking voice. Oi, where's Hermione? Asked Ron. I don't think I'm going. You guys go on without me. Hermione-chan, you all right in there? Just go. You're wasting time, she shouted with a tone that said, I don't want to talk about it. Corridor's lower levels. Don't swing your arms like that. Crabbe holds them sort of stiff, Harry exclaimed. Quiet down you guys. Don't want to get the attention of the prefects now do you? Sorry, not used to using hands that aren't mine. Seconds later, a shadow began to grow past the ground and up towards the wall. With the hour past curfew, the only ones up and walking would be either house prefects or the school faculty, which was worse if they were caught by Filch. Inside quick, Harry whispers as he brings out his wand and with an Alohomora charm, unlocked the doors to the third-year arithmancy class. The three carefully closed the door behind them, leaving a small crack open, just enough to see through. Light footsteps neared the door until one Percy Weasley passed by. Percy, what's he doing here? Ron spoke in utter confusion before Naruto and Harry slapped their hands on his mouth and getting a shush from the two. To their dismay, Percy's footsteps had stopped. What are you doing down here, Weasley? That voice. Draco. Mind your attitude, Malfoy. You want to show a little more respect to a school prefect. Oh, you actually think you can catch Slytherin's heir single-handedly? Won't be surprised they find your petrified body the following day. Percy held back a sneer. Head back to your dorm. You have no business wandering the corridors at night. Rather you wish to be the next one in the hospital wing as an immobile statue. This turned the second year's smug look into a frown. Maybe you should take your own advice, seeing as how all you prefects wander about. I'm willing to bet that one of you will end up frozen, he retorted as he walked past him and toward the dungeon. Percy glared harshly at the slick-back blonde before continuing in the opposite direction. That was close, Harry muttered, getting unnerved nods from his morphed friends. Slytherin common room. Stone walls shifted as the word, pure blood, was spoken. Malfoy glanced towards the opening of the dark-themed room. He rose an eyebrow as Tracy trailed by and towards the staircase, soon after. Wards did Crabbe and Goyle make an appearance. Where have you two been? Pigging out in the grate all this time, he exclaimed. Can you blame them? Today's dessert included chocolate truffles, they heard Tracy speak. Draco rolled his eyes at the antics of his lackeys and unfolded a copy of the Daily Prophet. He smirked. Hey, listen to this. Arthur Weasley, head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, was today fined 50 galleons for bewitching a Muggle car. Weasley has brought the ministry into disrepute, said Lucius Malfoy, a governor of Hogwarts. He is clearly unfit to draw U.P.R. laws, and his ridiculous Muggle Protection Act should be scrapped immediately. Grinning, Malfoy took his eyes off the paper and towards his lackeys. Arthur Weasley loves Muggles so much he old snap his wand in half and go join them. You'd never know the Weasleys were purebloods. The way they behave, it's an embarrassment to the wizarding world. All of them, he spoke. Crabbe gives an audible growl and was elbowed by Goyle. Tracy, who was visibly leaning by the staircase opening, gave an impression that told the boys to stop. What's up with you? Malfoy asks, rather surprised at Crabbe's growl. Stomachache, he responded in a low tone. Well, go to the hospital wing and give all those mudbloods a kick in the ass for me. You know, I'm surprised the Daily Prophet hasn't reported all these attacks yet. I suppose Dumbledore's trying to hush it all up. He'll be sacked if it doesn't stop soon. Father always said Dumbledore's the worst thing that's ever happened to this place. This time it was Goyle who snapped, you're wrong. Leaving Crabbe and Tracy to glance at him in disbelief. We're gonna get caught before we can even start. she thought. What? Did you say I was wrong? You think there's someone here who's worse than Dumbledore? The boy's mind sped and quickly responded, Harry Potter. Draco grinned once again. Good one, Goyle, and you're absolutely right, St. Potter. He's another one with no proper wizard feeling, otherwise he wouldn't go around with those mudbloods, Uzumaki and Granger. Haha, and to think people actually believe that blow. NDE bastards, the heir of Slytherin, he snickered. The two morphed Gryffindors exchanged a sheepish glance at the present female, as her eye twitched below a visible tick mark, obviously not pleased by both insults. Goyle then decided to take advantage of Draco's response. Then you must have some idea who's behind it all? He asked. Malfoy rolled his eyes with a groan. You know I haven't the slightest idea, Goyle. How many times do I have to tell you? But my father did say this much. It's been 50 years since the chamber was opened. He wouldn't tell me who opened it, only that they were expelled, but I do know this. The last time the chamber was opened, a mudblood died. The three could feel their eyes widen, shock visibly pasted on their face. It's only a matter of time before one of them's killed. As for me, I hope it's Granger. Both boys frowned, however grew a confused look when Malfoy shuddered. Did it colder in here or is just me? The two Gryffindors flinched upon witnessing their third member's glare. They too felt a chill crawl up their spine. It all changed however when she jumped in surprise and pointed at Goyle, then at her forehead. Crab, flinch. Ed when he spotted a visibly growing lightning bolt scar surface beneath Goyle's skin while the boy himself spotted his friend's hair shifting into a red hue. Tracy reached under her sleeve and brought out her wand, along with the 3 chestnut-sized smoke bombs. Cracked by Gynar, Artiscat ignite, she whispered, and like a lighter a small flame flickered in existence. With it, she lit the smoke bombs and gave them a toss. What's the matter with you two? You're acting very odd. Just as he finished, the room exploded in a thick cloud-like haze. Draco coughed harshly as the sound of a slamming door was heard. The smoke soon subsided and Malfoy was finally able to clear his throat. What the bloody hell was that? He shouted, shortly before noticing his 2 subordinates were missing. Where'd they go? Corridors. A now reverted Naruto and a still metamorphosing Harry and Ron dashed through the near-empty school. That was way too close, shouted Ron. Shut up and keep running, retorted the whiskered blonde. Racing upstairs, they failed to notice an opening broom closet as well as a woozy Crab and Goyle. The 2 Slytherins, however, were able to notice the incoming trio and made way for them before freezing in shock. They glanced in their general direction, having sworn to have seen themselves running with a Gryffindor. Minutes later, the 3 found themselves breathing heavily just outside the girls' bathroom. During that time, Harry and Ron managed to fully revert back to normal. Catching their breaths, the 3 entered the restroom eagerly wanting to discuss their discovery with the clever brunette. Hermione-chan, come out, we've got loads to tell you. Go away. Do you remember me telling you the polyjuice potion was only for human transformations? The boys visibly flinched at the brunette's change in appearance. Within the shadows they could see the girl's face had sprouted fur, her eyes shined yellow, and pointed ears poked through her hair. It was cat hair I plucked off Millicent Bulstrode's robes. Look at my face. Look at your tail, Ack. Ron's response was ended with a quick jab to his right flank, courtesy of Naruto. Hospital wing 3 weeks later. With the ending of the holiday season, classes had resumed to their previous schedule. Naruto, Harry, and Ron currently staggered beneath the weight of library books they currently carried. They make their way towards Hermione's bed, which was currently covered with even more books. Oh good, put those anywhere. The trio gazed upon her book-covered bed, seeing as there wasn't any more space. They dropped them onto the floor. Madam Pants asked that we relay a message. She'd appreciate it if you'd leave a few books for the rest of the school, Ron joked. I've got to keep up, haven't I? She retorts as her tail twitches into view. Is that thing ever going away? Any day now, according to Madame Pomfrey. I'm just thankful I've stopped coughing up fur. We all are, believe me, he responded, as the 3 held back a shudder. Now, what about the Chamber of Secrets? Any new leads? Nothing, absolutely nothing, Naruto replied. Hermione gave her best friend a sad look. And, has it gotten any better? I mean, is anyone speaking to you? She asked. Well, Neville asked to borrow a tubeworm in potions yesterday, I suppose that's something. Harry took notice of a get well card beneath the brunette's pillow. To Miss Granger, wishing you a speedy recovery, from your concerned teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart. You sleep with this under your pillow? He asked. Of course not. I don't know how that got there. Now go, I still have 600 pages to read in Transformation Through the Ages, she retorts. The boys sweat drop and proceed to leave the infirmary. I know Hermione's mental. But can you believe she falls for that smarmy nonsense of Lockhart's, spoke Ron. Looks like Myrtle's flooded the bathroom. Harry spoke before they splashed towards the bathroom. Yuck, come to throw something else at me. She speaks accusingly. Why would we want to do that? Don't ask me. Here I am, minding my own business and someone thinks it's funny to throw a book at me. But it can't hurt if someone throws something at you. I mean, it'd just go right through you, wouldn't it? Ron ponders, before Myrtle snaps at him. Oh sure, let's all throw books at Myrtle because she can't feel it. 10 points if you can get it through her stomach, 50 points if it goes through her head. Nice going, Ron, Naruto spoke sarcastically. Harry shook his head before asking, who threw it at you anyway? I don't know, I didn't see them, I was just sitting in the U-bend, thinking about death and it fell through the top of my head. Through the top of her head. Thou, GHT Naruto before glancing at the ground where he spotted a small black book, picking it up he shows it to Harry who gives him a questioning look. 50 points if you can get it through her nose, Ron mutters. I heard that, shouted Myrtle in a deep menacing tone, causing the three to comically flee in fright. Gaining a distance between themselves and the haunted bathroom, they were able to analyze the thrown book. Looks like an old diary. It is, most recently in a toilet too, added Ron before stopping Naruto from opening its contents. Hey. Are you mad? That could be cursed, Dad on. CE told me about a book the ministry confiscated that burned the eyes out of anyone who tried to read it, he cryptically states. The blonde and dark brunette glanced towards the black book. Take a deep breath. I'll take my chances, Naruto replied before opening the cover page. Ah, oh my god, my eyes. I am blind. Ah ha 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 ha. He laughed at both Harry and Ron's frightened looks. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself, thus earning himself a jab from the scar-headed wizard. It wasn't until they noticed Ginny standing at the end of the corridor, her expression became horror-stricken upon spotting the black book. And dashed off. Oh come on Ginny, I was joking, don't be like that. Ah, great, now your sister's scared of me. Who isn't? Ron quirked. Harry shakes his head and notices a name written in embossed letters. Tom Marvolo Riddle, he read. Ron ponders, Tom Riddle. Wait, I know that name. The night I had detention, my job was to polish the silver in the trophy room, Irene. MBER because I kept burping slugs all over his trophy, I must have wiped slime off his name for an hour, he said. Naruto and Harry shudder at the curse Ron had bestowed upon himself. The blonde shook away his thoughts and fans through the pages, only to find it empty. That's odd, he never wrote in it. The three could only wonder, why? Next chapter Web of Shadows. Anyway, a few things you guys might have noticed in this chapter. One in particular was Naruto verbal wandless spells. Like all great wizards, they should at least have an arsenal of support and status spells. Now it is an original cast as I have yet to find a sleeper spell. I did base it off Negima as I gave Naruto an activation keyword, it being, Cremati Sinus Cinerum in Terra. Latin translates to ashes, dust to dust. I know it's not really original but it's slightly better than the canon keywords. Second thing you'd notice, I didn't add Krishna's howler to the chapter, instead it's in the omake at the very end, so don't worry about that. Now a huge thing I would like to add, for fans of My Devil Among Shinobi FIC, most of you are wondering when I'm going to be updating it. Sadly, I won't, instead I will be rewriting it completely from scratch. I feel like I could have done better and I may have left several unexplained plot holes throughout the story. I'll keep the original up, just know that it'll be discontinued for an even better version. With that said, enjoy the omake and I'll be seeing you guys next time, Yane. Omake the Howler of Christmas Present. Naruto entered the Gryffindor dormitories and immediately began to dig through his belongings. With Hermione being subconscious about her current appearance, he figured she could use his invisibility cloak to sneak her into the hospital wing. Tap, tap, tap. Raising his head, he took notice of his pet Sora, who was perched just outside the window, using his beak to get his master's attention. "Hey Sora, let me get that for you." He unlocked the components and opened the glass door for his feathered friend. The silver-winged falcon flapped his wings and shook the powdered snow of his body. He then lifted a talon to show his delivery. "Huh, whatcha got there?" It was small, rectangular in shape, and in a color of bright red. Naruto stared at the crimson letter for a few seconds before his eyes snapped open in horror. "Ah!" His voice echoed throughout the school. Many of the remaining students and faculty raised a head and took a confused glance at their surroundings, up catching the audible scream. He knew it was coming. He had seen the future when he had sent the notification. He, however, was nowhere near prepared for it. Grabbing the howler, Naruto reeled his head back and cautiously opened the letter. "Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you avoid this national holiday with your mother? You left Negi and Anya devastated when you said you weren't coming. They were so anxious to see you again that they literally prepared a 20-foot to-do list that they never even got the chance to accomplish." Quote. Naruto trembled on the ground as the letter roared at point blank with thunderous fury. "We were going to build snowmen, go caroling, and start the next Cold War using snow. I wasn't there for you for the first 11 years of your life. All I wanted was to make up for it, and you avoid it by staying in school. Just for that, you won't be receiving any presents from US, and I'll be returning that Game Boy I bought for you." HMPH. It shrieked before ripping itself to shreds. Naruto was left twitching on the floor. Truly, the temper of an Uzumaki woman was legendary. End.